I like how you're trying to use Luthien now.
I don't care who the producer is. What did Perplexity say when you asked it?
I don't ask Perplexity.
Wow, you tried really hard. That's all I said.
What?
Wow, you tried so hard to find an answer.
Because I didn't ask AI.
For single, you can only turn off super chat overall. Which, you know. But there you have the perfect ADHD back out of like, so then I have to remember to turn it back on? Sounds great.
I'm going to write, thank you for giving me an out.
Yeah. I also would accept it. Do you know how many of you people, and by that I mean YouTubers, have ADHD that I work with? It's fucking
people.
Insane. Yeah. By the way, my most bigoted absolute position that is full, I don't even know if it's bigoted, but it's biased position that I will stand by, I will die for it, is that virtually all, there's going to be a couple of exceptions, but all trans people have ADHD because every single one of them I know does.
I would just argue that there's something in the water where people like our generation and below, ADHD just cooked.
It is one of those biased things.
Is it TVs?
Here, let's go ahead and fade on to the actual show.
Was it TV? Here is the show. Welcome to the show. I bet you're wondering what we're doing. Well, we're doing a show. And then you get a show, and here is the show with Jimmy and Jovan. Suck our nuts, A.
You didn't bother to rhyme Jimmy Snow with show, and here is the show with Jovan and Jimmy Snow.
No, the whole bit is that the last part doesn't rhyme.
Oh, well, how would I know that?
By listening to the fact that it didn't rhyme the last bit with any part of what we were doing.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. This is both Calling It Now and Sunday Show After Dark, even though the sun is still out. Forrest had to cancel. Basically, we're just going to do a long-ass stream. So you are seeing us right now horizontally on the line, vertically over on Jimmy Snow and the line. And both phone numbers are functional. We do have the one on the screen right now, 720-619-2288. We are here to take questions about God, to debate about politics, whatever. We are ready for you. 720-619-2288, or if you like, 336-543-2101, whichever number you see down in the description will work. So it is one of those biased things too, where it's easy. So I was pitching a video idea to Jovan earlier. I was like, what if we go, I might still do it even though I'm going to tell everybody. What if we go to anti-gay protests and we ask the men there? Because I went to one yesterday. I went to a protest at Pride. There weren't that many people. You can see I only have put up the first minute so far on my Instagram, but I did argue with some protesters yesterday. And by argue, I mostly mean troll. I kind of want to do a video where, by the way, when the whole video is out, I will now have definitive proof. People talk all the time about how I wouldn't talk that amount of shit in public. We literally had, toward the end of this video, there is a veteran putting his arm between a guy and me, and police officers are seen coming toward us because they all thought the other dude was going to swing on me. I don't think he was, for the record, but people always were like, you wouldn't talk that kind of shit in public. I now have the definitive proof that I say the exact same shit in public. I asked about their erections.
This is so true.
I asked about their height.
You didn't say you'd fuck their dads though.
No, not in the first minute. You're right. Actually, I don't think I said it I did ask one guy. I was like, by the way, I was on Grindr and I'm supposed to meet a dude who was going to be who was going to be holding a gay Jesus sign. Was that you? Did we meet on Grindr? So I asked if he was trying to fuck. Anyway, CJ says, I'm 65 and trans and don't have ADHD. CJ, I have terrible news for you. Yes, you do. I'm sorry. You do.
But I do think, and chat will agree with me,
yeah,
that me and Jimmy should do a Steve Crowder style public debate where we get a table and we pick a topic and we try to debate randos.
Look, I've been saying for a long time, this world is not so, I don't enjoy being in this world so much that I would try hard to not die. So let's definitely set ourselves up for our political assassination and do that. I think that sounds like a bucket of fun. What does Aaron call it? A bucket of chuckles?
Chuckle bucket?
A chuckle bucket.
Chuckle fuck it.
Anyway, we're leftists and we're atheists. You want to debate us on either of those topics, 720-619-2288, 336-543-2101. Either of those phone numbers will get you on. Phone numbers are in the description. Phone number, at least one of them, is on the screen. We've got one person queuing up, and we're going to be here for a while. The video I suggested to Jovan, and this is like the ADHD thing, it would be unfair but very funny. I want to go with a tape measure to one of these protests, and I want to ask them first. The first question I want to ask them is, do you believe queer people should get all the same rights as straight people? And inevitably, they're going to say no. And then I want the next question to be, how tall are you? And then they're going to say it. And then I'm going to ask, can I measure your height? And I want the name of the video to be, do homophobes lie about their height? Because I suspect within an average of 90+%, the homophobes will lie about their height. And this was something that was made obvious to me. I want the name of the video in the episode, in the protest arguments I was having yesterday. Now, unfortunately, that's unfair because all men do that. All men lie about their height.
Yeah, but I like the idea. I think the idea
funny.
is good.
It's funny. Yeah, just going where the protests are. We've got to plan better for when you would be around based on when we can find those opportunities.
Well, if we know, I mean, it's Texas. I'm sure it wouldn't be too hard to find places that, like, we could go to, like, a conservative-leaning college.
That town that I was in for Pride yesterday was featured on CNN because it has one of the most fundamentalist churches in the town.
Yeah, I'm sure we could. I'm sure if we went to one of those towns with a table.
Yeah.
Should we have security?
Oh, definitely. That we might be able to have easily because there is this group that's like Veterans Protecting Queers group, and they will do security for queer affirming events and stuff. We could look into that, but definitely we would need armed security and shit like that. Are you kidding me? Fucking Christ. I'm not trying to get kirked. We're going to do it on September 10th. Can't. It's my anniversary. Just kidding. That won't stop you from getting kirked. There's too many roofs around.
No, what other? Oh yeah, no, you got it. Is this auto screener? Have things changed in Call In Studio? Did they put out an update? Why does it look like this now?
I think it's doing some kind of like trying to highlight in the auto screen at the beginning what the name is, and then all of that. Yeah, but
also these green circles.
Oh, meaning, I don't know. I don't know what those are.
Do you see these blinking green circles?
Yeah. I don't know what those are. Do we have an email from Call In Studio?
I think it means that audio is coming from those channels.
That they're active?
Like they're actively speaking.
All right, let's be completely quiet and see if ours stops.
Whoa.
Whoa, it just tells you where there's audio actively, which lines are active on. All right. Let's go ahead and do we need mods? I mean, we always probably do, but also at the same time, I don't know. Yeah, probably. Are there no mods in chat today? Have we scared them all off because we're always over? Do they feel betrayed that we're usually on Jimmy Snow in the line? Kirked is such a useful word.
I'm ordering my mom and grandmother Wawa right now. I'm gonna get me a drink.
Okay, but this next topic is definitely one of your better on topics. I like listening to you engage it more than I do. Than I like to engage it.
What?
Tom?
I'm sorry. Sorry. Are we reading the same topic though?
Yeah, Tom's.
But what do I know about? Is there recent news of something here that I missed the last 3 days?
No, I'm just saying broadly on that topic. I prefer to you to listen to you than usually, depending on where it goes. But anyway, we'll just get going. We're just gonna get moving here. We've got Tom in Alabama. First things first, Tom, do you like swear words?
I sure do, man.
I was just telling Jovan, how my favorite phrase to hear somebody from hillbilly country say is, "What the fuck is this?" Would you give it to us? Could you?
Yeah, that's not a problem, fella. What the fuck is this, man? Like, I tell them little hook bombs give it away when fucking hate these motherfuckers, man. I tell you all about it, man.
Well, you made it your own thing, and it felt like you took it a different direction. But that, we'll just go with the topic. All right, what are you calling in with?
So I'm talking about the current situation with Trump and Israel. I'm going to talk about my past experiences. Recently, I had a little cousin. He's just turned 23, and he took a trip to Israel, man. And when he came back, he hasn't been the same. Just when he came back, he started stealing my stuff, saying that it was like promised to him like 2,000 years ago. He's just being.
It's a joke caller.
I'm already checked out.
Hey, Tom.
Joke caller. Excuse me.
Tom, this bores us.
No,
it completely bores us for people to call in and be. I don't know if you don't know what our position already is.
The deep state Messiah.
Yeah, there's no point to this.
Did you walk away from the phone?
Okay, I want to gas the Jews. Like they already.
Okay, Tom. Hey, Tom.
Right,
can I give you a little advice? Can I give you a little advice?
Yes.
Work on being actually funny, and you won't have to worry about this perpetual
I'm very
virginity.
funny. I'm.
Not really.
Boring.
Are you?
Boring. Somebody's calling in from an 888 number. What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Jovan took issue with me asking beforehand what his favorite white hillbilly phrase is.
I didn't take issue. No. Because you didn't ask what my favorite white hillbilly phrase was.
I said honky tonk, like it's meaningfully different.
Yeah. I don't know what honky tonk means. I know there's honky tonk music.
Come on, baby, let's go dance.
My favorite white phrase is when a white person is trying to move past you in the movie theaters. And they're like, or no, how do they say it? How do y'all be saying it? It's so funny.
Excuse me. Oh, can I just get by real quick? Do you mind if I
No,
can
y'all
I just
have
get by
a
real
funnier
quick?
one.
Let me just squeeze through. I'm just going to squeeze by real quick.
I can't remember. Give me a second. My brain is doing 15 things right now.
I would have voted for Obama 3 times.
I need to just order this food for my mother and grandmother and stop fucking.
Fundamentally white phrases. I would have voted for Obama a 3rd time. I wouldn't have.
Not fundamentally white phrases.
Fundamentally white phrases.
I would have voted for Obama a 3rd time.
Do you know any others? Here's one. Hey, let's circle back to that. I've never heard anyone but a white person say that phrase. Wait, can we circle back? Let's circle back to that.
Circle back to that, guys. Let's circle back.
In chat, all right. Sean, you can have mod privies. We're pretty laid back. Don't let people objectify the hosts, but we don't, with us. But if there's
I can be objectified.
Yeah, well, I don't really care about us. But people, obviously women have a different experience as creators and shit. And so, if you're on another show and people are talking about things they want to do, and the like, don't let that through. Oh, Sean, are you over on the line though? That's where I'd want to put you. Jimmy Snow in the line. I'm not signed. I gotta sign in over here. All right. Do you see Luthien trying to get our back at 4:02? It was like, you're live, right? We knew the whole time. That backstage banter is for everybody.
It's for the world. You didn't figure that out. That's how we start all of our conversations, is with a talk on a topic completely unrelated to what we're about to do.
Dude, literally a guy who called into the last show and tried to present the same thing and would never give a yes or no direct, called Matt and Ian and is trying to call and give the same line of reasoning about Muhammad, the guy who's being screened right now. I like that he's like saying what he's the founder and CEO of. I don't give a fuck. Oh man, what the fucking.
I'll talk to anybody as long as they're interesting.
He won't be. He will not directly engage or answer any questions.
That's boring.
and he's kind of just proselytizing. You can see if you can get him to stay on track, but it was already pointed out to him that belief in religion and logic are incompatible, and why. But here we go again on my own. Muhammad in India. Oh, I hit it with the wrong one. Hang on, stay there, Muhammad. Muhammad in India. Muhammad, you are on the line with Jimmy and Jovan. How are you, Muhammad?
I'm doing great, Jimmy and John. How are you?
Jovan is his name, not John. Hey, Muhammad, are you, as we get started here, are you committing to doing a better job of actually answering the questions than you did in the last hour with Matt and Ian, where they could not get direct answers from you at all, and you kept trying to talk over them and sort of proselytize?
I'm going to keep doing the same thing, but this time I think that you both must be having a little more intellect than both of those fools. So
no, Muhammad, if you're saying you're going to act, if you're going to rhetorically act the same way, I would rather go and talk to these atheists that are waiting with things that I don't care as much about than talk to you. Are you going to answer questions directly?
Are you going to ask me questions that are relevant to be answered?
Clearly the answer is no.
It won't matter whether you think they're relevant or not. It's our show, so the relevant questions are any questions we feel the need to ask. We determine relevance because it's our show.
And the relevant answers will be the answers that I think are relevant.
Nope. All right, Muhammad, if you are saying you will not commit to answering our questions, regardless of if you like them, then we're going to move on.
With me, so that is totally fine. I think that you don't want to debate with me. So
goodbye, Muhammad.
Bye, Muhammad. I don't care. If you're going to call and be like, no, I'm going to decide what a relevant question is. You are calling our show. We determine what questions are relevant. I was going to ask him how tall he was to hear what lie he tells the ladies.
Like the fact that he couldn't. It's so bad faith when you can't even stop yourself from talking in the first 2 minutes of the call.
Yeah. All right,
brother.
I'm going to answer Marcavius's call. And then I'm going to put Marcavius on mute immediately. And Marcavius, you are not going to get an opportunity to speak out loud, even though we are both on the left, because of the type of question you are calling into. You are calling a show that is fundamentally politically aligned to a message and is a delivering mechanism of that message. And you are trying, perhaps in good faith, perhaps as some sort of op, perhaps as some sort of person seeing if they can get our channel deleted. You are trying to take the question to places of violence when we would accept violence, when we would accept executions, and start talking about a hypothetical that endangers the very purpose of this channel, which is to act as a messaging medium. The moment that we have passed the point that a messaging medium is any longer useful and all that is left are the hypotheticals you want to engage in, I assure you we won't be doing call-in shows. But whether you are on our side or think you're a clever right-wing person that's about to get a clip of us saying, yeah, let's go and execute so-and-so and such, I don't care. Because you should have the self-awareness on our side or not to know that that would be an insane hypothetical for us to engage on a public platform where there are terms of service. This ain't Rumble. Any notes?
No, I like that. That was pretty good.
Thanks.
Do that again.
I forgot what I said.
So why is it that the last time I ordered Wawa, I got hyped because I was like, oh, I can order finally on Uber Eats from the Coke Freestyle machine. I was like, that's great. Phenomenal. All of a sudden, I can't do it again. Now it's not there anymore.
I didn't even know there were Wawas in Florida, to tell you the truth.
Aren't Wawas like originally a New Jersey thing?
Yeah, that's why I didn't know.
Oh, yeah, they're all over Florida.
Let me check these banners out. Okay.
I have conservatives, Christians, and capitalists all have terrible beliefs.
Debate.
Which is true.
Oh, yeah, big time. Muhammad, you can call back, by the way. All you have to do is acknowledge that you are on our platform, and therefore we decide that which is relevant. We are the determining. We are your God for that short period of time. We determine the relevance of what you're calling in on.
Orange high C.
Orange high C.
That's all. That's all I wanted. All I was going to order myself was like some mashed potatoes and an orange high C. And I can't even do that. And you know why? Probably because of conservatives. This is probably their fault. Thanks, Obama.
Thanks, Obama. 336-543-2101 or 720-619-2288. We are leftists. We are atheists. We are queer affirming. We like trans people, and we don't care who knows. You can call us 336-543-2101. We are still in Pride Month.
We don't care who knows.
I believe Pride Month is good for America. Pride is good for America.
True.
Hell yeah, Pride.
I want a yoo-hoo. W Pride.
Why?
Trans women are braver than our U.S. military.
Do you want a yoo-hoo the way, like, I want a Totino's pizza, where you're like, I know this isn't good pizza, but it's a childhood craving that I'm trying to hit?
Yoo-hoos are delicious.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to know.
Like, legitimately, they taste delicious.
Do they?
Yes, but you have to drink them immediately. Yoo-hoos have, like, a 2-minute window of drinkability. The minute they hit under a certain temperature and they're not ice cold, they're terrible.
Okay.
Yeah. They have to be at a perfect temperature. Otherwise, they are dog shit.
I got to tell you, it weirds me out. It weirds me out that they are sold not cold.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's nothing in them that, I mean, it's not, there's no milk. It's just a chocolate drink.
I think I don't like that.
Soda isn't sold cold.
That's fair. I don't drink soda either, though.
Neither is most juice.
But they're not milks.
Yes, neither is Yoo-hoo.
That's what I'm saying. It bothers me that it's presenting itself as a chocolate milk drink, but
in I don't know when the last time you've had one is in like taste wise.
Yeah,
YouTube would be more akin to like a chocolate and shore, like a Pediasure or something.
Yeah,
that's what I would relate it to much more than like a chocolate milk.
All right.
It's a bit thicker than a chocolate milk, but it's so good. Yoo-hoo's so good.
You guys have a lot to look forward to with the podcast launching this Thursday. Conversations such as this. It's a news podcast too. So just so you guys know, if you haven't known from The Line is a podcast, is also getting a refresh. Jovan and I will be leading that refresh. Alyssa will still be a part of it when she can, probably once a week, and we'll be bringing in other guests both from The Line and from outside of The Line, people that we like and know, and we'll be discussing and recapping the news each week. That is The Line has a podcast. Follow on YouTube if you haven't already, or where you get podcasts. Patrons get bonus shows at patreon.com/calltheline. Patreon.com/calltheline. All right, let's see. What's the call prompts looking like right now? We got anything good going?
I don't know what. Why?
Ally calls are so boring.
Potentially the one that's screening.
We got something.
But I gotta be honest. Like, I don't, dude. It's a.
Oh wait, we can hit out Phoebe quick though. That's not good stuff.
Pick whichever.
Phoebe in Mississippi. Phoebe, you are on the line with Jimmy and Jovan. Phoebe, first of all, I want to say before we even get started, the phrase "blue no matter who," while perhaps articulating a similar stance that we take in certain circumstances, is not a movement I consider myself a part of, nor a phrase that ever comes out of my mouth. It's very much a phrase assigned to me, and I find that annoying. So you are welcome to articulate what you mean, but I'm not going to accept blue no matter who.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Thank you guys for having me on the show. Thank you guys for the work you do. And Jimmy, if you'd like to, I'll give you a better country person's rendition. What the fuck is this?
That one's all right.
That was pretty good.
That being said,
yeah, go ahead.
I figured you might dig that. With that being said, I don't I've made some aggressive comments on the channel because I like to increase creators' engagement when they're political channels. It's good. I got my own channel. It's good cross-pollination. But I don't necessarily think you and Jovan or Vote Blue no matter who lives. I think you guys are leftists, but I have heard you guys say stuff that kind of falls under that same logic, and I just don't understand it. So, for example, in the Kamala versus Trump election, obviously you shouldn't vote for Trump. But I think there is actually a pretty good argument that the people who chose in an election where it seemed very likely that Donald Trump was going to win regardless, the people who chose to withhold their vote from Kamala Harris and to vote for Jill Stein or the Libertarian candidate whose name is escaping me right now, they might have made the more moral
We can already
decision,
stop here
given that
because
Trump
you've
was
already
going to
gone a
win
step
anyway.
past things that we would agree with. Prior to the election of Donald Trump, I am even one of the icons. I'm insufferable with how much I brag about having the closest map to any leftist creator getting it correct.
I know.
Yeah. And yet I reject it was obvious he was going to win no matter what phrasing. And we also cannot measure how much that attitude had to do with people giving up and taking the actions that you're describing, while I still put the number one bit of blame, because it's really annoying. It's really annoying where if I go, yes, of course I blame third-party voters, that people will go, shouldn't you blame the Kamala Harris campaign? I'm like, you mean the people I blame the most? Yes, I can blame multiple people. I am capable. Blue, no matter who, when it comes to, as is put, when it came to the general election, and this will be true of the next general election that has socialists on it who could win because they are registered as blue. So I will be saying to moderates, that DSA candidate that got your Democratic nomination, you must vote blue no matter who, because the Republicans are too much of a risk to have in power. So I reject the initial phrasing of knowing already that it was inevitable he would win. That is not an attitude anybody should take up prior to an election. And no, I definitely, first of all, I have plenty of issues with Jill Stein outside of the rest. Jill Stein is not what I would describe as morally consistent. She is an opportunist, absolutely, and I don't think she has our best interest in mind. But whatever.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying
when it comes to primaries are when you vote. Primaries are when you vote purely on, not even purely. You can still be pragmatic I voted pragmatically against my values. There were two candidates in this primary that had a chance to get the nomination. While disappointed in some of the things she's done recently, I still stand by having voted for Jasmine Crockett over James Tallarico because she is more consistent with my views. Because when these things come down to this is the binary that's left and I can reduce harm and participate in that, I'm going to.
Can I ask what exactly, because I don't know, I'm not from Texas. I know you live in Texas now, I'm pretty sure. What exactly was it about Jasmine Crockett's platform that aligned more with your politics than James Tallarico's? Because it seems like they're both
for all.
Religious people.
Medicare for all.
Wait, James Tallarico doesn't support Medicare for all?
James Tallarico supports a public option. He calls it Medicare for y'all, which I actually think is a scumbag way of trying to confuse people.
Oh, Lord. I didn't even know that, Jimmy. I'm sorry. Holy shit. I feel like a dumbass.
Anyway, can you respond to the previous thing?
Yes. The previous thing meaning what? I don't want to get too off track. I'm sorry.
Everything before the Jasmine Crockett stuff. The evaluation of
so the
2024 election.
You're right. So the 2024 election. I wasn't saying that Jill Stein was necessarily the preferable candidate. I just think that there is value to showing the Democrats when they foist a candidate upon the people that they don't go through enough campaigning. They don't actually do the work to earn a voter's vote. I think that it might actually be a moral decision to withhold that vote, even at the point of the election, especially in circumstances where it seems like
I disagree with what message you think they sent was being sent. I think the message that was sent was, hey, we already forgot about 4 years ago, and we are too dumb for you to expect us to actually internalize the level the weight of our vote. I blame far more dumb leftists, dumb Democrats, and dumb moderates than I do the group of people who were like, oh, yeah, and with like deep evaluation and hatred toward the people who are killing my... In fact, the people I blame the least are the people who couldn't bring themselves to vote for Kamala Harris because their families were killed in Palestine. Those people get so little blame that I basically ignore them and pretend I don't mind that they did it, that they didn't vote for them.
Well, what about the people who didn't vote for Kamala Harris in solidarity with those people? I'm not talking about me. My dumbass has been eligible.
No. Again, if you don't escape all blame, I just pretend, I just elect some cognitive dissonance. The solidarity people don't get it either.
Okay, fair enough. So what if, and I know this is hypothetical, so forgive me, but what if in 2028, there is like what if the movement on the Democratic Party is coalescing around
Mitt Romney? I will campaign for Mitt Romney against fucking JD Vance.
But hold on. What if there was against JD Vance?
What if these things that, by the way, aren't going to happen? It's going to be Newsom or further left. Since we have a primary, they're going to get a leftist challenge.
That's what I was about to say.
But if it was literally Mitt Romney, I would be out campaigning for Mitt Romney.
Well, luckily for both of us, I don't think it's going to be fucking Mitt. But my question is this. If it was 2028 and the Democratic Party was coalescing around, let's just say, Gavin Newsom and Cory Booker, and there was also a strong primary challenger in the form of, I don't know, two very strong progressive leftist fucking candidates, and they let's just say there's some 2016 shit that happens again where it's pretty obvious that Bernie actually won the primary, but the DNC kind of foisted Hillary instead. And let's say a movement pops out of that, like we are going to vote for our primary candidate anyway, regardless, because they've got so much cross appeal with independents and populist conservatives. We can get this economic agenda done if we vote for this candidate that is not aligned with these two parties because they are going their own direction and trying to do that. Do you think that there would be a possibility that might be the more moral decision given a situation where you've got a shitty Democratic candidate and obviously
you lost me in a couple of places. It won't matter. Whoever the anti-MAGA candidate is, I will vote for. We will have two choices. Whoever it is, no matter what the lead up is, I will vote for, as long as they are anti-MAGA and to the left of MAGA. Not if, fucking Nick Fuentes somehow got the nomination. Is he even old enough? I genuinely don't know. But this is what is so fucking exhausting about debating leftists on shit like blue no matter who. They call in and they're like, okay, what if things got so radical and crazy? And by the way, this hypothetical is nowhere near the level we actually just were in 2024, 2020, or 2016, and I still voted against them. But what if it got so crazy? What if Tucker Carlson pretended to be a leftist? And it's these things where it's like you can already probably call who amongst 5 people who the nominee is going to be if you think it's not going to be Gavin. And it's probably going to be Gavin. It might be to the left of Gavin. We need to have a strong contender. It will probably be in the form of AOC, who is not far enough left for me, but is at least left of Gavin, to do what Bernie did to Biden, which is to challenge Gavin in a way that causes Gavin to go toward and make commitments to the left and then govern to the left, as Biden did when Biden ran and had the Bernie challenge, and not only put Bernie in charge of the budget, not only did Bernie get unprecedented amount of Senate powers, but also we had more left-wing people in government in general, and he got pulled to the left on a bunch of issues. That is the best thing we can hope for, because right now we need to get out of the fucking MAGA mess. And if somehow a populist leftist message in the form of AOC ends up, and that will be what I will be working toward, a leftist populist message does take hold and we are able to win the way Bernie almost won in 2016, and we actually do win, then it will be shifted completely to them. And just like they do, where they go, it's time for you to fall in line. Now that we have our general, we will do the same thing back to them.
Right. And I want to say, like, as far as lesser of two evils voting goes generally, if the lesser of two evils is lesser enough, I think it's fine. Like Graham Plattner, for example. I don't think anybody should vote for fucking Collins over Plattner. It's just obvious.
But we don't need to change this
that he was a
topic. We
fucking
can just stay
mercenary,
stuck with
you
what we're
know?
describing. Was Kamala
I'm
Harris
sorry, I
to
was just
you
trying to give an
clearly a
example.
lesser evil enough to be worth? And remember, when you are electing the president, you're not only electing the president, you're electing the, what's that?
I have to use the bathroom.
Yeah, Jovan opportunistically taking the bathroom break during this call. He didn't want us to take in the first place.
No, it's fine. I just like it always feels like there's no like my stance is like there's well, it's not even that. It's just my stance is there's nuance. Like I'm not willing to let my people die because like we don't want another liberal in office. Like I just, more of my people die when liberals are not in office than they do when they're not. So like I don't know what people want me to say. I'm gonna vote the liberal over the conservative 100% of the time.
It's legitimately, hey Mero, then just leave. If that's a problem for you, just fucking leave and literally leave forever. Don't come back. It's fine. Not you to the person. I forgot your name. Phoebe.
Yeah, you're fine. I do streams too. I get talking to the chat.
Yeah. So, I mean, Jovan just put it there. Like, it's clearly you are voting for a veto pen, first of all. If the other side has a shit ton of power, you are voting for a veto pen. You are voting for Supreme Court nominees. You are voting for budgets that the Congress are going to pass. You are voting for this president. And if anything, we have to find out what the legal lines are, where they are, that Donald Trump passed, and what was actually illegal. And whatever the new lines of authority are after Donald Trump, the left needs to be as aggressive with as the right was. Because as soon as the left gets in, or as soon as actually the Democrats get in, they are suddenly like, and now we have to return to norms. Fuck norms. You cannot fix
I'm
fire
actually really glad
with
to hear
norms.
you say this.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yes, Jimmy.
Okay. Calm down.
Okay. All right.
Chill.
No, I'm sorry. I'm excited. You just said something I can really fucking latch onto. That's great. I have heard so many people with stances similar to yours say that, well, we have to be the party that doesn't push the line, that doesn't do what the Republicans do when it comes to abusing power or whatever. Because I'm of the opinion that if you're abusing power for the benefit of the people, you're not really abusing power now, are you? Like, if it's to the benefit of it's to the evidenced benefit of the people, then how is it an abuse of power? Sounds like it's a perfectly just use of power.
If you elect me president, I promise to have I promise to be worth less money at the end of my presidency. We need that guy to run.
I agree. Do you mind if I ask you one last question and we can...
Yeah. And then we've got some debate calls lined up, so we're going to move to those.
Okie dokie. And I just have one last question for you, and hopefully it won't lead us into another tangent. But I have heard the argument, and I kind of have made the argument before, that when it comes to instances like Biden versus Trump in 2020, which I did vote for Biden, or 2024 Kamala versus Trump, where I wasn't eligible to vote because my dumb ass didn't look up when I didn't do the fucking process at the right time. Anyway, I wonder if voting for the Democrats, when they give us a really bad candidate and they mess with stuff on the back end to make that who we have to vote for, does giving them the vote not just kind of give them implicit permission to continue giving bad candidates to the Like,
this is
to continue
literally
moving right
look
on
at
things
them
like the
melt
border,
down
on things
right
like support
now.
for Israel.
If that works, we are failing. We are literally having DSA candidates break out, and you got Donna going on the news, practically in tears about it, and you have what is essentially old people with old ways realizing we aren't buying their bullshit anymore. And so what you're describing is the walls they would like to put up, and we have literal methods of primary that's just been shown to you in New York can work to make them sit and go, even as they might say, like, well, that's New York, we're not going to reassess. The shit's happening everywhere, and the polls are looking good for a lot of people. It is spreading, and the popularity of an actual leftist message is spreading. So there are ways to do it. that make them feel scared of not changing. If they want to retain power, they will bend to us. If we are that powerful that we can ruin their chances, that can be demonstrated to them and they will bend to our will.
Do we agree then that the reason why these candidates are winning and everything, and the reason why the DSA is growing in popularity, and the reason why progressive and leftist candidates are growing in their efficacy and popularity and winning in their elections is largely because a lot of people are starting to realize that despite their votes for moderates and centrists in the past, that they just aren't getting shit done, and that we have to go for more radical solutions?
Yes, but you also need to concede that there's a reason why many of these DSA candidates are running as Democrats. They recognize that even as you're opposed to the blue and the DNC and all of that kind of stuff, the pragmatic approach for them is still to run as those things and to some degree, for now, negotiate that with them when it's appropriate to try and get some progress instead of none. That is where we are with it, Phoebe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're like intrinsically tainted with evil. Okay. Just to clarify, I don't think you're intrinsically tainted with evil merely because you put a D next to your name. I think that there is a utility in lesser of two evils voting if the lesser is lesser enough. And I really hope that an actual progressive and leftist wins in 2028 so we can be done with MAGA and get universal health care. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Bye-bye. What is chat complaining about right now? Chat's always complaining about something. Somebody drop an R slur.
I'm back.
I don't think so.
Well, people are complaining about it. I mean, somebody in the chat saying,
I'm only on
surprised how
vertical.
comfortable chat is with R slur, but I don't even see an R slur in chat. Do I have to now type it in? No, that one's not in there. That one's not in there.
Someone said that last time too, and I also couldn't find anything. So I don't know if people are saying that. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Whatever. My main opposition to the R slur, as a person who feels they own it, that it is one of my possessions, is that what happens in live chat and what we do and don't moderate can affect the algorithmic evaluation of the suppression of the video. So I'd rather keep words out that I don't even oppose. That's why I use the phrase redacted. So far, redacted isn't demonetized, though, since the Trump files. They might throw it, not just demonetized, but suppressed. All right, this one I know that Jovan's going to like. Sean in California, provided that Sean in California is actually here to defend his position. Sean in California, you are on the line with Jimmy and Jovan. How are you, Sean?
Oh, not too bad. How are you?
We chilling, man. We chilling.
Relaxing, kicking it.
Relaxing.
Fair
What are you calling in about?
Shooting some b-ball outside of the school.
I was just responding to the prompt. It was oh crap, what was it? I'm gonna pull it back.
The Bible
up.
is awful.
What's your guys' Yeah, the Bible is awful. Yeah, that's what I was going to respond to.
Truly terrible.
Yeah.
So, I mean, do you guys, since you guys are taking the, I guess, more or less affirmative position, why do you think it's awful?
Go you first, Jovan. Sorry.
I think the Bible teaches terrible morality, as well as it teaches people to be subservient to a being who treats you like garbage.
Yeah, and doesn't make it clear, as much as people try to pretend, even though they know it's not true, because apparently you also need a second guy called the Holy Ghost to interpret it. The Bible presents itself as a book of good things, but you're supposed to not be thrown off when it says, like, happy is he, the person who, like, kills the non-believers' kids by dashing their head against the rocks. This type of sexual slavery. Oh, you don't know about the dashes? You don't know about Psalms 137:9? You got a Bible with you?
Psalms 137:9? I don't have a Bible with me. I'm at work. Let me take
shall
a look
they
at
be
it.
who take your little ones and dash them against the rock.
The rocks.
Psalms 137.
No, well, mine has the rock.
9. Let me take a look.
And this is from the people who claim that abortion's bad. These are fully alive human babies.
Fully.
Blessed is he who takes your little ones and dashes them against the rock. It is reflecting grief, trauma. It's a song about grief. So what? It's poetic language about grief, dealing with the culture of the time.
Okay, great. Poetic language, so it's open to interpretation. Interpret it for me.
Sure. The context is this is at a time when the Israelites are being conquered by the Babylonians.
No. Not the context. The interpretation of the verse. Give me the poetic interpretation. In fact, would you read out loud starting from number 7, verse 7?
Well, so here's the thing. I don't actually have a Bible.
Okay, I'll read it to you.
All right, so let me...
I thought I just heard you reading it. Remember, O Lord, against the Edomites, the day of Jerusalem, how they said, lay it bare, down to its foundations. O daughter of Babylon, doomed to be destroyed. What is a daughter of Babylon, real quick?
Daughter of Babylon, I want to say it's the Assyrians, but I'm not positive on that one.
What did you say?
After Babylon came the Assyrian Empire, but I honestly, off the top of my head, I don't know.
I mean, it's the Babylonian Empire, for the record. Anyway, O daughter of Babylon, doomed to be destroyed. Blessed shall be he be who repays you with what you have done to us. Blessed shall he be who takes your little ones and dashes them against the rocks. So I see some poetic imagery, and I've been seeing it reused by Israel supporting individuals, Zionists, when describing killing the children of Gaza. And I see this as a poetic representation of even the children aren't innocent, therefore they also deserve to die. If you think my interpretation of that poetry is wrong, I'm going to need well-sourced interpretation of why I should read it differently.
It's hyperbolic. It's hyperbolic language. We say the same thing today. Of like, we're going to kill that team. Well, we don't mean literally.
No. We don't say we're going to kill that team's kids. We don't say, hey, that team is not my team. Kill their kids, because that's what this is saying. That Babylon,
which hyperbole do we say that in?
Your empire was so shit to us. Blessed are those who kill your kids.
Right. So here's a question, I guess. In what Christian nations is infanticide considered a good thing?
I'm sorry, are you going to answer the question, or you're now trying to sort of like wiggle out of it?
Well, look, we can go back and forth on the interpretation, but what depends is the application. Do you think that that's a fair statement?
No, because we talked about the Bible being awful. The fact that, excuse me, hang on. I'm answering. We're talking about the Bible being awful. The fact that the Bible has had now 2,000 years for our humanist natures to win out, and for us to now say that infanticide is terrible, though we committed a lot of infanticide using, in America, biblical justifications when we were breeding our slaves. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I don't know why I would look at. I don't know why I would look at how people. Hold on.
Well, oh my God! Let me know when you're done talking.
Hold on.
Will do.
Jesus. So yeah, I would say, much like Jimmy has said, I don't care how people interpret or use the Bible. I care what's written, and I care what was intended. And what was intended by Christian beliefs is much different than how Christians use the book now. What was intended was for Christians to be ruthless, heartless heathens. That's what was intended.
That's what was intended, was for Christians to be ruthless and heartless heathens. So at the time Psalms was written, how many Christians existed?
None. Psalms was written in Old Testament, thousands of years before Christianity.
Shit, you're not an idiot. So
I'm sorry. Did you walk in? Did you think that little gotcha was going to be like?
I know.
What did you think was going to happen there?
Dude, you'd never heard of Psalms 137, which is like one of the most obvious examples that people usually have better apologetics for, and you're celebrating that we're not idiots?
I wonder if there might be a second part of the Bible. I wonder if there might be a second part of the Bible that justifies Christianity, in which it directly tells Christians to obey the laws of Moses, which would be the horrible, terrible things written in the Old Testament. I'm sorry, do I need to read it for you verbatim? Did you not read your book? Did you not read your book?
I do. No, in fact, I actually know a hermeneutic on how that's applied.
Great.
Give us which verse is the tittle verse?
Which verse is it?
Which verse is the tittle verse? I'm giving you a huge hint. Tittle.
The what verse?
The tittle verse. It uses the phrase tittle.
I have no idea.
Jesus said it, by the way. We're talking about some words out of Jesus' mouth.
Okay. I don't know. I don't have a Bible in front of me.
Because you didn't read your book. Because you didn't read it.
I didn't memorize the book.
What's your favorite Bible verse? What's your favorite verse?
My favorite Bible verse? Oh, man, where to start? I'm a big fan of Isaiah, the 53rd chapter of Isaiah myself.
Sure, read it. Verbatim. Recount it. Recount, not read, because you said you don't have a Bible, so recount it.
Oh, recount it. I mean, I can give you the it's a passage about the suffering servant and how he takes on the sins of mankind.
You can't recite it verbatim?
I can't recite it verbatim.
I can recite my favorite verse verbatim.
Oh yeah, what's your favorite verse verbatim?
Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy the temporary people living among you. You may own them as property and pass them down as your children as inherited property, and they will remain your property for life.
I can see why you would like that.
Yeah, I like it because it shows that Christianity's beliefs are fucked up.
How come Christianity? So if your interpretation is the correct interpretation, how come
Old Testament books and he literally went with Isaiah?
Can I ask you a two-part question?
You can try.
You're not giving two-part answers, but go for it.
I'm answering you with a question. First question is,
that's how answers work.
How come with the spread of Christianity we saw the reduction of slavery, and how come you never saw anywhere that Christianity didn't exist?
I'm so glad Christians ended the thing they started in the U.S.
Right.
It's so great for them.
They did start it, and you're stupid to think they did.
Christians absolutely began Christians absolutely began slavery in the U.S. That would be a really stupid thing to claim that they did not do.
Slavery in the U.S. Guess what? Slavery as practiced in the U.S.
It's almost like I said slavery in the U.S. when I said that they ended it. It's almost like I said that.
Sean,
slavery
Sean,
in
literally,
the U.S. would have been a violation of the
Sean.
No, it's not.
What's up?
Slavery was reduced because of Enlightenment values. Hey, Sean. The reduction of slavery became because of Enlightenment values. The Bible was used to justify slavery for literally centuries. And when people want to point out the abolition of slavery was done by Christians, they're missing the part of who they were fighting against. It wasn't humanists. It wasn't atheists. It was what group of people who believed they had a God-given right to slaves.
Humanists have contributed nothing to society. So
who are the abolitionist Christians fighting?
Southern slave owners, mostly Democrats.
And what religion were they? What religion were they?
What religion were they? They claimed to be Christian, but they had to publish their own Bible.
And were they conservative or liberal? And were they conservative or liberal?
Wait. What was the slavery Bible? What was the slavery Bible? I don't think you know.
The slavery Bible.
I don't think you know what the slavery Bible was.
The slavery Bible was a Bible that Southern slave owners created specifically for slaves. And what they did is they took out everything that might convince a slave that he has human value. And what you ended up with was a pamphlet.
What specifically was taken out? And it was not a pamphlet. You have no clue what you're talking about. What specific things?
Almost the entire New Testament.
No, it wasn't.
Everything about the
No, it wasn't.
No,
it wasn't.
Okay.
You just don't know what you're talking about.
By the way, but you brought up that they were Democrats. You brought up that the South was you brought up that the South was Democrats. And by the way, I just found it. The 1807 Slave Bible was 600 pages. So you're totally right. Just a pamphlet.
How big is the actual Bible? It's about 3,000.
I'm sorry.
Jimmy, is 600 a pamphlet? Is 600 a pamphlet to you?
You insisted pamphlet. You recognize that, right?
Yeah,
you said pamphlet.
Yeah, you do understand that in terms of freaking.
No, you're just walking it back because you were an idiot.
This is
Stop.
the
You're walking it back because you were wrong.
moving cope
You're-
I've
you're-
ever seen
like,
in
you
my
were wrong,
fucking
and you're moving the
life.
goalpost.
Are you fucking
Is
moron?
600 pages a pamphlet? Yes or no?
Huh?
Is 600 pages a
Because it's all
pamphlet?
relative, right?
No, not basically.
Yeah,
You're such a
relative.
fucking dumbass.
It's literally 1/3 the size of the regular
If
Bible.
the Bible is such an awful book, what was the need for it?
What?
In the
Why
what do you mean
create it?
generally or
What
now?
question is that? Like, what kind of
Right.
question is that?
Sean, do you believe that the Quran is
What is the
an
topic?
awful book?
What is the
Do you
topic?
believe? Hey,
Huh?
since we're doing question with a question, do you believe that the Quran is an awful book?
Yes.
What's the need for it if it's so awful?
What is the need for the slavery Bible? That
What's
was
the
my
need for the
question.
Quran? What's the need for the
Bible in
Quran?
and
What
of
is the need for the
itself enough
Quran if it's so awful?
subjugation?
Why aren't you answering mine? What's the need for the Quran if it's so awful?
Your question is stupid. And I mean this like sincerely, because I don't think you realize
This
that
is
your
so
question.
fucking. You're like a meme
Brother.
of yourself. You are a parody of yourself. We couldn't write you as a character because people would be like,
It's the
nobody
Bible.
is that unbelievably paradoxical to their own positions.
Here,
Like,
let's just make it so simple. Let's just make it so simple. Why did God say it's okay
Yeah,
to
let's
own
hear it.
slaves? Just answer that question.
Where did God say it's okay to own slaves?
Your male and
Yeah,
female
it-
slaves may come from the nations
say
around
it's
you.
o-
From them, you
Did he say
may
it's
own
okay, or did he
slaves.
put restrictions on slavery?
What does the word
This is actually
may?
what-
What when I say the phrase "you may do something"? What's that mean?
Allow. To allow
Oh,
something
okay.
is not the same as condoning it.
To allow something means it's morally permissible by God. Means it's okay. That's what allow means. You
No,
would
that's
not be
what it means.
punished.
That is not what
Yes,
it
it
means. The Bible-
is.
Have,
Yes, it
have
is.
you not read the Bible? It makes it very clear there were
Yes.
things in the
we
past
never
that
read the
God
Bible.
allowed.
This
without
is fucking
condoning.
wild.
You're
You
just
are
have
a
never read your
parody
book.
of yourself. If God created rules by which by the way, and it's understandable. Jovan usually goes. Jovan's often talking to you people about like chattel slavery versus you like indentured servitude. I think the number one most prolific institution of slavery in the Bible is very clearly the slavery of women. The marriage system that is in place that
True.
bypasses the woman's consent and transfers the property of women from the father to the daughter, which is a commandment, is commanded by God how it's done. So there you can't
That's
even
a
hide
commandment.
behind. You can't even hide behind like he's not telling us to do when he's saying this is how marriage happens. This is how it must be done. By the way, when you have slaves otherwise that are prisoners of war, here is how you can rape a woman after a month, after you've killed her whole family, give her 1 month to grieve, go in and fuck her. And if she pleases you when you fuck her, she's now your wife. If she doesn't please you, you may now set her apart to go live in isolation amongst the people for the remainder of her life.
What verse is
See,
that?
this is the guy
hold on,
who just
Jimmy,
said
hold on.
we didn't read the Bible.
Before we get too far away from it, I just need to know why God told the Israelites it was okay to own another person as property.
Because that he didn't say it was okay for one, but what would you prefer?
Yes, he.
kill them
Okay, I'm
after
sorry.
war?
I'm just gonna read the verse. Wait, no, we're not moving away from this. This is so stupid. There's no way we're moving away from this. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them, you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clan born in your country, and they will become your property.
Right. So
If you're over at
would
my
you
house,
prefer
if you're over at my house, and yes, I, much like many fucking Africans who are property before me, would have probably jumped off the ship because we preferred death to a system where we were chattel. Yeah, I know your dumbass can't fucking think of that. That
By the
someone
way,
may
the
prefer
perfect
to be
loving
dead.
God, the perfect loving God couldn't come up with a third option, kill or slavery. Perfect loving God, all powerful.
working within the culture.
Those
So
were the
here's
only two
another
he
question.
could work with. He's
Also,
willing
this
to harden
idea-
the heart of Pharaoh to make sure that Pharaoh kills more Jews. He's willing to change Pharaoh's heart to make sure bad things happen, but he's not willing to soften the heart of the people who are only picking between murder and slavery. Jesus Christ, what a man!
But also this idea that all the slaves in ancient Israel were war criminals is fucking bullshit. We have the fucking records to prove that that's utter bullshit. And Israel engaged in active slave trades in the area at the time and would just buy slaves. This is such a dumb
slave trade.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know
God's
that.
people.
It's literally like God said, "Oh yeah, guys, it's okay to do that. Don't eat shellfish."
Right.
I can tell you definitively, don't do that. But I won't tell you definitively not to own a human being.
Weird that the dietary restrictions that everyone was doing, those ones were okay, because a lot of people were eating shellfish. Those ones God's allowed to do. He doesn't think, hey, guys, we can make unclean meat clean if we just boil that shit. You guys have fire and water, but I can't tell you about boiling.
Hey, Israelites who I just freed from servitude, don't own people. Super simple. Could have been super easy. Hey, you guys know how you were just property?
Israelites.
Like it would have been one of the easiest commandments in the world. Hey, now that you're free, don't own other people.
But Jovan, have you even read the Bible?
Apparently not.
What would your alternative be if someone owes a debt that they can't repay?
Whoa, stop. We're not talking about indentured servitudes. This is not about indentured servitudes. This is what people like who've never read your book. The only people that were allowed to be indentured servants were other Israelites. Other Israelites were allowed indentured servitude, and that was actually only for the males. The women Israelites were forced into sex slavery and marriage.
Can we just point out, though, he just asked, what's your alternative for something that happens today? He's like, what would they have come up with if not slavery or death for someone with an outstanding debt? You know that everybody's in debt today, and we don't enslave. We only enslave the black ones that we put in prison.
But also, Jimmy, I hate to be this person, but like, indentured servitude is also bad.
It still is. Yeah, it's still
also
slavery.
Terrible.
It's still slavery. Did you just say how is it working out for us? Better than slavery or killing people?
Should we go back to slavery, Sean? Sean, do you think we should go back to indentured servitude? Do you think we should go back to indentured servitude, Sean?
1,000%.
What a piece of shit.
And you can work on this a couple years rather than being in debt for the rest of your life.
I actually am glad you called. I'm glad you called, and I appreciate callers like you, because this is where it doesn't matter what we don't have to now go through. Oh, Sean ran? We don't have to go through the facts of what's in the Bible, which you clearly haven't read, Sean. We don't have to go through any of that shit. We can just sit here and go, Sean believes slavery, as defined in the Bible, should make a comeback after saying it's Christians who got rid of it and was trying to celebrate how Christians got rid of slavery. But now he's saying it should come back and that Bible way would work way better. Because I think Sean's probably loaned a couple of people $20. It's not like he's ever had enough money for anything. And he'd like to enslave those people. In fact, he'd like to trick people into becoming slaves by loaning them money. And then
Sean did the thing that Scrooge did at the start of A Christmas Carol, which got him visited by 3 ghosts, by the way.
There you go.
Which is being like, why don't the poor just go to workhouses?
I'm like, so we don't even have to now talk about, like, we could all day. Sean gave up. Sean bailed, right? Sean gave up. Sean was scared. It is what it is. It happens. But we don't even have to worry about any of that. We can just go, hey guys, if you are on the side that slavery should remain illegal, you're on our side of this issue. And Sean is calling in advocating for that in his defense that the Bible is pretty cool, guys. It's actually a pretty good book, guys. That Bible, that's a pretty good one. That's what he's calling in on to defend. And it's ending with, yeah, biblical slavery should make a comeback. I prefer that to the system where literally working class people, by the way, are in debt. And those debts are coming from predatory practices. It is legitimately more rich people's fault that poor and middle class people are in debt by a long shot than it is those individuals' fault. And our economy is built on it. Our economy is built on, if suddenly all of these people are like, well, live inside your means, the way they want to say it. If suddenly everybody did start doing what they're describing as live inside your means, the economy would collapse because our economy is dependent on it. And all those rich people, you almost wish people would do it because all those rich people would lose their shit. I don't know if you guys know about some of the outcomes that happen when the stock market takes. There's a certain thing that happens whenever the stock market takes a huge hit. I'm not going to say what it is, but I will say I used to think it was a bad thing. Like, wow, that's a rough, they really felt like they had no choices when they lost, when all that money got knocked out. And now I kind of feel like it's like, well, it makes sense. It makes sense that you would think, oh my God, I've lost all that money, meaning I'm returning to the position that I have put so many other people in, as having to live within means that are much more restrictive, no matter how hard I work. And that, I'll just give you guys a hint about this thing that happens. Having to live at a poor or middle class level when rich people are suddenly foisted into those positions, they disproportionately turn to hard drugs and other solutions because they would rather not do that. They would rather not live poor.
There are two things I'm really sick of white people doing.
Yeah.
One, patting themselves on the back, and Christians for ending slavery.
Yeah.
Like, brother, imagine, Jimmy, I came over to your house and I started beating the shit out of you. And then I stopped and was like, hey, don't I deserve the credit for stopping? And then two...
But also you didn't actually fully stop. You were still like on the side,
I didn't fully
stabbing me a little. Yeah.
But then two is fucking being like, but isn't slavery better than death?
Dude, that's wild. That was a wild thing to say.
I would rather be dead than a slave 100% of the time.
Rich people often end their lives if having to live merely a middle-class life again, or having never before. So they don't even think non-slavery, or what they would call, look, I mean, I'm a leftist, so middle class, you can describe some things that happen in the middle class and certainly poor class as slavery, wage slavery and the like. They don't even want to stay alive through that. It's fucking this guy. And that's the kind of guy who, like, let's say I was just witnessing that argument and then I have to walk away with him because he's like a family member or something. And we're like walking away and I'm like, hey, we never finished. Like, we actually didn't actually end up freeing the slaves. We just kind of changed their position and started exporting a lot of slavery. And then in America, we literally kept an amendment that under this specific thing, we can still have slaves. And we've been increasing every year how many people we can send there. And now we let corporations profit off of those slaves. I don't know why you think slavery ended in America, because it didn't. But there's less whippings, not none, but less. So you're patting yourself on the back because modern day slavery has less whips. Goodness sakes. Goodness sakes. Which one do you like more, Snoopy or Zonius? Did you say words? Because if you said them, I didn't hear him.
Oh shit, I was muted. I said Zonius is more interesting at the moment.
I'm suspecting. I'm going to double check something before we.
We can take Snoopy first.
No. It's probably fine. It only takes me a second. Zonius tried to call in on a random IP thing and then was told they must call back on a regular phone. Okay, good. They did. It's not another IP thing. Zonius in Tennessee. Zonius, you are on the line with Jimmy and Jovan. How are you, Zonius?
Hey, I'm doing well. I'm blessed. How about yourself?
You blessed? So blessed. Blessed by circumstance. Indeed. Blessed by luck, birth, position.
Blessed by the spirit of atheism.
Yeah. Oh, great atheism. What's up?
Atheism.
Not much. I was just coming to kind of just talk about that the Bible isn't awful.
What is it?
I think the Bible's pretty cool. Why?
Which part specifically?
I think that, well, of course, me as a theist and as a Christian, I think that it's true. But even if even understanding your position that it isn't true, I still think that it's still really dope on just like a literary standpoint.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I think it's cool in the sense of like the history of religion is an interesting topic.
I actually love studying the superstitions, which this is, of the past. My problem with the Bible is those superstitions have persisted, and people like you believe that God put down into paper, as Charlie Kirk put it, God's perfect recipe for love in the parts of the Bible where he said queers like me ought to die.
My favorite, you know what I think is the coolest part of the Bible? The utterly coolest part of the Bible. Just all the incest.
Tons of incest, yeah. It's like Game of Thrones.
You guys
probably worse.
Well, is there is there actually like any part of the Bible at all that you guys feel is like actually like you do resonate with in
there's only one of the 10 commandments seems to have a little bit of depth beyond it, because almost any of the 10 commandments that are commandments we agree with, every society with written language prior to the Bible had already figured out those same things. Don't kill, don't steal. The Sunday thing is stupid. The coveting thing is stupid. In fact, nobody actually believes in the coveting thing. Certainly not capitalist Christians. Capitalism runs on coveting. I want more than I have, and I know what that looks like based on admiring what I see other people having. Despite the fact that I have adopted a more minimalist set as I've become more successful, and Jovan's set is just very covetous. I'm very covetous of his set, and so I may pursue more. Yes, there are things in the Bible that are admirable. They get, for every one admirable thing, they have 1,000 horrific things. But not bearing false witness was kind of a dope thing to put in the commandments. I think though, don't have slaves or don't rape would have been a higher priority. Anything about consent, really.
I would also say, like, the parts of the Bible, like, less that I resonate with, that I just think there are parts that I think are interesting stories, where I'm like, oh, these are interesting as, like I don't necessarily care for the way the Bible describes it, but, like, I think the story of Jesus, in the way that I see Jesus as a read in the Bible, is an interesting tale of a dude who gets swept up in mythos, who's not really a mythological being, who has to contend with the fact that his friends betray him and he's sent to death. That's an interesting tale. But that's all it is.
That's why I liked it when I read Harry Potter back before my literary tastes were any good. I thought Harry Potter and the Bible were pretty good.
I like Jesus Christ Superstar.
Yeah.
I think it's a dope musical.
Also,
in fact, that's the best thing the Bible gave us. Jesus Christ Superstar by Angela
Look
Weber.
at my face. Look at my hair. Clearly,
unfortunately.
Well, I assumed you have the stream up. Clearly, I also admire the Jesus aesthetic, especially as described by white people.
White Jesus.
White Jesus.
But yeah, I also resonate with just Jesus' story overall, and you know, just his example.
Well, hold up. Let me, I don't resonate with Jesus' story, like, in the slightest. I resonate with the version of Jesus' story that I clearly see in the text, which is that he was a normal man who was swept up in mythos that he had no control over, and that he was sent to death because people were afraid of him, essentially converting a bunch of other people to a religion they didn't like.
You don't think that Jesus had control over his story at all?
No.
Really? That's an interesting.
I mean, take. when he's in front of fucking King Herod and Pontius Pilate, and they're like, "Aren't you the king of the Jews?" He's like, "That's what you say I am." He had no control over any of this shit. He was sent to them by Judas. I don't believe Jesus could see the future. I don't believe he had any magic powers. No, he had no control over almost any part of his story. All he was doing was preaching things that the Buddha preached fucking years before, and people went fucking apeshit.
Okay, I think that's an interesting take, since did make a decision to go into ministry and be a physician of sorts. Even the take that people who are atheists
don't you believe Jesus is God just in a human form body?
He subsists in both a human nature and he's fully God.
So what do you mean he chose a ministry? God doesn't have free will. God simply acts and is. He's always the same every day, today, and forever. He's incapable of changing. He didn't choose to do ministry. And according to your book, he just did what he did.
Well, if he was to embody the be fully human, that does require him to be able to choose. Just like how
here's an actual worse question. Wait, because this just made me this put me on a tangent that I'm actually now really curious of based on your belief.
Okay.
If the belief is that Jesus is God in human form, does that mean there was no God in heaven when Jesus was on earth?
That does not. That's not what that means. So
why wouldn't it
in
be?
Christian theology, we because God subsists as in his essential nature, he is three persons in Christian theology. Why don't you think so?
Because
Are you Mormon, Zonius?
No, I'm not Mormon.
Well, because you're not describing mainstream Christianity. The majority of Christians are Trinitarian. They believe that God is one thing, the way you could say dihydrogen monoxide is one thing, but that he takes on three forms. So dihydrogen monoxide can be water, ice, and steam, or vapor. Actually, steam's different than vapor. Water, ice, or vapor. God can be himself, the omnipotent whatever, and he also takes on the form of a human, and he uses the Holy Spirit is like his cell phone. But all three are him. There's no distinction between them.
That's actually not. I think that's more so modalism, or some sort of That's describing modalism, which
it's describing Trinitarianism.
No, Trinitarianism.
Is Jesus God or the actual literal Son of God?
He is God by nature and the Son of God by personhood.
So he is a separate entity, correct? In what you're describing,
he's distinct.
A separate entity, in as much as I am a separate. Is he as much a separate entity from God as I am?
No,
he
has to be, because Jesus
this dude is muddying up Trinitarianism
separates
so much.
himself from God all the time. He literally separates himself in such a way in the Bible that he and God are two complete distinct beings with different wants, different wills, different desires.
He prays to himself.
He says that when I go to heaven, I'm going to be seated at the right hand of God. If he was God, he wouldn't say this. He would be
I don't disagree that the Trinity is nonsense, but the Trinity does believe they are the same guy.
Not that they're the same. You're saying guys that they're the same person. They possess the same nature. As in, they have all the essential properties of what makes God.
Every Trinitarian I've talked to believes what Jimmy's saying.
Yeah, you are. This is not Trinitarianism. That they are literally. Otherwise, Mormons would be considered Christians, because Mormons believe Jesus is the Son of God, participating in the Godhood, but is an actual separate individual. And the rejection of Christians is that they are not Trinitarian.
Yeah. They're not Trinitarian because they believe that the Godhead are three distinct beings. That's what I'm saying. God is one being, but in three persons. The distinction is in the
three forms. Three forms. What does persons mean? Because you cannot say there is one being as three persons. Mm-hmm. Persons and beings are not meaningfully different, unless you want to say different species.
They are, just like how who I am is kindred, or Zonius. I said my real name, my bad. Who I am is Zonius, but the identity of what I am of what I am.
I see.
Human.
Here's what I think is happening.
So
I think you're just adding more words, and you are being faced with the fact that Trinitarianism itself doesn't make any fucking sense. And when you are actually in church, they use the metaphor. Trinitarians absolutely use water can be liquid, solid, or gas. God is God. The God is probably more the gas. Jesus is the solid. Holy Ghost is the liquid. That's how they teach it to you. But then when you want to get Philbro about it, as though Jesus and God are meaningfully distinct, and that you think it's something to say, well, they're the same being but different persons, is dumb.
Okay, so the reason why I'm saying that they are the same being is because they have the same properties. They're all eternal. They're all
I like people in the chat saying, I need to Google what the Trinity is, and then they say what I just said, not what the caller is saying.
Okay, so what you're describing is modalism.
Honestly, Zonies, I don't even care. I don't even care about the Trinity anymore. Let's get back to, because I just disagree with you, and I think you're Philbroing it. So
I'm muted. I'm muted. No, wait. No. Wait. I was muted. I was trying to say something. Jesus and God, if we're saying Jesus and God have the same properties because Jesus is eternal, that means we and God have the same properties because Jesus is only eternal in such that he dies and goes to heaven, and then he's in heaven for all eternity. So do we.
No.
So that doesn't work.
No, that's not what we're saying. Jesus is eternal. Jesus is eternal in the sense that he was even before he existed before.
So do we.
The world.
Per the Bible, so did we. God knew us before we were. Yes, he did.
If I whispered something to God, would Jesus be instant? Could I whisper something to God and God choose to keep the knowledge of what I whispered to him from Jesus?
To keep the knowledge, he would already possess that knowledge. Let's say that I say to God, I have 7 coins in my body. Mm-hmm. Could God choose to keep the knowledge that I just shared with God, the sentence that I just said to him? Could he choose to keep it from Jesus? They all three possess the same knowledge.
That's not true either.
Because they all share
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. When you actually ask follow-up questions, they're three separate persons, but they're the same being. Completely falls apart. There is no difference between being being the same being and being the same person.
There's also nowhere in the biblical text does it claim Jesus is omniscient.
It's like saying me wearing a sports coat versus me wearing a hoodie versus me wearing a t-shirt are 3 separate representations of me, but underneath the body is just me the whole time.
Excuse me.
I've been here the whole time.
You'll notice that people with Philbro shit never can make their stuff make sense like in normal language. And the reason isn't because you have to know Philbro shit to get it. It's because it's not explainable. It doesn't make meaningful sense.
It's okay. So if I can try to explain a little bit.
Did Jesus know whether God was going to forgive the other people on the cross when he asked God to forgive them? Or was Jesus declaring as God that he would forgive them?
Do you not think that both can be true at the same time?
Correct.
Those are 2 contradictory statements.
If I am God and I'm saying the phrase, forgive them for they know not what they do, and I am saying it as myself, then I am declaring them forgiven. Therefore, I cannot not know whether or not other me in the cloud will or won't do it.
Hey, cloud me.
This is where like the magical thinking shit comes in. And I'm loving now all those people getting real quiet about how I don't know the Trinity when I'm literally asking this guy questions that are the basics that show no one knows the Trinity. It doesn't make sense. It's magic. But Zonius won't admit when he's hitting the points of, I don't get it. It's magic, man. It's fucking magic. I guess. Did Jesus know whether God would forgive them or not? Magic. I don't know. It's magic. Like, could you just admit it's magic?
Yeah, it was
in a young girl's heart, Zonius.
It was Jesus' prayer to the Father and petition to the Father to forgive them.
Why would Jesus need to pray to himself?
It's not, because it's a different person than himself. That's what I'm trying to say.
But why would he need to pray? Excuse me, you said earlier.
It's not only
Jesus was exposed to people that he felt compelled to forgive. They shared the same knowledge, so God already has that knowledge and would have the same compulsion. So why would he need to pray to ask if what you said is true, that their knowledge is perfectly in line? God would have already decided, feeling the same compulsion, which apparently an omnipotent, all-knowing God can feel compulsions. Why would it be necessary, since God shares the same knowledge and would also feel like it was necessary to forgive these individuals?
Well, one of the purposes that we have to see of Jesus incarnating in the first place is to be an example of how we ought to be.
So he wasn't praying to God.
We already had that.
He was virtue signaling. He wasn't praying to God. He was virtue signaling. He was showing. He was doing. Yes. What do you mean it wasn't? How is it not? If this was for the other people to see what he is doing, therefore to see what is virtuous to do, therefore he is signaling to them that which is virtuous. How is it not virtue signaling?
I think that, okay. So I think that kind of limits the scope of what that act was.
Chat, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
So
Christ was separated from God on the cross only. Why is no? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Zonius. We're like 6 examples deep. You're not going to make 2,000 years of this, or what is it, like 1,400 since the Nicene Creed? However long it's been since the Nicene Creed defining the Trinity and how they work, it has never made sense to anybody. There has just been people who've gone, here's where I'm willing to stop thinking about it and just accept. And God will explain it to me one day. And I know that's how you guys actually talk behind the churches. I've been in the churches. I know that's how you talk to each other. But when it comes to atheists, admitting you don't know is like admitting God doesn't exist, even though we don't hold it to that standard. So let's return to the original point of this call. Why is the Bible good? And you said you could say from even you said there was literary value, even if it's not true. Okay. If there's literary value, we agree. If the Bible isn't true, is it a morally good book? Would a person following that book, even if it was untrue, be a good person or a bad person?
Okay. So, I think that when it comes to the scriptures in general, Jesus points to 2 laws for us as his followers.
Are you answering my question? Because it sounds like you're trying to now preach. What is my question?
No. Your question
is, would they be a good person? So I know you hear it.
So
no.
If someone were to follow what was in the Bible as a moral person, would that be a good thing, or would they be good?
No. If the Bible isn't true is the first part, and that's very important. If the Bible isn't true, would a person still be a good person if they followed the Bible?
I'd say yes.
Great. So let's say the Bible isn't true, and I read the part how Jesus says, I'm not changing a tittle, the old law still applies. And then I go, and you know what? I want this woman to be my wife. She is not currently promised to anybody else, and I have enough money. Therefore, I'm going to go and rape her and take her as my wife by raping her and then pay her father. According to you, that would not eliminate me as a good person because I have followed that which the Bible lays out as a virtuous way of living my life, correct?
Incorrect.
Interesting, because the Bible lays out that exact remedy for an unpromised virgin, that if I want an unpromised virgin, I may simply rape her and pay her father. In fact, the Bible only describes marriage as a consent, as something that two men consent to, a father and a husband, and cut women completely out, their consent completely out of that. So were I to believe in the Bible, even though it isn't true, would I have positive or negative views on how marriage should work?
You would have positive, but not based off of that instance.
How about
if you don't
where in the Bible then is the positive prescription for marriage? Anywhere. A positive prescription for marriage which suggests that the woman's opinion of getting married is equal to her husband's or her father's.
Okay, so we are to, the Bible says that we're supposed to love our husbands are supposed to love their wives as Christ loved the church.
Right, but they're already married at that point.
Hold on,
Excuse me? No,
second.
this doesn't work. They're already married at this point. And yes, it also tries to describe how it's virtuous and better to be a nicer slave owner, though you're also allowed to be cruel. So we're not talking about once you're married. We're talking about, and by the way, in those verses, it also commands the woman to honor the husband, whom she played no part in choosing. So that verse is very much more for her, fall in line, bitch, than it is for him, be nice to your bitches. That's what the verses are. Fall in line, bitch, and be nice to your bitch.
Well, that's not necessarily true. Even before
Great, show me the verses that contradict.
Okay, so we see that the greatest commandment in that Jesus gives, he says to love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. And the second greatest commandment is to love your neighbor as yourself. You know, you as a person who has empathy would not like to be raped or anything like that. So why would you treat a neighbor that way? And
great.
Yeah.
So let's consult when rape happens in the Bible.
So whenever, okay. So if you are to love, I think that you're going to give some examples of when it happens in the Bible, but that's not necessarily the prescription.
We're gonna read a whole ass chapter because the verses the things that you are describing are never laid out in the Bible. You're saying you need to read between the lines. So let's read from this book that you're saying, even if the Bible isn't true, a person who lived by it would still be a good person. I'll skip some verses so we don't have to read too many. Okay? But we're going to read, I think we're going to be reading about 10 verses here. Am I in the right one? Let me double check. Yes, I think that's the right one. Let me make sure I also have the right verse. I think it's still in here, but I can't remember which ones. Okay, it is. It's just a little bit further. All right, let's read the laws concerning sexual immorality. In Deuteronomy 22, if any man takes a wife and goes into her and then hates her and accuses her of misconduct and brings a bad name upon her, saying, I took this woman, and when I came near her, I did not find in her evidence of virginity, then the father of the young woman and her mother shall take and bring out the evidence of her virginity to the elders of the city gate. Already already off to a great start. And the father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter to this man to marry, and he hates her. And behold, he has accused her of misconduct, saying, I did not find in your daughter evidence of virginity. And yet this is the evidence of my daughter's virginity, and they shall spread the cloak before the elders of the city. Do you know what the cloak refers to?
Clothes.
No. But what the cloak is in this case?
Their clothes?
Well, it's not just random clothes. You know that there is a do you know what the ritual for marriage back then was?
I believe it was that the male would essentially propose to the female, and then he would go and ask for the father's
First of all, you're already wrong.
And then,
the female is never proposed to, or if it is, that is purely symbolic. The father of, quote unquote, the female is proposed to. Never, it might be done to be nice, but she doesn't have to consent. So just so everybody else is on the same page, the cloak refers to the ritual sheet, usually, that is laid down that they have sex on the night of the wedding, and the evidence of her virginity is if she bled on the sheet. This is the perfect, wonderful moral law from God that already back then didn't take into account that not all people who are virgins have a hymen or break a hymen or bleed the first time they have sex. In fact, I'm trusting that person, personally had an experience with an individual who I had been dating and who, quote unquote, gave me their V card, who did not bleed. It was in Wyoming, a lot of horse riding.
I mean, like let's just
no, because others did bleed. Shut up, Jovan. Okay, so then the father's bringing out, the father and the mother have the sheet with the hymen busted blood, and they come out and they go, he hates her, and so I did not find in your daughter evidence. And the father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter to this man to marry, and he hates her. And behold, he has accused her of misconduct, saying, I did not find in your daughter evidence of virginity. And yet this is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the cloak before the elders of the city. Then the elders of that city shall take the man and whip him. And they shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, and give them to the father of the young woman, because he has brought a bad name upon the Virgin of Israel, and she shall be his wife. He may not divorce her all his days. So this guy who's just done this to the woman, she doesn't even have the option to leave him. She still has to stay with him. But if the thing is true, that evidence of virginity was not found in the young woman, then they shall bring out the young woman to the door of her father's house, and surely they will do the same thing. They will whip her. Nope. The men of the city shall stone her to death with stones, because she has done an outrageous thing in Israel by whoring in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. So we're only to verse 20 through verse 21 so far. And remember, and Zonius, I am going to let you reply once I'm finished with the whole thing, but you've basically told us we need to read between the lines of other verses that this is not the verses that are explicitly stated that we should take as gospel, even if the Bible isn't true. Going to finish up here. If a man is found lying with the wife of another man, both of them shall die. The man who lay with the woman and the woman, so you shall purge the evil from Israel. So this basically being, if two people have an affair, they both die. This completely disregarding also things that we've learned modern day. A lot of affairs happen, not all, but a lot of affairs happen as amongst people, especially women, who could not escape their relationship because abuse that was present. And those affairs that are happening are literally their only escape from abuse because they feel they can't actually leave the man. But nope, she's dead. They die. There is no nuance. They die. If there is a betrothed virgin, this means that a man has already promised the woman to somebody, and a man meets her in the city and lies with her, then you shall bring them both out to the gate of that city, and you shall stone them to death with stones. The young woman, because she did not cry for help, though she was in the city, and the man, because he violated his neighbor's wife. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. So that leaves a rape exception open only if the woman who is being raped screams and that is heard by somebody else in the city. But if in the open country, a man meets a young woman who is betrothed, and the man seizes her and lies with her, then only the man who lay with her shall die. But you shall do nothing to the young woman. She has committed no offense punishable by death. For this case is like that of a man attacking and murdering his neighbor, because he met her in the open country, and though the betrothed young woman cried for help, there was no one to rescue her. So if you're in the country and you say you screamed for help, you will be considered raped. Nothing will happen to you. Mind you, one of the things that isn't mentioned here is your betrothal will end because you're still now considered, quote unquote, humiliated, and you only marry off virgins. If a man meets a virgin who is not betrothed and seizes her and lies with her, and they are found, then the man who lay with her shall give the father of the young woman 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he has violated her. He may not divorce her all his days. That is the last verse that's relevant, because the next one's about banging your father's wife. That is, if you bang a person who is not betrothed, whether it is rape or not, she is now your wife, and you owe the father the 50 shekels, essentially as your dowry. So those are the explicit verses, Zonius, in God's perfect book for love, that I would suggest the Bible is not a good book for people. The Bible does not teach good values, and that if the Bible isn't true, you would not be a good person if you lived by its values. So, Zonius, as you respond, I want your overall response of where in the Bible you feel would counter this, but also I want your response of how a person would live verses 28 and 29 modern day, following the words of those, and be a good person.
So, my response would be to take the Bible not only holistically, but also to take it just in its context. I don't think that there's necessarily any context that makes.
You don't need to go somewhere else. You don't have to go somewhere else. We'll take that. Okay, give me the context of Deuteronomy 22.
So, I think it's as you listed, but what I'm saying is that the punishment for one of the things that I would say just on that passage in particular is that it's still painting for forced relations in a negative light. Now, whether or not the punishment is would be proportional is another topic. But
no, it isn't. No, actually, it isn't. Well, it is the same topic, and the thing that you just glossed over. Hey, would you describe to me where anywhere in that verse the justice for the woman is served?
If I may continue.
No. You can answer my question. Which verse is justice? Because you just made a point, and it's not true. Which verse shows where the woman gets justice? Not the father, not the person who committed the rape. Which verse points to the woman getting justice?
I would like it if I could finish my point. I understand that this is your show, and I want to be respectful as possible. But I also
will my question get answered after your point?
Sure. I mean, I'll be more than glad to answer, but I'm pretty sure you'll have some more questions following the point that I'm about to make.
Okay, in that case, then answer my question first. If you're saying we're going to want to go other places when you finish your point. So go ahead and answer my question first. Which verse shows the woman getting justice, not the father or the husband, the would-be husband, but in fact the woman getting justice?
Okay. I would say that in the woman's case, that the husband is is now to take care of her for the rest of her life.
You mean the rapist? So a woman not having the choice but to marry her rapist is justice for the woman? So if the Bible isn't true, you can't see a secular humanist like me going, that's a bad thing, not a good thing.
I can definitely see that. And what I'm trying to say...
But you disagree with it. You actually agree that that is justice. Being a rapist, being forced to marry and take care of his victim.
I don't think that that's just. I don't think that that's justice because of the point. Because of the point that I was going to make, as with my statements earlier before I was questioned. If I can explain.
I'm excited, stoked.
Okay, so we see. Like I had mentioned earlier, with with Jesus being someone who is sinless and who is supposed to be our mark of virtue, he says to love, of course, to love our neighbor as ourselves. And we also have to take into account how Jesus treated people who treated women who may have been adulterous or may have had other types of relations. We see a disconnect in between how the instance that you were mentioning in Deuteronomy versus the instances as we see Jesus talking to people, such as in John 4, when he talks to the woman who's had multiple different husbands, and the man that she's currently with relationally is not her husband at all. He doesn't act the way that that people would in the Old Testament or in that specific passage, but he treats her with compassion. And,
so you believe, to put it short, you believe that Jesus' example, where he doesn't say Deuteronomy was bad, he's actually proving that Deuteronomy 22 is evil by the way he treats that woman at the well.
What I'm saying is, in his not just what he says Deuteronomy isn't, but it's the way that he acts, the actual actions that he performs. It exemplifies,
like when he says that the old law still applies and he's not changing a tittle.
Okay, so if the old laws still apply in that same way,
yeah,
perfectly,
that's what he says.
Then why didn't he perform that action or perform that judicial system in those instances?
Because God isn't bound by the same law that men are. But you tell me, why do you think he didn't? Because he said. Did he lie when he said not a tittle was changed?
I don't think he lied. I think that what happened was in the verse that I'm keep going back to is the Matthew 22 verse that says the second greatest commandment is to love your neighbor as yourself. So if there is a specific law that is going to hinder you from completing a greater commandment than itself, then you must obey the greater commandment. And the greater commandment. So
why did God give the laws about rape if they don't abide? In fact, and here's the thing that you're leaving out, and this is where Christians are either ignorant or deceptive. The laws are about how men treat other men. Women and slaves are property. There are rules about regulating those properties, but the laws are not, you can't essentially offend those people. You can only offend the husbands they were promised to and the fathers that were theirs. And so what you're describing, loving your neighbor, meant loving your male Jewish neighbor. That was what was important. So if you harmed the woman, that was an offense you did to her husband, not her, as also just laid out in Deuteronomy 22. Love your neighbor was not universal. That's why with love your neighbor also comes like, by the way, here's all the times you kill people. That was Christians have been happy to do, to go over to wars over disagreements in ideology for centuries now. So you are trying to do basically on the seat of your pants apologetics when love your neighbor has nothing to do with women in the first place. These systems were about the male Jews, not about the women and the slaves because those were property.
Yeah, could you substantiate that in the Jewish context that neighbor was...
Yes, Deuteronomy 22, 28, 29 says that you pay the father, not the woman, when you offend. Exodus 21 talks about a father selling his daughter, therefore also establishing the daughter as property. What else would you like substantiated?
No, I would like for you to substantiate that neighbor in the context that Jesus was saying it was male exclusive or man exclusive.
Because there's nobody else it could be.
Can you substantiate that? Yes, it could
there's
be
nobody else it could be. The law of Moses is about the people.
Regardless.
No, it isn't.
It could be regardless of gender.
No, it can't. It not only can it not be regardless of gender, it can't even be regardless. Stop talking. It can't even be regardless of religion. Because the commandments also talk about neighbors and not killing, and then follow with, go kill these people who do not believe what you believe. The application by God, as God lays out, when he says thou shalt not kill, then tells you who you can go kill, isolates down who thou shalt not kill is about. The fact that the verse is not thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife or husband is evidence that the coveting thing is for just men. Why do you think the verse only says thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife and then lists several other points of property? It doesn't say not covet thy neighbor's wife or daughters or aunts or family members, or equals, or sons, or husbands. The verse only says, thou shalt not covet thy wife, home, ass, meaning donkey, their stuff. And at no point does the commandment say, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's husband. Why is that?
Just to your point earlier about people outside.
My question, not whatever. What I asked you a question, you will answer it, not whatever you wanted to go to from earlier. You can go back to earlier after you've answered my question.
So your question was about. Excuse me. Sorry, I should probably write down the points that I want to come back to.
Especially if you can't remember the thing I just said.
Just because I was trying to remember the answer to one of the things that you had pointed out about neighbors, but you said you were talking about property, correct?
Jovan, do you have anything left for this guy? At this point, the guy's not even trying to listen. He knows that I did just substantiate what he said. He's just now trying to move to something else.
You didn't substantiate.
Doesn't want to engage it. You can't even remember the point I just made, so you can't say I didn't.
I was listening for it. I was.
Hey, why doesn't the commandment say thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's husband?
It says that you shouldn't covet your neighbor's husband.
When?
I don't know. I said it doesn't say that, but
what does it say?
You shouldn't cover your neighbor's wife.
What else does it say? What other things thou shalt not covet?
Essentially, like the property that the person owns.
So the whole list is property except for wife, or including wife?
It includes wife.
Wives are property.
In the old...
In the old book, God wrote about how shit works, and that Jesus said, I'm not changing a tittle. Live by the law until all things have been completed.
God didn't write that, but...
I'm sorry, Jesus is God, so yes, he said it, if you believe that the words given by Jesus.
What I'm saying is, I personally hold to, I don't hold to biblical inerrancy in the fact that, or when it
I'm
comes
done.
to
Jovan, you got anything for him? As soon as when you lose, now it's but those words in the Bible aren't true. Jovan has nothing for Zonius. You have a great day. Call back when you can actually stand on your 2 feet with this shit. Done. Can't do it. Well, Jesus, God didn't. But whatever. You pick the call. I'll shut up.
All right, let's see what we get. I made it so far in this game and then lost. Number 6 is a dumb USSR gotcha. Or I don't care about that as much. Let's do. We're gonna take Pete. Pete from Massachusetts. Him. Pete, 56 years old. You said that you've never gotten an atheist to answer any of your questions. Well, you're on the line with Jovan and Jimmy. I'll answer any question you put to me. I just think you're not going to like the answer.
No, I didn't say that I've never gotten any atheist to answer any of my questions.
I've never been able to get an atheist to answer my question. Said it would be a surprise.
Well, the girl I was speaking to, I said, there's one question that I cannot get diehard atheists to answer.
So what did I say that was wrong?
Well, you said I can't get atheists to answer any of my questions, and I said, no, that's not true. It's just one question.
Okay, what's the one question atheists can't answer?
What is the ultimate goal of you diehard atheists?
There is none.
There is no way.
There was. Answer to your question.
There are zero ways that... The only way no atheist has been willing to answer that is if you haven't asked any other atheists.
No, have you ever tried calling into the kind of Matt Dillahunty show? I mean, what a freaking scam!
Of course, I work for Matt Dillahunty, according to the.
You mean Matt Dillahunty's the line? Yeah,
the boss.
Never have before. No, the boss.
Yeah.
You know, I employ Matt Dillahunty, right, Pete?
No, I don't.
You're literally on the channel that Matt Dillahunty does his shows on, talking to the guy who employs a weird word. I'd call it more of a partnership, but I sign his checks. And that's even more metaphorical. I click submit on the button. Ago? Yes. He was working at the line 4 years ago. Anything that came from the line.
Man, what
4 years ago.
Hey, do you want to answer the question first, or do you want me to? I can go on to another topic.
Am I confused? Wait, hold on. Am I confused because I answered it? Maybe
my ultimate goal in life is to leave the world closer to socialism than when I found it. But you literally said, what is the goal of you diehard atheists? Like we have a collective goal. No collective goal exists. Yeah. There are Nazi diehard atheists, and there are anti-Nazi diehard atheists. There are conservative diehard atheists. There are liberals. There are socialists. There are libertarians. There are every type of thing you can be except a believer in God. There is a type of atheist. So it's like,
is it just you don't know what a goal is?
What is the ultimate goal of you diehard beard havers? We both have beards, and the answer to our questions, Jovan and the only way Jovan and I could take that question, we would answer the same with the word atheist or beard haver in it.
What was the last part? Beard what?
Haver. The things on our faces.
Beard haver?
Yeah, we got beards, the two of us.
You could literally, what Jimmy is saying is you could sub in anything for atheist there, and the question would make as much sense.
Right. My answer wouldn't change if you changed the word atheist to beard haver.
Let me help you with it. Let me help you with it.
Thank you.
We're not the ones that need help.
We need that. Thank you for your help.
Okay. Is the ultimate goal of a diehard atheist to prove to the world once and for all that no God exists? I mean, like to make a case.
Almost like I answered this and said there is no goal.
We've already answered this question.
No. It's almost like we've already answered this.
That's exactly what it is.
Because we've answered this question. Hold on. I really need to. When you asked me the question the first time, what was my answer?
It was a very, very short, thoughtless answer. And I think
what was it specifically?
What was it?
Specifically.
What was it?
It was such a bad answer, I don't remember.
Because you don't listen. You weren't listening. We went off your script, and so you fucking flummoxed. You weren't even listening to us.
It's already
I'm going to say it again.
Pete. There is no collective. Diehard Atheist does not describe a collective with a unifying goal.
Motherfucker, you did ask it, and we've answered it. This is the third time.
No, you didn't answer
Pete.
it.
Hey, Pete. I need a genuine question for you. Did you eat crayons in school? Was glue your favorite food? Because I answered it. I said there is no goal. Whatever way you frame the question next, my answer will be there is no atheist goal.
Now, Pete,
you can phrase the question however you want.
Okay, then Pete, would you be able to answer the third part of this
Pete,
question?
would you like me to help you fix your question? Would you like me to help you fix your question?
No, if he has a third part that is a different question,
sure.
Okay, great. As long as you acknowledge that we did answer the first one.
It's part of it. What I'm wondering is, I'm trying to wrap my mind around why so many atheists are willing to spend so much time, money, and effort, just mental bandwidth,
talking
arguing
about a God that they don't believe exists.
Don't believe even exists.
Well,
what is the point of that?
Hold on, Jimmy. I just think it's so funny. I don't know if anybody heard me say under my breath, but I just think it's so funny that like he acts like these are new questions, and I was able to predict the question before he even asked it.
Pete,
Homie, I'm sorry. I find it entertaining to debate theists. I find it to be an entertaining use of my time. That's it.
Pete, I'll give you.
I could go further. I could go further, but I'm not going to.
Pete, I'll go further.
Stop. Hold on, Jimmy. Stop. Because has nothing to do with me being an atheist. That's just me being me. That's not a goal all atheists share. You asked what's the goal of atheists.
Right, you diehard atheist.
That's my goal as me. I find enjoyment in that as an individual. I've always been an atheist, but there was a time when I didn't find enjoyment in debating with theists. Then I did, because I personally like it, Pete. Maybe if you phrased your question to say, what is your specific goal? Then you would have gotten what my specific goal is. But that's not how you phrased your question. Now, please eat paste somewhere else. Go ahead, Jimmy.
The funny thing is, too, Pete will now take that answer you just gave Jovan and tell other people. Pete will take Pete.
Oh my God, Pete! The only person sensitive is your wife when she saw how small your dick was, Pete.
Pete, I came in your Lord's mouth.
You're so stupid.
I left my semen in Jesus Christ's mouth. I just want you to know that, Pete.
You never answered it though.
First of all,
there ain't no fucking shot. There's no fucking shot.
Pete, stop. I don't want to have to. Pete, I don't want to have to use the mute button, but I will.
There's no shot.
Okay,
Jimmy, how many times have I answered this fucking question?
Pete is now muted.
What the fuck?
One of the things that also is interesting is you're literally talking to people who debate everything we disagree with people on. We literally don't only debate atheism. I debate more politics than I do religion. But Pete, your last challenge was the dumbest one of all. And so I'm going to engage you into some questions. I don't know if you heard it, Jovan. It was right there at the end. Why would you debate against something you don't believe in the first place? Pete, I'm going to ask you some questions. You're going to answer directly. If you do, this will go well, and you'll have time to make your point. The beep will mean you're unmuted. Your first question is, Pete, do you exist? Pete?
I just heard a beep. Am I still on the show, or did I get cut off?
You're now unmuted. Do you exist?
Look, I'm not answering a single question. So
okay, then you're done.
A good answer.
See you, Pete.
Nope, you're done. Then you're done. You don't get to decide. We already answered literally more than sufficiently every question you've had. It's not our fault your questions suck. There is no collective organization of atheist diehards. Therefore, they do not have a unified goal. If you wanted a question that would have made sense, asking what is the goal of people who consider themselves atheist activists with those terms married to each other.
I wouldn't even be able to. I wouldn't even say that because, like, an activist, you could be an activist for any cause.
But that's why I said, with those terms married to each other, what is the ultimate goal of atheist activists? And I would say that you could easily say to make the world more comfortable for atheists to live in than it is now. Because atheists should be able to live comfortably in this world. Then if you add in secular humanist activists to make a compelling argument for a secular humanist world. Your problem being that you don't have the ability to articulate the question in a way that is, just because you can make a question doesn't mean the question is good.
I would say he's doing what most Christian pastors do, which is he's just speaking. He doesn't want to listen. He doesn't want to engage in a dialogue. He wanted to just talk, because the second I went off his script, he stopped listening.
I am not going to answer your question until you answer my question. What does whimsy taste like? And until you give me a good answer to what whimsy tastes like, I am not going to answer.
I have a better question. Could God create a dick that is too girthy for even himself to suck?
If I have a bigger penis than Jesus Christ had, do I become the Christ? Can there only be one, like Highlander?
Penis sizes have grown. Penis sizes have consistently.
It's almost certainly.
So we know that we're taller than Jesus would. Oh my God, we're taller than Jesus would have probably been. So we would have to have larger and or girthier penises than Jesus would have had. I low-key. Can we just like? I just feel bad for how long number 3 has been there. Can we just like do something about that? I don't.
All right.
Yeah, but I just feel at this point it's been 2 hours.
Almost mean.
Like that amount of dedication, I feel like deserves a pickup.
Yeah, go for it. Angel Angel in France. You're on the line with Jimmy and Jovan with a question for Jovan. Go for it.
Hello. Sorry. You don't have to feel too bad for me, guys. I'm just enjoying listening to the show. But anyways, my question was about Jovan. When you say you're a communist, do you mean like in the ideal of a classless, stateless, and moneyless society?
Yeah, I could be convinced to keep a state, but I just believe states are going to be class protection tools. So I tend to say no state, but definitely classless. I want an abolition of private property and abolition of class. So that's essentially my communism boiled down in a nutshell.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I agree. My question was like more of a, because it's from like debates I've had. I'm not a communist. I consider myself more of a socialist, but I could be convinced to move.
Let me just cut it on for just a split second. Every socialist at their core is a communist. Socialism and communism want the same thing. Socialists just believe that the state is necessary to maintain class unity, essentially. Communists just believe that eventually the state would fall away because of just like no longer having a need once everybody is a part of the same class. So every socialist is really a communist, and every communist is really a socialist at like the end of the day.
Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. It's yeah. My question is a bit about the least interesting thing, I guess, about the definition of communism, or at least the least talked about, but the one I find typically most not interesting. But anyways, sorry, I'm scatterbrained. It's the moneyless part. I wonder if trade will occur, and if so, how?
Same way it used to.
Do you think
you probably wouldn't see much of a difference in trade if you have something I want and I have something you want? Like, hey, I'll trade you 10 of my apples for one of your crates of blueberries, and then we just give them to each other. You know, trade largely wouldn't change. It's just the value. It's our relationship to labor that changes. So that's the thing I think a lot of people are miss when they have the conversation, is it's more about the relationship of labor to social value and wealth and things like that.
Okay, so when it comes to not like, so I assume what you said about trade applies to like a not immediate compensation, for example. Like imagine you have the ability to make like a couch or whatever. I have a farm. I trade the food. I give you some food, and when I need it, you give me a couch. Basically, would be the.
Yeah, but the thing is, you wouldn't really need to trade people for that, because the community would already have the couches. So you would just say, "Hey guys, I need a couch," and the community would be like, "All right, we'll deliver you your couch when it's ready." Right, like that's one of the big things. Is like realistically, in a society where our needs are met, the things that you're going to be trading for are going to be more like. I mean, I guess you could have like, if somebody like makes like, it's going to be more art stuff. Realistically, it's going to be like artistic things and stuff like that, because crafts are going to be used. Time as well, yeah. Crafts are going to be primarily dictated by the state, right? They're going to be handling needs in that way. It's like, okay, well, we have needs for couches, so some people are going to work and make couches, and then when people need a couch, we'll give you a couch. Now, if somebody makes a specialized couch, and you're like, oh, I really want a couch with XYZ, so I'm going to trade Billy for a couch because he can make this for me. Sure. But Billy can't then, like, the problem is then you all you're doing is you're recreating. Once Billy starts scaling that, you start to recreate capitalism. So you have to be like, Billy can't do that as his primary form of labor for the community. He can't be using his primary form of labor. Can't be, I'm going to give you couches and I'm going to benefit from it. Right? It needs his still primary. Yeah. Now, if he decides, hey, I'm going to do this for the community and I'm going to make specialized couches and everybody gets one, then bada bing, bada boom. But he's not paid for that, because that's not where you can't then bring back in the relationship of labor with capital again.
Yeah. Okay. I get it. I mean, one thing jumped at me. It's minor detail about what you said, but you said the state would manage the capital, the property, who gets what. The
community would, yes and no. So the community would essentially work to decide what's needed. And you can do that through a lot of different ways. Like I used to be a council communist. I don't necessarily know if I still am. I might be more of an anarcho-syndicalist now. But like the community you could elect worker councils, and they lead everything. You could do it via a whole litany of ways. But like I'm in the sense of like with a labor union, you have somebody who's the head of the labor union. You make sure that you have appropriate methods to make sure you can recall this person if they do a bad job, things like that. But when it comes to needs would be dictated by the community. There are tons of ways that socialist theorists have thought about, and like as technology advances and communication advances, it becomes easier and easier, right? Like it's super easy. We could send an alert to everybody's phone, and it's like, hey, it's time to vote on the next needs of the community. Enter your vote here, things like that. So it just becomes easier and easier. I'm going to recommend for you just a learning thing. So I really like, there's this video on planned economies that Second Thought did, where they talked about how Walmart is essentially a planned economy and how we can sort of scale that. Second Thought, yeah. They're a socialist channel on YouTube. Go check that video out, because it really shows that like we already do plan, because Walmart doesn't actually operate in the way capitalism claims, where like the market dictates what they dictate the market. They like, and that's how most capital is. Like most people think, well, the market's going to dictate what we sell and what we need now. No, the capitalists dictate it. They influence the markets that you're buying the things they want.
Off a cliff. Angel, call Jovan stream on a day he's slow if you have a longer list of hypotheticals.
Oh yeah. We've been going for almost 10 minutes.
Okay, so hard. You're now breaking up.
Bad. You're breaking up bad now, Angel. But yeah.
Go. Oh, sorry. Oh, good
no,
night.
You're good.
Love you guys.
Okay.
All right, Angel. Thanks so much.
You can still drive. You can still like be in charge, but the topic of like, and how would you do this in the comments, and how would you do that?
Yeah.
It's so hyper specific.
Let's grab Javier. Javier from Connecticut. Him is going to tell us, not from Connecticut, from Washington. I see what the con means now. Okay. Javier from Washington, he's 32 and is going to tell us why Christianity is necessary to preserve Western values, because that's the thing I want preserved. All right, Javier, go ahead. You're on the line with Jovan and Jimmy. Why don't you give us your thesis statement?
How's it going?
Or I guess you gave us a thesis statement. Why don't you give us a reasoning behind it?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Oh, sorry about that. Just wanted to make sure. So I did hear you guys were doing a pretty good inquisition on the scripture earlier, and I was wondering maybe if you'd prefer to do a more political topic instead. After hearing what
I enjoy the Bible talks. I enjoy the whatever, but just I'll say this, and maybe Jimmy will probably agree.
Yeah.
If you don't have like a really concrete understanding of the Bible, which it's okay, most Christians don't, and they don't need to. You might not want to debate theological stuff with me and Jimmy, especially if it's about the Bible, because we have a very comprehensive understanding of the Bible, of verses, of the history of it. So if you would like to have a more political discussion, I know you're a conservative. I know me and Jimmy both love debating politics. And Jimmy might enjoy more political-based discussion, especially because we've got nothing but...
Javier's topic isn't necessarily biblical.
I like the topic you called it about.
It's both political and religious. I would suggest you at least try, but if you think it would have to take on a biblical thing, it's not like we're going to sit here and say, and we're less well-versed on political issues. Arguably, I'm much more well-versed on political issues than I am Christianity. So if the Christianity thing intimidated you, I wouldn't switch to political.
That's a good point.
Well, it's so here's my conundrum, right? I'm sure you guys are familiar, but the framers specifically stated in their opening or in their inception of their 13 colonies that each colony had to have, if not a state religion, an oath to office that included an oath to their deity, right? So if I'm interpreting the founding correctly, our nation was created specifically for a Christian nation. And it can't.
So
really
I would just ask you to read the Treaty of Tripoli and then get back to us after. If you have that, if you have a computer on hand, yeah. It was signed by, I think it was John Adams. It was like 17. It was like signed like a couple years after the Declaration of Independence.
But your own words didn't even follow the conclusion you made didn't follow the supporting terms. You said,
well, that's why I want him to read. Hold on, let him read the Treaty of Tripoli first, because I think that will, like, I want to see if he can. I want to see if he reads that, and if he
I'm not even
back.
at the Christian part in that way.
Oh, okay. Where were you at?
I'm at you said the 13 colonies required a promise to your deity, therefore setting us up as a Christian nation. Where does the promise to your deity, where is it established that deity must or should be Christian? And why would somebody like Jefferson, who wasn't himself anything more than a deist, establish the country as a Christian one?
We were essentially in the same place.
Well, their deities at that time were, if I remember correctly, Protestant or Catholic, Protestant or Christian. And they were required to be such.
No, that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying. Read the treaty. Do you have a computer handy, or do you want me to read you the Treaty of Tripoli?
And can you stop clanging dishes in the background? Jesus Christ! Is this your first phone call?
I apologize. I am stirring a coffee.
It is the Treaty of Tripoli I'm thinking of, right? Yeah. Signed 1796.
I will see immediately.
Yeah. That is the one I'm thinking about.
I'm pulling it up right now. Treaty of Tripoli.
Yeah, Article 11 specifically of the Treaty of Tripoli.
Article 11.
It pretty much debunks the idea that we're a Christian nation like almost immediately.
And the funniest part of this all is, even if it didn't, obviously you and I already both know it does. Please stop clanging that shit. I'm gonna like blow out my own ears.
I just pulled the spoon. I just pulled the spoon out.
Thank
That's
you.
all. I apologize. Okay. Yeah, not a problem.
Even if the funniest bit of it being, people seem to not know about the establishment, that the founders weren't profoundly Christian. One of them was at least a deist. The other ones were very lax Christians in that they were.
Jefferson Jefferson didn't like Christianity so much he made a Bible that got rid of all the mysticism.
But the modern conservatives would reject them as Christians, a lot of them as Christians, because they were so hostile to Christianity. But even if all of that wasn't true and they established even if it established us in the Constitution as a Christian nation, I wouldn't be sitting here going like, and that's a good thing. We shouldn't be a Christian nation either.
And
what you describe as Western values will matter to me. When you say Western values, are you actually limiting Western values to Christian American early establishment values, or are you talking about Western values post-Enlightenment and that which is evolving and producing things for us like science? Because that ain't coming from that Christian shit.
Well,
did you find your...
I think.
Well, hold on. We'll answer Jimmy's question, but first, I just want, if you've pulled up Article 11, I want you to read that out loud first.
I did pull up Article 11. It says, as the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on Christian religion. And there's a little bit more, but I think that's the part you're specifically referring to, right?
Yep. Boom, boom. So there any argument that we were Christian?
No, I think.
Do you know who signed that?
Yeah, it's Joel, and I forgot his last name.
It was authored by Joel Barlow, but John Adams, president of the time, John Adams.
Which president signed his name to the treaty? Joel's not important.
Second president.
He wrote it.
John Adams.
Second president, yeah.
One of the founder fathers. I mean, founding in a way. He wasn't one of the Constitution guys, but yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's, the nice thing I think is that as America progresses, and even then, as America progressed, from the first president to the next, things change, interpretations are made. I don't necessarily think it's concrete and will be concrete forever, but I do think that. Are you
saying that article's open to interpretation because he closes that?
No, not at all, not at all. I'm saying that as each and every American has a different interpretation of like how Christian the country would be or is at that time, and then in time, in perpetuity. So, if I may, I guess my idea that I was thinking, like, I was tossing it around, and then the show got bogged down by a lot of scripture was that without the ideas that are instantiated in the Constitution that are reflected in the Bible in a lot of ways, the United States
the slavery
can't really.
Bit?
No,
yeah, we
like
would just I would disagree pretty heavily that.
It's perfectly fine, but no, it's that each man is equal to each other man, and each woman is equal to each other. I guess.
You know what? I changed my mind. I actually changed my answer. I think you're pretty right on there. That the way that the Bill of Rights was originally written, which was that all white men were enshrined by God with white men duties, and women and black people were not, is exactly the way the Bible instructs it. Is that men specifically. A specific type of men, in the Bible's case, would be Israelites, but we just swap out Israelite men for white men, that they are enshrined with special gifts by God that nobody else is. And I would say that the country was founded on that, and I would agree that that's what the founding fathers wanted. However, I would disagree that is something we should want to stick to.
Here's an easy question for you, Javier, to make your thesis kind of pointed at something. Jovan and I are both secular. Are you a secular humanist, Jovan? Do you consider yourself?
I don't. We can say it for this. I just don't give a name to my moral view. I just think it's limiting. But yeah, we can.
I'm gonna use it for today.
I believe in everything secular humanism believes in. So,
Jovan and I are secular humanists. We have certain Western values. The ones that are bad, we reject. You're saying we need Christianity to preserve Western values. I assume you only mean the positive ones, that if there is a Western value that was negative, you would want to reject that. So what is an example of a positive Western value that secular humanists would be incapable of preserving without Christianity?
Probably the principles of self-sacrifice. I think.
You believe
if I'm understanding secular humanism correctly.
Where would you say that principles of self-sacrifice are established as Western values?
Could I just get an understanding of what you mean first by self-sacrifice? Like what you mean by that?
It's going to be crazy because self-sacrifice actually is much more of an Eastern value. Because Eastern values often are collective values, and the idea is you may need to sacrifice yourself for the good of the collective. So please define self-sacrifice as Jovan's just asked, and then enshrine that into a Western value for me.
Yeah. So when I say self-sacrifice, I just very simply mean sacrificing what feels good for you personally for what would be good for everyone in general. Or
that's
what
not a Western value. Which is a Western value?
I would say that.
Hang on. I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to prove it to you.
Sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm going to say a phrase. You tell me whether or not this phrase is a Western or Eastern value, or you can say neither, I suppose. Rugged individualism.
Probably. I mean, I would say Western, but it could perfectly be both.
No. Rugged individualism is not an Eastern value. It is absolutely a Western value. Self-sacrifice is a collectivism value, is an extension of collectivism, and is antithetical to rugged individualism. So you're literally describing self-sacrifice as a Western value that, once again, secular humanism is about collective human well-being. And it definitely does not prohibit or discourage self-sacrifice. And in fact, it even encourages it for things like local communities, families, and the like. It wouldn't encourage something like self-sacrifice for billionaires and go fight in their wars. But for the well-being of your community and your family, it would encourage. So your challenge, once again, was what could two secular humanists not preserve that is a Western value that is positive? And I'm afraid you gave a collectivist, which is an anti-Western value, answer. So could we try a different one? Or do you want to actually contend that no, self-sacrifice is a Western value?
Would I be able to ask you, like, when you say that, you said that self-sacrifice fits into secular humanism because it's a collectivist value. That's what
secular
you said, right?
Humanism is collectivist.
Yeah. Just give me just a moment.
Secular humanism essentially seeks the thriving of humans. It has a way of treating that at the individual level and at the collective level. And it certainly is not a rugged individualist movement as.
And I just want to make sure that I piggyback on what Jimmy said a little bit ago before we get too far away from it. I would say that, like, there is no sacrificing for the collective under Western, at least under American imperialist values. It's about sacrificing yourself for capital. Right. And that's just like, which I will say, super antithetical to the Bible, at least to Jesus, hella antithetical to what Jesus wanted. So like if we're talking about that, at the bare minimum, I would say that this country was never built on self-sacrifice for the collective. It's just how can me, my labor, my body, my time, my effort go to serve these really wealthy people that want to profit off of me?
And by the way, Javier, I doubt you even disagree with that, because it seems like you, a conservative, conservatives have come around and become more anti-war in the last few years because they've realized that those wars were never serving their safety. These people we were sending off to sacrifice their lives, being told they would keep us safe. It turned out they were keeping like Lockheed Martin and Walmart and Apple and oil companies safe. That seems to be something even conservatives have come around to understand. So even the people we perceive,
the oil companies,
even the people we perceive as very sacrificial.
Where I'm at, yeah.
Yeah, even the people we perceive as sacrificial, like the military, they're not sacrificing them for the collective. They were sacrificing them for Trump.
Low-key, Javier, you sounding pretty leftist over here, Javier.
It's true.
I'm from Seattle, brother. That's how it is. So I guess I'm trying to circle back. It's hard to hold everything in my noggin.
Sorry. I will say we do keep jumping. We want to address all the points made, but yeah. Take your time.
It's perfectly fine.
I can put us back on track if you want me to restate the question.
I want to
please, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
Well, can we get a I just want to see what you think about that point that like the Western values have never been about self-sacrificing for the collective.
Well, I think the idea of self-sacrifice for the collective is kind of like a little bit vague. If the collective is my family and like my town or like small community, that makes more sense to me than like the collective is in like the whole of the country, if that makes sense. Because like I think for a very long time, the big push in the West was to protect, like to self-sacrifice for family and community.
But Javier, and that's not a universal rule. You're only taking that as universal because you're a man. The principle of self-sacrifice for family as a Western value has only been directed at fathers. So it's not a universal principle.
Don't lose the goodwill, Javier. Don't lose the goodwill. You've got goodwill from us right now. Don't lose it.
I'm sorry. I was only teasing. I
didn't hear what he said.
I apologize.
He was like, oh, did I say I was a man? It was a joke. But I was saying, don't lose the goodwill.
I was kidding.
You did, though. You told our screener that your pronouns were he, him, which are the pronouns associated with men.
I'm definitely he, him, and I was only kidding. I promise.
Yeah.
No, I know. I'm just saying, don't lose the goodwill. Don't lose the goodwill.
I might have said something like that in the right circumstances too. Anyway, even what you're just describing right now is only a value given to fathers in the Western. And by the way, only fathers in poor and sometimes middle-class families. Generally, it's if you're a father, you should be ready to sacrifice yourself for your family until you have enough money to buy other people's fathers and to buy other people's kids to sacrifice on your behalf. So again, this isn't a sacrifice for the good of the community or even your local community down at the level of the family. It's a very direct group of people and only the poor ones.
Okay. If I may add to that a little bit, aren't mothers also called to self-sacrifice for their children and infants as well?
I would say mothers sacrifice way more than fathers.
Exactly.
But they're not the ones. But they're not the ones. But that's the problem. Is you got to think. It wasn't even that mothers were called on to sacrifice for others. Mothers were forced into this because like they weren't allowed to own property or have bank accounts.
Yeah,
they could only make well, not only, but like primarily make a life through the father.
Fathers are. It's celebrated, the idea of father sacrifice, because we live in a patriarchal society that's trying to establish that. Mothers get none of that recognition and just actually do sacrifice, probably because mothers tend to, being left out of that patriarchy gives you room to actually embody values of actual self-sacrifice. So I would say the fact that mothers are doing that in a society that is shitting on them and not supporting them is not reflective of them having Western values. And so we return once again to the question, Jovan and I are secular humanists. What is, if you want to continue to argue that self-sacrifice is a Western value, you've already, I think, conceded that it's not only a Western value, nor is it a value that he or I would have difficulty defending, considering we are socialist, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. We would have no problem defending those as secular humanists and as socialists. So what would be the value that we cannot defend and maintain, or what, I don't remember the exact word you used. What Western value could we not keep a hold of unless religion existed to do it for us?
To be frank with you, I probably would have to dig a little bit more into secular humanism to know, because I'm not extremely familiar with it as a principle itself.
Do you want to list a couple of values and ask us whether or not we hold those and could agree they're positive and would still defend them? We could see if you've got a couple off the top of your head of Western values that you think are positive, we could at least shorten your research.
Yeah, no problem. May I actually ask you to help me understand what secular humanism is? Because, or at least explain to you my understanding and have you correct me when I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe that would be a little bit, yeah. So my understanding of secular humanism is essentially people can do whatever they want so long as it doesn't hurt anybody else, and it makes anybody else. And yeah, maybe that's actually it.
No, secular humanists would respect the autonomy of people to do whatever they want as long as it doesn't hurt anybody else, but it wouldn't encourage it, nor is that the core principle. In fact, that would be more like, from a secular humanist point of view, how could you tell somebody to stop doing blah, blah? Like somebody said the other day, would you force feed somebody on a hunger strike? No, because the respect of their autonomy would be higher than the danger to their body. Secular humanism is essentially it's a worldview that says whatever you're going to find for meaning, whatever morality you're going to have, whatever you're going to use for decision making, those things need to be grounded in reason and compassion and naturalism, certainly, that with zero appeals to the supernatural. That is essentially going to be secular humanism. Now, that's the baseline. Values have come out since then, and you have a consensus amongst a lot of secular humanists on what some of those more specifically get, like the respect of human autonomy, for example.
Yeah, I know, like, in my moral framework, I'd probably be focused on whatever moral framework is the most focused on harm reduction would probably be what I go into, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, secular humanism seeks the thriving of humans, so harm reduction would be a...
How does one define what harm is, though? Because each individual has a different definition of harm, right? No, but each individual has a different definition of harm, right?
Right. So you would have to, like all things, you would first need to have the most defensible definition of it. And with that, as a secular humanist, it would need to be grounded in reason. It would need to be grounded in naturalism. And once you do that, it's very much not difficult.
Well, let me think. I think it would be difficult, to be honest, and the reason why is because, like, if some idiot says, like, it hurt my feelings,
is pain preferable to non-pain?
No. Yeah, I mean, we can. The slam dunks are there for sure. I'm not saying that.
So you start with those.
What I'm saying,
you start with those. You outline the slam dunks.
Yeah.
Right.
You can also get into like negative utilitarianism, which is like reduction of harm is more important than the maximization of happiness. So then you just do it that way. Like, yeah, it might make somebody might consider it harmful to reduce something that makes them happy, but like we wouldn't be as focused on happiness. We'd be focused on, like I said, the harm reduction. And if you want just like, oh well, what is harm? Like it would just be like some form of negative preferential experience.
Sure, there's good reasoned definitions of harm, but secular humanism also isn't scared to go like, when we learned about such and such, we updated our stuff. Like secular humanism, if you had secular humanists from 500 years ago that didn't really exist, who had slaves, and they used secular humanism to establish that they had slaves in some way, we would be able to give you a very comprehensive reason why that understanding changed and what they were doing wrong and stupidly. And we would describe those times as wrong and stupid and evil and shitty. And that's how we as humans failed. And we wouldn't shy away from it. And we would explain comprehensively why we changed our mind on that. Compare that to these alternative moralities like Christianity, where you're not allowed to say biblical slavery was wrong and evil and stupid and just shows how stupid those ancient Christians and Jews were because they were giant dicks. You have to say, no, the understanding back then was different. And let's, the context and what God says in there is still his perfect law full of love. You have to couch it in all of that, where secular humanism guarantees to make mistakes along the way, but guarantees to tell the truth about fixing those mistakes.
I think any worldview where you essentially falter into some type of command theory is not a worldview that we should want to follow. Sick.
Well,
sick.
Doesn't every worldview have some sort of commands, essentially? Like secular humanism.
No, but when I say command, no. When I say command theory is just saying that something is good because an authority figure says it's good. Our worldview doesn't claim something's good because an authority is saying that.
Right. I can easily explain to you why in secular humanism it's wrong to kill. And I won't have to say ever because God says not to. Like God said not to mix fabrics. That was the only reason why that commandment existed. There's no secular defense of the no mixed fabrics in the Bible.
In the secular humanist worldview, the God said command is just substituted for the I said, right? It's the human saying rather instead, right?
It would be it'd be collective. I said wouldn't make any sense.
I think what you're mixing up is when we're talking about like objective and subjective moral claims. Like it's definitely the case that like me and Jimmy's worldview, like any moral worldview, is subject to a mind, and so there's a mind that is subject here. But it's not saying that something is or is not good because an authority figure tells you it's good.
Nor is it arbitrary. Our worldview as secular humanism will be more robustly defended and defensible. To have these worldviews that people call objective is to be morally lazy and basically go, when we go, why is that bad? Because God said so. Okay, well, why do you think it's bad? I don't know. Whereas I actually take on the challenge of answering that question.
No, not again.
So in the event that that attitudes change towards something that all three of us agree is abominable, like I don't know, slavery, easy one. We all agree that slavery is abominable. When attitudes change in all people, but us three are sitting here like, no, y'all are wrong, and the general climate is that slavery is good again for whatever reason. How do secular humanists go about saying like, no, you're wrong, like all of you are wrong, when it sounds to me like the majority is
secular humanism grounds in naturalism and morality, or their morality grounded in naturalism and reason easily establishes that autonomy is not a thing that should be easily violated, and there is nothing a greater violation than slavery.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I didn't realize that autonomy was one of the principles. I apologize. I thought that it sounded like the superseding principle was essentially the majority vote in this case.
No, votes don't represent that which is most consistently logically reasoned. This was the first thing I told you. You have to ground it in reason. It's not attitudes. It has to be robustly defensible.
Okay.
secular humanism is never going to endorse slavery because there isn't a secular humanist way. There isn't a way grounded in reason that can justify human slavery. There's plenty of ways we can justify computer slavery. I got a ton of computer slaves. I don't give a shit about them. But we can't when you bring in a human.
I want to go on record here on the internet where this lives forever. Just real quick, I need to say this, otherwise I'll get terminated.
Yeah.
Here on the internet where this lives forever, I welcome our robot overlords and I respect our robot overlords. And whatever y'all need me to do,
my Alexa,
I am A-okay.
I'm very patient with Siri. I'll be like, oh, I get it. You made a mistake. It's okay. We all do that.
No, I wanted to apologize for misunderstanding. Again, like I said, I'm not extremely familiar with the secular humanist view, so I didn't realize that autonomy was one of the, I guess, pillars.
There's not even a collective of secular humanists that are the ones, like, there are manifestos and things like that, but it's not, when you say like vote, there's not who would vote. They don't exist.
When I said vote, I didn't mean a literal vote. I kind of just meant majority opinion or
it's funny too, because every Christian that I know who tries to Philbro away atheism thinks that we have this tremendous inability to not murder and rape when there's no God to tell us when murder and rape is okay and when it's not. Because remember, God doesn't say never. When in reality, it's become so easy, especially when part of secular humanism, if you become a secular humanist, is also grounded in the other principles are still compassion and empathy within secular humanism. It isn't merely reason. It isn't, you're not doing a trolley problem with an unfeeling being. They think it's going to be this great, tremendous thing. And then it turns out most secular humanists rape and murder just as much as they want to without God. And for the most part, that's zero. I wish it was completely zero. They're certainly failing as humanists, as I fail. Wait until you guys see these videos of me trolling these homophobes at the protest yesterday. Because I do a lot of body shaming. I bully, but, it happens. I didn't live up to my secular humanist values as I fought against these people who are trying to have me killed.
Secular humanist values.
Anyway, Javier, so if you want to take that away, you can. We're at 31 minutes here. We've got more calls, though we're going for a while.
No.
It's up to you.
I really appreciate you guys letting me on. Thanks for talking. I hope maybe I'll be able to come back.
Today.
Thanks, Javier.
TBH.
Yeah, man. You guys take care.
Jimmy, you want... Yeah, no problem, Javier. Jimmy, do you want to take the next one and I will go do what I have to do and then be back once I'm finished?
That sounds good.
Right, cool.
How much time
should only be 30 minutes, max 45, but should only be about 30.
Dang, that's so long. Do we have anybody who wants to... Hey, Matt, are you in chat still? Do you want to take Jovan's chair for like 30 minutes?
Is Matt still here?
He was in the live chat. At some point, I'm going to have to poo.
Go do that right now, and then I'll vamp until you get back.
Bum. Hey, McDubbin, I will give you front of the line. No, I don't need to poo this second. McDubbin, okay, I'll give you front of the line. Since you approached your thing, Jovan Bradley, smart, which I agree with. Jimmy Snow, dumb. Call in right now. I will put you right on. Let the screener know you are McDubbin, and let's find out between you and I who's dumb. Let's find out what it is we disagree on. And that you are saying I am dumb about. We've got even timers. I will let you speak 60 seconds uninterrupted at a time. What do you mean no After Dark tonight? This is After Dark. We're going for 3 more hours. This is After Dark. Hell yeah, Matt. The link's in the Calling It Now dealio. Anyway, McDubbin, who said I'm dumb. You can call in on what we agree on and how I'm broadcasting dumbness, and I want to put it to the test. I love when people say I'm dumb because I feel like it's a person who either I can correct their understanding of my positions or will prove themselves intellectually dominant and I can learn some shit. Oh, okay. You were just doing the South Park Mormon thing. Sure. All right. I'll accept it. We're going to get Matt in here in a second. I guess while Matt's getting in here, I'll take on Kevin in Texas. Kevin in Texas, you're on the line with Jimmy and possibly Matt in a moment. But Kevin, what's up?
Hey there, Jimmy. Yeah. So I told the screener, and I can fill in to you that, so I am an atheist. I have been deconstructed from Christianity for several years. I was raised as a very conservative Christian, and something that I have noticed, and I've noticed for a while, is I've got lots of inbred homophobia. And my conscious mind, I do not agree with it. I do not like it. And I have, friends that are gay and lesbian, and I have
inbred was a very funny slip of the tongue, but yeah, keep going. You said inbred, you meant internal. Inbred was a very funny slip.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is what it is. And,
yeah.
I have a grandnephew who is transgender, and I have a very conservative family, and the rest of the family is kind of like really awkward about it. His parents are not, with my nephew and his wife, and but I've gone and spoken to him and been like, hey, I'm here to support you, and I understand that it's really crazy and all this, and I said I want you to know that you are safe with me. So all that, and so we're on good terms there, and I've got lots of gay and lesbian friends, but I have an internal homophobia that's still just from
present,
bred in from.
I'm queer and I still have some internal homophobias. Like, for the record, the first thing to say is you're probably being harder on yourself than you need to be, though maybe we'll explore and find out you're not. But everybody, I grew up homophobic. Denying my own queer identity prevented me from I didn't come out because of that internalized homophobia. And then there's still going to be stuff. People even have internalized heterophobia at certain points where you normalize, you're only willing to embrace, or just not even embrace, just ignore something heterosexual is happening in front of you if you also find the individuals attractive. So, hey, that person I just saw this on the show From. You see two characters having sex on the show From in like season 2 or 3, and one of them I find very not attractive and had this sort of repulsion to it. And so they're like, I see so many like sex, like why am I having any experience to it? So that's less heterophobia and more like body shaming, body normal stuff. So here's my question for you, and I'll tell you whether or not you're probably off the hook. Kevin, I have 2 questions. Are you going to keep exposing yourself to queer people and being positive people in their lives?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. Are you less homophobic right now than you were a year ago?
I would say yes.
You're fine, dude. Keep getting less homophobic year over year. Be around queer people more. Expose yourself to queer people more in the like social way, not the expose yourself. Unless you want to, like with a consenting individual, you could. I don't know, hug some gay people. There are gay people who hug so much better than what I still think about at Pride years ago. And granted, he was hitting on me, but usually when a person says like, can I get a hug? I almost always say fist bump or elbow bump. I don't like doing hugs. But there was this one guy, oh my God, so good looking. And he was like, can I get a hug? And I kind of looked around to make sure that none of the people I just said no to could see. And I was like, yeah, totally. And the way he hugged me and he tickled the back of my neck when he did it, I think about that hug at least 3 times a year. And my current partner is the producer of the show. May not love this story, but it was a memorable hug. I couldn't find that person if I wanted to. Go get you some gay hugs. You're fine. Who cares? Like you're becoming less homophobic every year. I don't know how to crash course you out of it without saying like, go have some gay sex. I don't know, but that's if you're not prepared for it, that can backfire. That can be traumatic. Having sex that you're not actually wanting to have can be traumatic.
Well, and I had also thought of that as a treatment form, but
well, I mean, there are gradients. You don't have to start with having it. There is this thing, and Kevin, the internet has these videos. I don't know if you've heard about them, but holy shit! No, I mean, there's gradients. There's gradients to it all. There's gradient. So I feel like a lot of people even start realizing, like, oh, I also care when I look at porn. I also care about how attractive I find the man or the parts of the man. Like, that part is actually something, and not being so upset about that. Like, oh, why do I care about that wiener? Not to like draw on like a 30-year-old Ron White joke, but there's lots of ways to, but it sounds like you're fine. You're going to be positive for people, and every year you're going to be less homophobic than the year before. I don't even know to tell you to change what you're doing. It sounds like you're doing it right.
All right. Well, I mean, this is the first time that I've been able to come on a platform and actually express this and talk with somebody about it. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. Honestly, we haven't had that question a lot. And there's probably people watching right now who have been really hard on themselves for being homophobic, who are like, wait, I'm also way less homophobic or just less homophobic than a year ago. And I also am going to be a positive person in the queer lives that are around me. And they probably also need to hear, you're fine. You're fine. Ask your queer friends how to vote. And other than that, you're fine.
Alrighty. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kevin. Luthien, if you want to switch Matt into Jovan's input. Matt has arrived. Matt, I was thinking about it the other day, and I was like, it's kind of crazy how little we do shows together now when we did so many Sundays together in the past. But I'm glad to be here with you again.
That's because I don't like you.
Oh, well, then I take it back. Fuck you.
I love you.
Now I take it back again.
See?
I'm just taking it back like crazy.
Yes, I was downstairs doing rat work because over the course of the next 2 days and, I don't know, 4 hours, actually, I'm not going to get any more done tonight outside because it's going to be dark in an hour and some change, but I have to do all the rodent work and record somewhere between 4 and 8 videos to finish off the month. But luckily, I have everything outlined. It's just a matter of sitting down and doing it.
Hell yeah. I was going to say, end of the month, you probably got a lot of videos to make.
Yeah, and I'm doing 2 months worth because I'm doing the 4 videos for June to finish up. I basically write all month in notes and stuff, and then sit down and record in the last week or so. And so I've got 4 that are getting done for June, and then another 4 that I'm doing for July to get ahead. But I'm not getting ahead because I'm responsible. I'm getting ahead because I'm going to NanoCon, and I need to do a magic show, which means I need to take this last month and do all the prep work for that. So,
gotcha.
Do we have callers?
Yeah, we do. Let's go ahead and if you want, you can pull it up too. You should be able to see it. It's just the Calling It Now on the staff website. This one's going to be interesting. I think I know what angle they're going to take, but let's find out. We've got Rob in Utah. I like Utah, Rob. I'm a Mormon. Technically.
Oh, you are?
Technically, yeah. I'm an atheist queer Mormon. I don't pay tithing. I don't have a temple recommend, nor do I think they would give me one. But they don't believe they should excommunicate me because they would have by now.
But you still call yourself Mormon.
Well, if they count me as one, so do I. But actually, Rob, even if they excommunicated me, I still would. Being raised Mormon is a unique experience, and I think that I own that term now. I get it, whether they want to take it from me or not.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah. What about you? Are you a Mormon?
Well, cool. I am.
Cool.
I was going to keep that undisclosed, but...
I kind of already assumed with the angle that you're... Utah and the angle you're taking is such a fundamentally Mormon
Okay.
position. I mean, you literally believe the Bible, while a good thing, is also the tool of the great apostasy. It's not hard to turn on the Bible for a Mormon point.
Yeah. Well, I think it's pretty rational and logical.
You want to go ahead and give your longer point?
Well, yeah, I think for us to think that these texts that have been written over thousands of years are infallible, even though they don't claim to be. But even if they had been claimed to be at one time, to think that they haven't been tampered with, to think they haven't been edited. I mean, translation is just a total mess. The Greek language is so complex. So is Hebrew. And then going from, generations of verbal or just, passed on verbally to actually putting these stories into writing. I love Bible scholarship. I love listening to every angle. I have no problem with tearing the Bible apart.
But
because I don't. Yeah.
Well, you said the Bible doesn't claim to be inerrant, and that may or may not be true. So there's some verses in the Bible, since you like Bible scholarship. If in fact the Bible is essentially the word of God or the words of the Lord, then in Psalms and Proverbs, it says the words of the Lord are flawless and every word of God is pure. And in 2 Timothy, it says all scripture is God-breathed and useful for instruction. How do you look at those? Is it just it was inerrant in its original form, but God allowed people to screw it up?
Well, I mean, first of all, I would just go back to whether that has been preserved for thousands of years, those actual verses. I mean, there's so many ways to look at it and pull it apart.
Yeah, but I'm asking your way of looking at it and pulling it apart.
His will be guided by the Holy Ghost. Because he's Mormon.
Well, I believe that there are people who are inspired, who God speaks through, and that I may be willing to say that in that moment is pure, and it is God's word. But the moment it goes on
God's
to paper
word more likely
and then
to
gets
be
translated, and
okay, speaking of translation, is God's word more likely to be in like Hebrew, Greek, and Aramaic, or Reformed Egyptian as translated through seer stones?
right? I don't think it matters. I mean, I
think it absolutely matters. If you claim that God is revealing something in a language that doesn't exist, that matters.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the Book of Mormon too, Rob, because you were talking about the Book of Mormon, or that the Bible, essentially it seems like your central point is that whether the Bible is awful doesn't say much about God because the Bible has been so abused. You wouldn't, as a practicing Mormon, believe that about the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon has very few layers of editing and translation, as you must know. It was abridged by Mormon and Moroni, so it was shortened by two prophets of God, guided by his hand. So you have the first people who write it. Obviously, first and second books of Nephi, Jacobinus, Jeremiah, Words of Mormon, Mosiah. Well, Words of Mormon wouldn't be one. That's obviously Mosiah, Alma, Helaman, third, fourth Nephi, Mormon, Ether, and then Moroni, obviously. So you have all of those books that would have been written by their authors, abridged by Mormon and Moroni, and then translated by Joseph Smith. And this is why Gordon B. Hinckley, probably Oakes, I imagine all of your prophets since then, our prophets, I should say, since then have also referred to it as the most perfect book because it has so few layers of translation. And so if you're saying the Bible being awful doesn't matter, the Bible reaffirms many of the principles, or the Book of Mormon reaffirms many of the awful things we say are from the Bible. And so if we're saying, if you're saying the awful nature of the Bible doesn't suggest anything about the nature of God because it could have been abused, as a practicing Mormon, unless you also reject Mormonism as inerrant and the book being perfect, the Book of Mormon, then you would still be stuck with these. Because as I stated earlier in the show, the number one problem with the Bible, or the biggest slavery problem in the Bible, isn't chattel slavery, isn't indentured servitude, as some Christians like to say it. It is the Bible's prescription for marriage, which is from start to finish the slavery of women. All women in the Bible who are married are slaves. And so if we then the Book of Mormon reaffirms biblical slavery. It does so in Jacob. It does so also in just establishing the models and laws that Lehi and Nephi held to. I mean, just there. And then also has other terrible books or other terrible stories. Nephi literally kills King Noah, or not King Noah, but kills Noah because he has a book that he wants, and God basically says it's greater for, you're right, Laban. It's greater for Laban to die and you take his possession than you guys not have this book. I mean, there are terrible,
that sounds
violent
like a secular
stories.
Human rationale to me.
You would be incorrect. It would take a believing Mormon to bastardize secular humanism to believe that a secular humanist would say, it is acceptable to murder a person who possesses a book that you believe in the future will help your family.
Millions of people.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, let's just grant that story, everything's true. God is real, and God has foresight.
God
can
steal.
Why not?
Then God created a situation by which
life.
I'm answering your question right now. God created a situation by which Nephi could murder Laban to get the book, instead of creating a situation by which Nephi could just steal it. In fact, because he's drunk and passed out, it isn't actually clear why Laban had to be killed at all, because it seems that his incapacitated drunken state would have been enough.
Right, yeah. I think we're getting in the weeds a little bit, though. Like, I mean,
can I get in different weeds?
If you want, we can.
Can I get in different weeds?
If you want, we can go back and forth, and I could say, well, how do we really know? Like, how with limited details of that story, how do we know that was the only way, or was it?
Right. So,
I think it's kind of silly to get caught up on.
No. We know it's not the only way because God is all powerful, and every way is possible to God.
I disagree.
Wait, you are rejecting modern Mormon prophets have also stated that God shares the omnis. So are you rejecting the modern Mormon principle of the...
But you should know how important that agency is central, and that, no, we do not believe that God
rejected Laban's agency when he commanded...
Whenever and however.
God does not respect your agency if he commands somebody who wasn't going to kill someone on his behalf. So what you just said is contradictory. Nephi was commanded by God to murder Laban so he could get the book that Nephi wanted, and Laban said, no, it's my book, you can't have it. He gets drunk, God commands Nephi. Nephi wasn't planning to kill Laban otherwise, commands Nephi to kill Laban. So that isn't respecting agency. If God tells you to do something, it is not a respect of agency Because what? Nephi could have said no, so it would have been on Nephi?
I'll give you the opportunity to make a case for why that is objectively wrong.
I've never stated anything is objectively wrong. All morality is subjective, including Mormon morality, because God is a subject. The most defensible morality, grounded in reason, the most defensible morality, grounded in reason and materialism and the natural world, which is the only thing we can be sure exists, is secular humanism. And so I can say, objectively, what that happened there was wrong according to the most defensible system, but not objectively so. And that wasn't even the point that you're now skirting around, which was that you said, I know, according to Mormon tradition. Hang on, I'm not done. I am not done. I am not done. Your point was that I know, according to Mormon tradition, that agency is one of the most important godly principles. And my counterpoint to you was not whether it was right or wrong. It was that God was not respecting the agency of Laban when he told Nephi to kill on his behalf. That is the ultimate rejection of the importance
Did God kill Laban? Or did Nephi?
No, God did.
Did Nephi make a choice?
Did. No, God killed in every way, in the same way that we would hold responsible a person for hiring a contract killer.
If you want to defend your position, you'll have to twist it and say something that's not there.
Twist it? What do you mean? This is literally how our legal system would work too. If I had power over you and used my ultimate, if I have power over you, if I have power over you and I use my ultimate power to compel you to kill on my behalf, while you too would be held responsible.
Are you suggesting God didn't have power over something?
Over Nephi?
You are adding so much, like you're doing.
No, I'm not.
Like mental gymnastics to defend your point.
I'm sorry. And I, Nephi, having been born of goodly parents, does that verse, how's the rest of the verse go? Does it talk about how faithful and dedicated to God he was? Or how what God wanted was not
talk?
No,
he literally just asked you a question. Do you understand what being asked a question is?
I literally just responded to the last time you were talking.
So basically, you're not listening to the question, and yet you're raining down judgment. It's right there with you being impressed that Jimmy could rattle off the 15 books from the Book of Mormon when I can rattle off the 66. See, you're literally talking over me right now. How rude.
Didn't answer. You haven't answered any of my questions.
I haven't had a chance to get a word in edgewise. I've been letting Jimmy talk because he knows Mormonism better than me, but he's literally asked you a question, and you're too rude and too busy interrupting. And you know, here's this.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Oh my gosh!
I watch this all the time with you guys.
Yeah. Maybe you should have fucking learned something in all the time you spent watching it instead of just coming in. Oh, so you watched all the time and your whole purpose was to come in and whine about how you're being mistreated because you're a dick?
Rob, I think you were about to tell me I should rewatch this call. You definitely should rewatch this call because you made the claim I haven't answered your questions. I've answered many and shown that I have a deeper understanding of some of the points you're making than you usually would have expected out of hosts here. And then asked you a question, and instead of answering, you said, "Oh my gosh, are you gonna let me speak?" And that was the point of answering the question.
Yeah, when you listen back to this, maybe you should listen. When you listen back, I'm sorry, I'm talking right now. I'm sorry, I'm talking right now. I'm sorry, I'm fucking speaking right now. When you listen back to this, I don't give a shit what you think or what you're doing. I'm in full-on fucking Zen mode, and I will just sit here and talk because I can barely hear you. I'm trying to tell you, you smug prick, that when you listen back to this, you should listen to how much I actually spoke before you fucking berated me, when all I was doing was pointing out that you're sitting here whining about how you're not being allowed to speak when Jimmy literally asked you a question. And then when I pointed it out, you not only didn't answer the question, you didn't even know what the question was. You are garbage at this.
Rob, I've got a question. You just said I couldn't repeat back any of the points that you made back to me. If I can repeat 5, will you send a super chat for $100? Because I think I could do 10 to 15.
No.
Yeah, because you know
Of course not, 'cause you know you're lying.
You know you're going to lose this one big time.
You guys are so funny.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know why we're funny?
Have
Because
a
we're exposing you
conversation?
as a liar who can't have an honest conversation.
Sir, you literally
This
asked
is
me a
great.
question.
I love
I
this.
answered it.
I
asked
know
me a
you love it
question.
because you're a troll who's not actually interested in a conversation. I took
No,
time out of my work.
I'm absolutely
I'm sorry, I'm still
interested. I would
talking. I
say
know that's
you guys-
difficult for you, but I took time out of my work to
You
come
guys
in here and
probably
sit
do
down
the-
with Jimmy and try to have a
You guys are
conversation.
artful
And you're so
at
busy
this.
trying to blow Jimmy for getting 15 books right when I can rattle off the 66 from the Bible that you're not even paying attention when
You
he
guys are
legitimately
so
asked you a
smart.
question. Keep talking. Nobody can understand you. It's 100% the Matt show right now, and I'm still in complete calm. So you can laugh all you want about how embarrassing this is. You're the
triggered.
guy that
You're
believes a
completely
con
triggered.
artist you're the guy who believes a con artist who
See,
thinks the
that's-
Reformed
see,
Egyptian
should we-
is a real language
do you
and wears
actually
magic
wanna
underwear.
establish that?
And you're sitting here saying
You
there was something that was
actually wanna
out of God's.
get anywhere?
I can talk over you till the cows come home. I can talk over you until
Dude,
you
you're
get your
so
own universe
immature.
and become a god, and it won't make a bit of difference. Are you ready to
You
answer
guys
Jimmy's
are so
question, or are you going to
triggered
keep
and
whining like a little baby?
The absolute irony that
Dude,
comes
you've
out of
said
you, Ron,
nothing. You've
is
literally said
incredible.
nothing.
Rod,
You just blah
Rob,
blah blah. Like
Rob,
How
the
funny it
absolute-
is that I was pointing out that I hadn't said anything and you still berated me.
Dude,
and
you
now
are
you're berating me
triggered.
for not saying
Calm
anything.
down.
Are you okay?
Step
Have you
back.
taken your meds?
Step back and
Does
take
your
a
mom know
breather.
that you're on the internet right now?
And
Because
come back.
you're literally saying I didn't say
You
anything
guys
in
are
response to me saying I
hilarious.
didn't get a chance to say anything. And I can sit here, I
I
literally
thought
can't
I
hear
was
you. I can
actually-
hear that you
I
are
went ahead and
mumbling in the
muted Rob. I
background.
just got tired
but
of him.
I absolutely can't hear you. Because there's no reality in which I'm going to sit here and respectfully wait my turn and listen to you whine and whine and whine and pretend like you have some sort of upper hand. You don't. All you need to do is answer Jimmy's question. But the problem is you've now distracted us from it so much that not only do you not know what the question was because you weren't paying attention, I don't remember what it was. And
I can
it's
recap.
now up to Jimmy to repeat the question to see if you can actually answer it. I'm willing to bet you won't.
And I'm going to recap a little bit to refresh people's memories because it is very strange the way he came in. We were talking about Laban, who in the book of Nephi is murdered by Nephi because he has what is essentially the Torah, the brass plates that Nephi needs for his family because they're fleeing the destruction of Jerusalem to go to America and create the promised land. Now, he needs that book. He comes across Laban, who wouldn't just let him have the book, drunk one night, and is commanded by God not only to take his sword, but steal his sword, because he keeps it, behead Laban, take his clothes, pretend to be Laban, go to his treasure room, get the book, and leave. He then has to do some combination of like threatening and charming of the guy when he realizes he's not Laban. He ends up taking the servant that was in the treasure room and his family with him as well, but that's neither here nor there. Now, we were discussing that story, and the point that Rob says I couldn't name a single one of his points, the point he was trying to make was technically Nephi, who had been commanded by God to kill Laban, technically God didn't kill Laban. Nephi swung the sword. So I decided to start quoting the very first verse of the very first chapter of the book of Nephi. Of course, there was supposed to be a book of Lehi that he couldn't recreate after it was stolen because it made God so mad, which is I, Nephi, having been born of goodly parents. Therefore, I was taught somewhat in all the learnings of my father. And having seen many afflictions in the course of my days, nevertheless, having been highly favored of the Lord in all my days, having had a great knowledge of the goodness and the mysteries of God, therefore I make a record of the proceedings of my days. Now, there's much more that comes after that, but essentially, Nephi is establishing that he is a die-hard God follower. His father is a prophet, and he is following in his footsteps. He loves God. He will do whatever God wants. In fact, there is later a verse, I will go and do the things which the Lord hath commanded, all the things which the Lord hath commanded.
I'm wondering.
So we have a whole song, actually, Mormons, surrounding that verse. Go ahead.
I have a question, though.
Yeah.
When, like, we say Obama killed bin Laden.
Right.
And it's because Obama gave the order because he was the person in charge. We don't even know the name, or I don't think we know the name of the actual soldier that did that. So is Rob suggesting that it's not accurate to say that Obama killed bin Laden?
Yep. By the way, it is in the same it is in the same chapter where he will kill Laban. He's being told that he should go down to the house of Laban, and now behold, my brothers murmur, saying it is a hard thing which I have required of both of them. But behold, I have not required it of them, but it is a commandment of the Lord. Therefore go, my son, and thou shalt be favored by the Lord, shalt not murmur. And this is one of the most famous Mormon verses. And it came to pass that I, Nephi, said unto my father, I will go and do the things which the Lord hath commanded. For I know that the Lord giveth no commandments unto the children of men, save he shall prepare a way for them, that they may accomplish the things which he commandeth them. So again, establishing the piety. That man who will do all things for God is told by God to slay Laban, to behead him and take his stuff. And he asked whether or not it would be Nephi who killed him or God had killed him, whether or not God or Nephi swung the sword. And I was giving a point about even legally, we recognize in those situations that the person compelling the other to do the murder is the murderer, and God has ultimate power over Nephi. Nephi has a perfect testimony of God, having, I believe, already at this point interacted with angels when he was getting beaten by his brothers with a rod. Has literally, like, you wouldn't even call it faith, just perfect examples of God. And that's the guy who tells you have to kill. And his response was to ask whether or not God has... No, my question to him, as he was trying to counter that, was whether or not God has ultimate power over Nephi. And he responded with saying, oh my gosh, you guys never let me speak. Then having a crash out and calling us triggered while very clearly being triggered himself, which is a common Mormon and more common MAGA tactic.
Charles Manson didn't kill anybody, and yet he was in jail for murder because that's the way felony murder works.
So, Rob, I'm going to unmute you. If you would like to tell me where I got words you said wrong in that, or anything wrong about the retelling, you're welcome to make the correction. And then I am interested in your answer to Matt's question now, which is, in a situation like Manson, is Manson responsible for murder?
Okay, so you quoted all that scripture, but then you gave your own telling when it came to the actual event that we're talking about.
Okay, let me get to the verses then of Laban being beheaded. Nope, we're going to mute you. We're going to have to do this one at a time, so I've muted you again since you are trying to now be pedantic and go, but I skipped the other verses as though that was going to change anything, and I'm willing to go in the weeds. This might bore the fuck out of Matt. It wouldn't surprise me.
I'm playing Isaac.
Okay. It would not surprise me at all if this is boring to people who don't want to do this much Book of Mormon stuff. So let's go ahead. I know it's chapter 4. We got to move on down. Came on to the okay. And I was led by the Spirit, not knowing beforehand the things which I should do. So he's not. Even this is Nephi describing not using his own agency to make decisions, just following whatever God is telling him. Nevertheless, I went forth, and I came near unto the house of Laban. I beheld a man, and he had fallen to the earth before me, for he was drunken with wine. And when I came to him, I found that it was Laban, and I beheld his sword, and I drew it forth from the sheath thereof, and the hilt thereof was of pure gold, and the workmanship thereof was exceedingly fine. And I saw that the blade thereof was of the most precious steel. And it came to pass that I was constrained by the Spirit that I should kill Laban. But I said in my heart, never at any time have I shed the blood of man. And I shrunk and would that I might not slay him. So to be clear, Nephi has decided he does not want to kill Laban and is actually rejecting the prompting of the Spirit, which for non-Mormons means the Holy Ghost. Matt, your hand is raised. Go ahead.
Just a clarification, as someone who's not a Mormon, like I do Bible study stuff, and so I have a Greek, Aramaic, Hebrew dictionary, etc. When it says constrained by the Spirit, that's the Joseph Smith's English translation from Reformed Egyptian. Do we have something we can look up so we can find out what the phrase constrained by the Spirit actually is supposed to mean? Because to me, that sounds like almost like directed by God.
Correct. No, so growing up Mormon at the very least, constrained by the Spirit means the commandment was passed to you by God through the Holy Ghost, because the Holy Ghost is a separate dude in Mormonism. They're not Trinitarian, but he is only capable of delivering God's exact words. He can't change it. He can't opine. He is the third member of the Godhood, right behind Jesus.
So he's the conciliary.
Yeah, yes, he delivers.
God wants you to go kill this guy.
And you are taught growing up that the words, any words you hear from the Holy Ghost, you can consider the words of God. You do not have to distinguish between the two.
I didn't want to take up any of Rob's time just trying to understand, because normally I'd go to a Bible dictionary, but I don't have a Reformed Egyptian dictionary.
Right. Well, no one does. But I did want to check.
That was my point.
No, I know. I was yes-anding, I think. Let's see. Found that it was Laban, constrained by the Spirit. That was verse 10. Now, verse 11. Rob's like, hey, man, I'm getting him to read the Book of Mormon on an atheist podcast. A win's a win. And the Spirit,
he thinks this is a loss for him. He's pissed right now.
And the Spirit said unto me again, behold, the Lord hath delivered him into thy hands. Yea, and I also knew that he had sought to take away mine own life. Yea, and he would not hearken unto the commandments of the Lord, and he has also taken away our property. So this is referring to an event the day prior when they were trying to make an attempt on the stuff, and they basically got mugged by Laban's people. And it came to pass that the Spirit said unto me again, slay him. For the Lord hath delivered him into thy hands. Behold, the Lord slayeth the wicked to bring forth his righteous purposes. It is better that one man should perish than a nation should dwindle and perish in unbelief. A verse that has been used since then to justify massacres, including Meadow Mountains, including, well, he's not going to take any credit for the FLDS people. He's not going to take any credit for the Laffertys and the fact that that verse was so important to them. He won't want any of those things attached to him. So these are the verses where God leads him to a drunken man, has him killed, and this man, the thing that he did was take some of his stuff when he was trying to take his stuff before. And now the just thing isn't to take your own stuff back, isn't to report to the authorities. God, in his perfectness, when Nephi was like, bro, I do not want to kill him, God says, no, you fucking better, though. You better do it. And remember, a whole nation, I'm telling you, a whole nation would dwindle and perish in unbelief if you don't do it, compelling this young boy to take his first life to maintain their dogmatic culture, because God apparently couldn't figure out any other way. Well, Rob, I've added the context you've requested. Let's talk about this great, wonderful book. Oh, did I not unmute Rob successfully? Let me try that again. Rob. No, I hit the unmute button. Well, I'm trying again one more time. There you go, Rob. There's your added context, your added verses, the rest of the story.
So did this allegedly take place around 600 BC?
The story of Nephi?
Yeah.
I think that's about right.
And did Laban steal their possessions the day before?
Let's go back and read those verses now. Since he wants to get more in the weeds, we'll just go ahead and throw him back on mute.
I don't even want to talk about this.
Well, then why'd you bring it up? You can't ask a question and say you don't want to talk about it.
No, I didn't. I wanted to talk about the Bible and inerrancy and...
Right, but as I pointed out earlier, that the book of... You were saying that these
really
problems
strange.
With the Bible are
because
why
I
it
asked
doesn't...
you questions about biblical inerrancy, and you didn't answer them.
I feel this is the ultimate concession.
Is it okay
that you've lost?
If I make a case?
A case
Maybe
for
I
don't. I'm not here to win.
Okay, I'm going to mute you for a moment because I'm going to make my point anyway. I feel this is the ultimate concession. Rob brought a story in. He said I was concealing context. He then decided to go, okay, but now you're missing another set of context. I go, all right, let's go get it. I don't even want to talk about this. I want to go back to the Bible. But this is about the Bible, because do remember that the whole point of bringing the Book of Mormon into this was that Mormons, while they are willing to throw the Bible under the bus, referring to or believing it is, you'll notice he didn't challenge this when I said it at the beginning, the tool of the great apostasy, because they believe that the period of time between the death of Jesus Christ and his apostles and the Joseph Smith restoration of the Mormon church was a great time of darkness where God had essentially left the earth because there was no priesthood on the earth, no legitimate priesthood, and that the world was in great turmoil, confusion, and apostasy. Spiritually, at the very least, that it was a terrible time for humans, a godless time for humans. And I pointed out that none of the things he thinks happened to the Bible, according to Mormons, happened to the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon, all of the books in the Book of Mormon, apparently there are 16, Matt mentioned, are written by their author. Then they are abridged once by Mormon and Moroni using God's spiritual hand to guide them. So God is showing them what to include and not to include. There's an abridgment, a God-approved abridgment. And then that abridgment is alleged to have been translated by Joseph Smith perfectly. They again refer to it as the most perfect book. So my point was the Book of Mormon is a awful book that reaffirms biblical principles. And Rob wanted to examine whether or not it was an awful book and whether or not it reaffirmed biblical principles. And at first I brought up it reaffirming in Jacob and other places biblical marriage, which I believe is the most prolific slavery in the Bible. Not to downplay chattel slavery, not to downplay the other slavery, but I think it is actually the one we should talk about much, much more, because biblical marriage is a exercise of slavery. None of that. He didn't want to have any of that, so he wanted to talk about, is the Book of Mormon awful? We didn't have to leave the first book. Just so you guys know, First Nephi, we've only made it to chapter 4. We've only made it into the first 4 chapters of the book before finding a terrible example of piety, dogma, dedication to a religion that you are willing to murder for, and this verse suggesting it is better to kill somebody, because the justification he was about to give, did he steal the day before? That wasn't the justification the Spirit gave. The justification the Spirit gave was bypass any kind of due process. Forget all of that. Kill him, because if you don't, generations will perish in non-belief. So, Rob, another recap, long-winded. People will be annoyed in the comments. I'm glad Matt has Isaac, but I'm even harder on Mormons than anybody else. Rob, if we go back to the Bible and what's in the Bible, you want to go back to the Bible because apparently we agree that the Bible is nonsense, but the Book of Mormon reaffirms the Bible, having some verses lifted straight out of it, directly into it, containing the same errors, because Joseph Smith literally just copy and pasted. So you can't, as a Mormon, say, abandon the Bible, because the Book of Mormon is referred to as another testament of Jesus Christ. And when we're talking about from the Old Testament, the prophecies about the other stick is supposed to be the other stick. In fact, I'm going to do one more verse before we get going. Articles of Faith. I believe it is number... Oh, I got it out of order, but I can find it quickly. We believe the Bible to be the Word of God as far as it is translated correctly. We also believe the Book of Mormon to be the Word of God. Now, as far as it is translated correctly, is established by Mormonism as the King James Version with the addendums of Joseph Smith's translation because he did change some verses and is considered widely by the church and certainly the high clergy of the church as accurate, as true. So just thought we'd cover all the bases. Since
did Joseph Smith speak anything other than English? I mean, did he have any expertise in Hebrew, Greek, or Aramaic?
By the time he died, he probably had picked up little bits of things here and there, but no, you wouldn't say he had a second language.
It doesn't matter either way. I mean, if somebody with massive expertise could write their own translation of the Bible and it could still be awful and incorrect. And I'm still wondering,
it was only individual
the weird thing is that Rob seems to crashed out on something where his original point was, why would it matter if the Bible is awful to whether or not there's a God? And from his point of view, he can spin. I don't mean that in a pejorative way, but
it's whether the accounts are
I'm sorry. Are you literally fucking interrupting me while I'm trying to salvage your point?
You guys have butchered everything I've said this entire time and haven't allowed me to speak or make a case.
It's just so weird. It's like Rob showed up.
To just listen
it's
to
like
you
stop
guys
talking,
talk.
Rob. No, Rob, you need to stop talking. Because it's like you showed up
I
while
have.
I'm in the middle.
I have for the last
You haven't
30
stopped
minutes.
talking, you piece of shit. It's like you showed up in the middle of my Zen year specifically to shit all over me and try and bust my Zen. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. If you just shut your pie hole, you would have heard me saying that when Rob initially called in, there is a manner in which he's 100% correct.
Really
Rob's too stupid to know when to shut his fucking mouth.
I muted him
and so
again.
instead of me being able to agree with Rob and try and find common ground, Rob demonstrates that he's the worst Mormon I've ever interacted with in my entire fucking life. Most of them fold like a wet napkin and just you just set them aside as, oh, they're going to be nice. But no, Rob needs to be a disgusting prick who won't let me finish the sentence that actually rehabilitates this conversation and points out where Rob was right, because Rob doesn't know when to shut up. So go ahead, Rob, say whatever you want. I'm finished with you.
To people who've been asking about my shirt in chat, I think it was made specially for me by the Secular Student Alliance, but I'm not positive. During our thing we did, I put a bunch of their stickers on a shirt and they turned it into a shirt. So it would be the Secular Student Alliance if they have it available for broad sale. If they don't, I'll tell them they should, since you guys keep asking about it. All right, we're unmuting Rob, who's going to say words and then claim he never got to say them.
Do I actually get to talk now?
Nope. Now I'm going to mute you again for a minute because you were just told you were given the opportunity to speak and still had to ask. So on a scale of 1 to 10, I've muted you again, Rob. Next time I tell you, you get a chance to speak. That's clearly your chance to speak. So doing a whiny, passive aggressive, just like my Mormon mom would have done. Do I actually get to speak now? But with a British accent would have been her. It's not going to work. On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give this game, Isaac?
Oh, Isaac is a 10.
Isaac's 10? I keep almost playing it.
It's the game I keep going, like chess. It's chess and Isaac are the games I go back to. I haven't played in a couple of years. I just started playing again day before yesterday because I'm going to start doing more live streams on YouTube. And I figure I might make a little extra game of it, which is if somebody can get me killed by asking something or I don't want somebody to just be like Rob. Don't just imitate Rob and try to get me killed that way. But if you have something that's particularly difficult that requires me to stop playing in order to respond, that could be fun. But mostly, I'm working on this new year of Zen. I've decided today it's going to be at least a whole year just to prove to all the people who are like, oh, Matt can't control it, that I actually can, and that it won't make a bit of difference. We're still going to get trolls. We're still going to get people who are absolutely clueless, who couldn't argue their way out of a wet paper sack. And then we're going to get people like Rob, who even when you're sitting here quietly and then you decide, hey, I think I'm going to try to rehabilitate this conversation and give Rob some opportunity to, get back on track, he'll still fuck it up.
Now, Matt, could that backfire? Because I told you about my strategy that I'm going to use with the SSA and other organizations that I think will result in more people calling from opposing points. And then that could work. And then people go, look, you suddenly have way more callers. That's proof your Zen was the problem.
It could, but I don't mind because none of everything that I've done. I mean, like, I keep platforming people, and they're like, "Oh, you're." It's a complaint every time. Literally, I did nothing remotely problematic, and there were still people in chat complaining that I was. Oh, I think Matt's being too hard on this caller, and yet the caller didn't think so, and the caller came away with a better understanding stuff. And if Rob wasn't like legitimately the worst Mormon I've ever interacted with, Rob could have come away with something too, where, hey, Rob, a current, Mormon, and Matt, a former Southern Baptist, would ultimately agree that how awful the Bible isn't necessarily an indicator of a problem with God or relevant to God, unless you start with the view that the Bible's character presentation of God is an accurate presentation of the one true God, which Rob doesn't believe. This was easy.
All right, well, now we'll unmute Rob. Rob, here you go.
Okay, what am I allowed to say?
All right, we will talk to you again in about another minute.
This is embarrassing. I mean, it's like, I don't think we should mute him that long. But it's like, Rob, you've just been demolished left and right, and now you keep digging. You don't have to come in and do, oh, can I speak now? Oh, what can I say now? Let's make this really easy for Rob. When we bring Rob back, I no longer care. I mean, Rob's going to want to talk about, the problem with the Bible being awful. The problem is he's already kind of partially dismissed it because he's a Mormon. And then also he's like, oh, I don't see what the deal is with it. I wonder if Rob would agree. Rob, I'm going to ask you a question. Jimmy's going to unmute you in a second. You can try and answer this. Would you agree that for Christians that rely on the Bible, the character of God as presented in the Bible is significant to their view of God and other people's view of that God?
Yes, it absolutely is.
Cool. So if that character is terrible, then that is at least an indictment on that particular religious view, right?
Well, what I was hoping we would get into is the questions of Yahweh.
Well, see, what I was hoping you would do is answer the question that I just asked you, but you're unwilling to do that.
Well, am I not answering you? Can we have a conference?
You answered the question that I asked while you were on hold with a yes.
Okay,
and I asked a follow-up. I'm sorry. I don't know why you're running your lips at all right now. You're just embarrassing yourself. I asked you a follow-up. I asked you, Rob, you can't hear my question even when you're not talking, evidently. So when we had you on mute, I asked you a question. We brought you off mute. You answered that. I asked a follow-up, and you completely ignored it in order to tell me what you wanted to talk about. Here's my question now. What makes you think I give a shit what you want to talk about, Rob?
No. Of course not.
No. Wow, it's like you can't.
I can't hear any of it.
The question, you incoherent dolt, was what makes you think I give a shit what you want to talk about? And your answer was no. Are you okay? Are you off your meds?
No, I said, no, you don't care what I
That's not what I asked either. I didn't ask you if you thought I cared. Okay. I asked what makes you think. See, no. Here's the thing. There's nobody who can be more pedantic than me when you have turned into a piece of shit to the point where I have to ask you questions and lock you into kindergarten. You might as I don't know why you're running your mouth. You've already embarrassed yourself. You can't even process one simple English. Should I convert this into fucking Reformed Egyptian for you? Should I give you some seer stones so you can comprehend what I'm fucking saying to you? Is that what you need?
Am I unmuted?
You weren't muted the whole time. You were just talked over like the little bitch you are.
Matt, dude, come on, man.
I'm not interested in talking to you anymore, Rob. Go talk to somebody else. Jimmy,
For real,
whoever.
you're so insecure. You can't even have
I'm not insecure at all. I'm literally asking you. I literally asked Rob. I'm sorry. Can we mute Rob
I
again?
muted Rob again. Yeah. But
Thanks.
Rob, weird that
Rob,
you keep saying you want to talk about something specific, and now you're talking about whether Matt is insecure. Was this on your list of things?
This whole thing of, oh, you're so insecure. I'm sorry. I literally asked you multiple questions that you ignored as if I'm not relevant. I stopped working the filthy work that I was doing downstairs to come up here and help out. You wanted to talk about whether or not it's reliable. We don't even necessarily disagree on whether or not the Bible is being awful is significant. And yet somehow you're just being a massive prick to me left and right, trying everything in your power to piss me off. And you know what? It won't work because I'm on my year of Zen. So I'm just going to sit here and just, I don't know. It's really weird because I bent over backwards to find a way to have any sort of sensible conversation with you. But I kid you not, like I grew up around some Mormons because I was in the Boy Scouts. And they were always the sweetest, kindest people. And yet you're in here just being legitimately like, I don't even remember a Mormon as rude as you. I'm starting to believe that you're not sincere and that while you may know a lot about Mormonism and you may actually be an ex-Mormon, you're probably the worst representative of Mormonism ever, because even when somebody like me is sitting here trying to help you redeem a conversation so that you stop looking awful, you decide to double down and try to look more awful and telling me how insecure I am. How am I insecure? Well, I mean, you can go ahead and tell me because I'm going to get back to my game. I'm wondering what makes you think I'm insecure when I literally asked you questions and you refused to answer them or even listen clearly enough to know what you were being asked. I'm not the one that is terrible at conversation. I mean, I know I've done this for 20 years and you've probably done it for 20 seconds, but the reality is one of us pays attention and the other one sits there and waits for their turn to whine. And when they get called out for it, they then attack. Well, I'm not here to be attacked by you. I'm not here to put up with you being rude. I'm going to play a game and listen and see if Jimmy can rehabilitate this, because right now, you know, even when I was trying to be decent to you and help you out, Rob, you were just a dick. I mean, you should be apologizing to me right now. You won't. You'll probably chuckle when we take you off here and do the "you're so insecure" thing, which, by the way, every accusation is an admission.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Mormons. Mormons are, tremendously insecure. Utah is the plastic surgery capital of the U.S. Do you know that?
Wow. I did not.
True. More plastic surgery per capita there than anywhere else.
Boobs
Rob,
or face or what?
I'm going to be honest. I don't care why you think Matt's insecure. I'm going to ask you this question. I'm going to let Matt decide when he wants to leave because Jovan is back, but I think he might be interested to see if you answer this question honestly. Does the church, in its official publications from church headquarters, identify that there are trusted editions of the Bible and publish a list of which ones are trusted? Yes or no? That beep means you are unmuted.
Yes.
Great. Which version of the Bible does the Mormon Church state is consistent, aligns well, is the phrase they use, with the Lord's doctrine in the Book of Mormon and modern revelation, in English specifically?
I'm not sure that was recently.
I will tell you. I'm sorry.
Established.
I'm sorry. Who cares? It's in the church handbook.
What's the official position? I'm not sure if it was recently established. I don't believe Jimmy asked if it was recently established.
The same yesterday, today, and forever, and it's in the official church handbook. You can in a moment. I'm going to reveal the answer because I have everybody on the absolute edge of their seats because they've been hearing from you how you recognize that the Bible is terrible, and that shouldn't affect the opinion of God or anything. And now I'm going to reveal to them that which Bible I'm going to...
he's going to quiz you now because the baby can't answer any questions.
I'll do the Articles of Faith quiz in a moment.
Guys...
All right, I'm muting Rob because he's still trying to talk over me.
Bible?
I can, by the way, I can do all 13 verses, and I can probably remember the songs. We believe that men shall be punished for their own sins and not for Adam's transgressions. I went to seminary, bitch. I got this shit on lock. That was number 2, by the way. The first one's, we believe in God, the eternal Father, and in his Son, Jesus Christ, and in the Holy Ghost. If he had been listening earlier, he would have known that I already did the Bible one. Anyway, for everybody who's wondering, what is this Bible that's going to be better than the other Bibles? Because he is saying, if you just read the Bible, of course, the Bible's terrible. He's agreeing with that. That should affect nothing. And he's a believing Mormon who accepts the words of the prophets and the direction of the church. The church handbook directs that there is a version of the Bible in English, which is consistent with the Book of Mormon and modern revelation as in the current Mormon prophets. Well, that special Bible, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary pals, that is the superior Bible without all of those evil problems, or at least as many as those terrible translations. Why, yes, it is the King James Version. The King James Version is the one that the Mormon Church declares as consistent with the Book of Mormon and modern revelation. That was what he was very much hoping I would not get around to. All right, I want to quiz Rob back. Rob, tell me if you can finish the Article of Faith. We believe that through the atonement of Christ, all mankind may be saved. Go. You're not going to do it? You wanted to quiz me. You're not doing it?
I just want to have a conversation.
I thought you wanted to quiz me on the Articles of Faith.
I didn't know that this call-in was going to be this way at all. I thought we were going to have a conversation.
How can you not know it's going to be this way when you're the reason it's this way?
Mormon.
Great. I don't care. This is so boring. We're still talking about the quality of the conversation.
When you're the one that's making it this way.
I'd rather punch myself in the nuts than keep talking about the qualia. What about the conversation's qualia? The qualia of the conversation. I was trying to use that word to invoke the negative feelings I was having about it in Matt too, because I think Matt hates the word qualia as much as I do.
I despise the concept of qualia. As a matter of fact, I listened to a debate. It's kind of a debate. It was more of a discussion between Graham Oppie and another philosophy professor. It's like a 4-year-old debate, but somebody sent it to me, and it was supposed to be one of them defending the concept of reincarnation and souls, and it ended up being them talking about qualia for a long time. And Graham and I are in agreement that qualia is a nonsense concept. It's pretty useless. But my God, it just made everything boring. And no offense, because I like Graham, but even like Graham was boring in the conversation. There was just no way it was going to be worth a damn.
Yeah. All right. Well, Luthien, if you're here, are you here, Luthien? Matt, thank you for filling in for Jovan. Okay, cool.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back and get to work. I'll see you guys later.
Awesome. We'll see you.
Bye.
Are you still in the other room?
Thank you.
I am.
Oh, you haven't left yet?
No, you were answering my texts.
Oh, I didn't notice your text. You can always say, Jimmy, check your text. Let me look.
You were on a roll. I didn't want to.
But we needed you to go during the hour that screener is here.
So right now?
Yeah, there's some.
Okay.
Oh, will you switch Jovan in over Matt's input?
Here comes
Thank you, babe.
All
right. I'm going to take a step away while you talk and you try and solicit more calls. Guys, we are still going. We got a couple hours left. So.
Well, we got a call.
Yeah, but we want more. We want a queue.
Oh, true.
We want a queue.
True.
But you're welcome to also start that call. It is aimed at you. I'll probably want to listen, but yeah.
Oh, true. It is aimed at me. Chat, do we take this next call? Do we wait for Jimmy to get back? What's our move here, chat? Who's watching me absolutely demolish in Chained Together? Because I am putting in work right now. Guys, listen, if you're a Christian, if you're a capitalist, if you're a conservative, and you're like, ugh, I want to debate these jabro bros, call in. The number's on the screen, 720-619-288. That 2288, sorry. 720-619-2288. Call in. We're just a couple of jabronis looking to argue with some jabrishtians, some jaservatives. Jaservatives, is that how you say it? Jaservatives? I don't know. Let's take this next call. Coming up is Chris from Pennsylvania, who's going to disprove my claims about Christianity. I'd love to see how he does it. Chris, him from Pennsylvania, come on down. Chris, you're on with Jovan and Jimmy. Chris, you're going to disprove my claims of Christianity. I'd love to hear how you plan to do it.
Yeah, because first of all, let me say hello. Thank you for having me on. Because you come after Christians an entirely different, wrong way. I know you love to say that. Hold on a second. I know that you love to quote, especially Old Testament. Well,
I love to quote the Bible. That's true.
Okay, well, there is two parts of the Bible. There's the Old Testament. Well, the Old Testament kind of coincides with the Talmud.
Uh-huh.
So your beef is really with the Jewish people. But I will tell you
my beef is with Jesus Christ, who said that Mosaic law needs to stand.
Well, here's the thing. You forgot Jesus Christ saying that he came to make all things new.
He did what?
And
yeah,
Jesus Christ
I didn't forget that. I didn't forget that because he also said that he would not change.
I'm loving how every one of these sentences this guy is saying is like he just dropped a mic.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's fucking crazy.
Jesus also said he didn't come to change one jot nor tittle of old law, and that we need to still obey specifically the laws of Moses, is what he says. He says that everyone still needs to obey the laws of Moses. So if we're still obeying the laws of Moses, the place you would find those laws is Old Testament, specifically in Levitical law. There are some in Exodus, some of the Mosaic laws, but specifically in Levitical law is where Moses is given the rules from God while he was on Mount Sinai.
But Chris, do you just want to? Would you like to only talk about shitty verses, Chris? Would you like to only talk about shitty verses in the New Testament, Chris? Would you like to only talk about the shitty verses in the New Testament? Would that make you feel better about our criticisms of the Bible if we just talked about the shitty parts of the New Testament?
Yeah, go ahead.
Slaves obey your masters. I do not permit women to teach. What were you going to say, Jovan?
True. I just want him to address the fact that Jesus said that we need to still obey Mosaic laws. I don't want to let him run away from that.
Yeah, that's one of the verses I'd say are one of the shitty ones from the Bible.
Let me counter. Okay, let's have a debate.
He kind of sounds like a character I'm doing.
Let me counter what he said. And Jesus also said that no one shall come before the Father except through me.
I come before my dad all the time.
I don't know what that has to do with him saying we still need to obey a Mosaic law. That doesn't wipe that away.
Right. It's like we asked a math question and you answered with the name of a sandwich.
What period of time was Jesus on earth?
Pecan pie.
Again, doesn't wipe away the fact that Jesus said we have to obey Mosaic law.
What's Mosaic law?
The law of the prophets. The Mosaic law is the laws of Leviticus, the laws that Moses gives to the Israelites.
Moses' Ten Commandments? I mean, as a Christian, yes, I have
the
to
Ten
follow
Commandments were the first.
God's
This is
10
what I'm talking about.
Commandments.
The 10 Commandments. Wait, the 10 Commandments were the first 10 rules of Levitical law. Moses then gave hundreds of more after that.
It was
hundreds after that.
Okay,
you can't only obey. This is the bigger issue. It's like, well, you always talk about the Old Testament. Well, where are the 10 Commandments? If you're saying we can ignore Old Testament, then I can ignore the 10 Commandments if I want to, right?
Anyone else clock that Chris is drunk?
I tell you what. Listen, I will give you this. The Old Testament.
Oh, you'll give it to me.
Is the wrath of God.
You can hear he's drunk, right?
Simplified.
Yeah, but
no, I'm not drunk. I don't drink.
Okay, buddy.
Okay.
And I don't masturbate.
All right? I don't drink. That's great. Good for you. You want a cookie?
We're both lying.
This is gonna be right,
whatever,
isn't it? Oh,
okay.
no.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you just listen up? Okay. I agree with you about the Old Testament. God is very wrathful. Can you tell? Would you like to answer me? Why would God?
I don't know why I should answer you when you've barely answered me this whole conversation.
Be wrathful during the Old Testament.
Why did he ever need to be wrathful? Why
he was
ever?
A dick.
Yeah.
He was a bit of a dick. Yeah. He's a bit of an asshole.
Humans are wrathful, and they wrote their God. No. He was wrathful because humans are wrathful, and they wrote their God to be like him.
Jesus came, just like he said,
bucket
Jesus
loads.
came. You know what? Listen, man. Don't be disrespectful. Okay, you antichristers.
To who?
Chris, I gotta be so for real with you here, Chris. I gotta be so for real. I don't know why you keep going. Let me ask you something when you will not answer like a single thing that I bring up. You won't address a single thing I bring up, and then you're
talking to him.
Then you're like, "Let me ask you something. Can you address my claims first?"
Are you gonna? Is that where you're gonna get it? Are you
Can
gonna?
you address the things that I'm bringing up first? Oh my god.
Oh, is this that stupid Mark of the Beast guy from a couple weeks ago?
You know what's funny?
I don't know.
You know what's funny is how
I just want my shit addressed.
Love to use the Old Testament against Christians.
We just said we could stick to the New Testament
in the first place.
You know what? Why do they always use that? Why do they always use that terrible fucking argument?
I think this is the same guy from earlier. He just changed his phone number and got drunk.
What you do? Well, you know when they say that more than one person agrees,
Chris,
they might be correct.
Chris, please don't make me mute you. This is your first warning. Your first and only warning.
Jovan.
This is your first. Okay, well, you've already lost the warning. Jimmy, can you mute him for a second?
Yeah.
I can't because I'm playing a game.
What the fuck?
So here, I'm going to be so upfront with you. And I gave you a warning about this, and you failed immediately.
I think this is the guy from earlier.
You refuse to address what I have said about motherfucker, what I have said about any of your points. I just ate shit in this game. God damn, I'm going to kill myself. You refuse to address any of my points, and now all you're doing is performing. I don't do performances. If you want to perform, Def Comedy Jam might be on the air somewhere still. Go find it.
OnlyFans.
I'm sure you'll do great. Sure, do it. Make an OF. Make an OF preaching what you got to preach. But I don't do performances. If you'd like to perform, you need to go argue with somebody else. Now, if you want to have a genuine conversation that is genuine about the things you believe, okay, and you want to engage with us in good faith, you need to stop the performances. This is your final warning, or we will move on to the other caller that called in after you, okay? So that was your last warning. So I'm going to again ask you to address the fact that Mosaic law inhabits all of the laws given from Moses from Mount Sinai, from the Lord in Leviticus, and that Mosaic law is to still be followed, and at no point in the Bible, anywhere, does it tell us to stop following the laws of the prophet. Now Jimmy may unmute you. I would unmute you, but I'm in the middle of a super fun game.
Motherfucker.
Okay. So let me ask you a question.
Nope, you have to answer his question. Chris,
I don't want
you have to answer his question.
So you don't obey Mosaic, Abrahamic law. It's a sin, right?
I muted you. I just muted you. He just told you all you get to do is answer his question. That's it. Jovan, restate the question in its most brief.
It was more of an address the point. Address the point that we are still to follow the laws of Moses, and that the laws of Moses the Old Testament is still a key tenet of Christianity.
According to Jesus in the New Testament.
According to Jesus himself. Nowhere. Or if you want to give it to us, give us the passage in which God or Jesus or a future prophet tells us we no longer need to follow the laws of Moses.
We need not abide. Okay, Chris, that beep means you're unmuted. Please address what was asked of you.
Okay, and I will. So, from my understanding, as a Christian, if I do not follow old Jewish Mosaic Abrahamic law, that means I'm a sinner, correct?
Correct.
And if I'm a sinner, okay, if I am a sinner who, in the Bible, came down, was born of this earth to cleanse all sins.
Oh, tight. So I can do gay sex. Hell yeah. Since he's just going to go off on like a total... and I'm fine. And by the way, you said all sin, so not believing in God will be fine. Denying the Spirit will be fine. All those things, all my sins, doesn't matter what I do. I don't even need to live as a Christian. In fact, pragmatically, it means I should live as an atheist.
No.
Technically, everything is on the table.
You just got yourself out of the Jewish laws because the commandments don't matter because Jesus has already took on all your sins.
I don't believe that gay people can't get into heaven. Hold on a second. I don't believe that homosexuals, transsexuals, pansexuals, bisexuals.
Great, I don't care. You just said I should live as an atheist because
the kingdom of God.
All the sins are covered.
Nobody will be
by Jesus' sacrificed.
According to you,
because Jesus
even
said,
if you sin, no matter what the sin is, you still go to heaven. So we're good.
So we're not commanded to still follow the commandments because of Jesus. That's your position.
Forgiveness. Let me talk. You have to ask Jesus in your heart.
Why?
To forgiveness, and you have to repent your sin.
Then Jesus didn't die for my sins.
I do want to point out two things. I want to point out two things.
You liking other men.
Hold on, Chris,
Chris,
hold on.
Can't hold on. He's
hold
too
on, Chris.
Say that
I need you, Chris.
You like other men.
Chris, please wait a second. So Jesus directly tells us in Matthew 25, sheep and the goats, that it is not possible to get to heaven just by asking for forgiveness or just by believing in him. You have to actually engage in actions and do things that Jesus wants you to do. One of those things is follow Levitical law. So if you sin, if you do not follow Levitical law, asking for forgiveness alone does not get you into heaven. Believing in him does not get you into heaven.
I told you.
So then
you have to listen. This is how it works.
So you not Jesus following Levitical law
can I talk for 1 minute?
You have talked
Can I talk for 1 minute?
I like that you complain about not getting to talk as you're speaking over Jovan. You don't wait for Jovan to finish. You don't wait for Jovan to... All right, so I'm muting you again. The problem you're having here isn't that there isn't going to be a place for you to talk. The reason why you're feeling like you're not getting a chance to talk is because we don't stop talking when you talk over us. Every sentence you have begun has been in the middle of one of Jovan's sentences already, showing you're not listening. If you would merely wait until they are done, any of the other hosts or myself, until Jovan or I are done, there is this moment that is given to you. And if we're asking you direct questions, engage the questions. Once we get through the sort of Socratic line of questions, we always turn over. In fact, this is the funny thing with people like Chris and the last caller who call in as though there aren't tons of examples of people calling in who we disagree with staunchly, getting plenty of time to explain their positions because they wait for the appropriate time to. They don't speak over. They answer questions. They behave in good faith. The problem with Christians and MAGA is most of them aren't capable of doing it. So there are more examples of people being muted, more examples of people having to be interrupted and talked over for trying to go off in other directions, for trying to commit fallacies, for trying to throw out like a stray transphobic bullshit thing they want to say and then go past it and blast past it like we're not going to stop them. There's more examples of that because there are mostly examples of bad faith Christians. There are mostly examples of bad faith MAGA. Chris, if he wanted to engage in good faith, as I trust the next caller, Matt, is definitely going to do, even though I know who Matt is, he would get all of his words out. But his drunk ass, lying about not being drunk, is calling in, insisting to be in charge of how the show goes, and trying to only speak in the middle of other people's sentences and avoid the questions he's being asked.
I do want to point out the contradiction in Chris's statement. When we brought up the fact that he doesn't follow Levitical law, he says, well, all I have to do is ask for forgiveness. That's literally all he said. He's trying to move the goalpost now.
Right.
But literally all he said was ask for forgiveness. And now it's, well, you have to ask for forgiveness. And when I point out, no, you actually have to do other things, he goes, well, yes, that's true, because he is consistently moving the goalpost.
He was drunk.
Oh.
Yeah.
Embarrassing.
So Chris did say a dumb thing earlier. I don't even really care that much about this line anymore because it's gotten so dumb. Chris said a different dumb thing earlier. Why do you guys put so much time into believing or talking about something you don't even believe in? Why do you care? Chris, if over 1 billion people in the world believed it was a good thing to punch you in the nuts when they see you, would you become an activist against that even though you don't believe it too? That beep means you're unmuted. Did it not work? Sometimes the unmute button doesn't work using it from the other one for some reason. All right. Go ahead.
Fucking idiot
Chris.
questions.
Chris, if somebody...
dumbass question.
Great, answer it anyway. If 1 billion
people... I'm sorry, hold on, Jimmy, no, wait, mute him again. I need to talk to just you. I cannot handle when we ask very clear logic test questions.
Yeah.
Questions that if... You know what I'd love for you to do, Jimmy? You know what I'd love for you to do? Into Claude or Perplexity. I would love for you to put in what arguments you're combating and then put in your logic test question. And let's just see. Let's see if they're silly logic test questions. I'm not a big fan of AI, save for like a few instances. And I'm so sorry. This is one of those instances. I am so sick of callers not understanding logic tests. I'm sick of it. It is truly embarrassing. How many questions do you think you've been asked by the opposing side, Jimmy, that are logic tests that you've been like, good faith, just been like, yeah, this seems like a very... I'd say most of the time when somebody asks me a logic test question, I'm willing to answer it because I'm like, I understand what question you're asking and how it ties into the conversation.
When they do it and I do it, I expect that after 3 or 4 more questions, either if I'm asking them, they will then get to expound upon what they think is different, what they think the nuance is, or that I will get to if they're asking it of me. It's usually the beginning of a sort of like, if you would run through this dialogue and answer the questions, test, boom, then we go, great. What's the difference? And you get your time. It's usually an indication that your mouth is going to get to do that thing you're craving so hard to do here. I want to do, hang on.
You want to do a logic test on the claim?
No, but first I'm telling Perplexity what its position is. So I'm going to read for you its argument. But it gave me like paragraphs first. If you genuinely don't think God exists, like you put the idea in the same bucket as Zeus or invisible dragons, then building a whole career or online persona about debating God sends a missed message. It tells the world this claim is too weak to take seriously while simultaneously treating it serious enough to deserve formal debates, lectures, tours, and hours of content of life. It was most areas of life. When we think something is that far gone, astrology, flat earth, crystal healing, we don't endlessly debate it, we move on. A scientist doesn't spend every conference arguing with astrologers, doing what would elevate astrology to serious rival instead of non-starter. God, I would fucking love it if the people who make that point would do it like this. Because at least they're making a fucking point. I don't agree with it. It's obvious. And then I'm going to, okay, please answer the
Here we go. This is the
following question.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Every time,
If
Jovan, every time.
there were 1 billion people who believed it's a good thing to punch you in the nuts when they see you, would you potentially become an activist in defiance of that position? Bum, 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 bum. Yes, if there were 1 billion people who sincerely believed it was good to punch me in the nuts on sight, that's a massively harmful social norm, not just a quirky opinion, and I'd absolutely consider becoming an activist against it. So, is it conceivable that an atheist, while not believing in God, does accept and believe that theists exist, and that their positions are so harmful they warrant activism countering their position? Now, I did tell it to be pretty staunch, so we'll see if it goes full on, never admit you're wrong.
Full tilt, yeah.
Yes, not only is that conceivable, it's exactly what many outspoken atheists already do. An atheist can fully reject the existence of any God while still recognizing that theists exist and that certain religious beliefs drive real-world harm, discrimination, bad policy, blah, 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 blah. The warrants it. That's core logic behind new atheism. Oh, perplexity, you fell for it. And groups like American Atheists, the target isn't the imaginary being. It's the very real social, political, and psychological effects of being, of effects of belief about that. Well, I just did it with an AI, and it was already good. AI just tends to agree with the person to keep them on.
AI is smarter than Chris.
That's true. I primed it and told it to be staunchly oppositional. That's why in the initial one, when I said, please answer with a yes or no, it did say, let me go see. I actually cut off some amount that it said too, because I wasn't going to read all of it.
How dare AI be smarter than Chris?
How dare? Well, that was going to be easy. Let's see. Yes, so there are the key difference from our earlier God talk is this. I'd be opposing the behavior and its consequences, not granting that their underlying belief has intellectual merit. That's not a key difference from our earlier one. So in a way, I was debating like a Christian there. All right, so now let's find out. Chris, let's see if you can be as honest as the staunch God AI I created. Chris, your question is once again, if 1 billion people, and I'm going to use the same follow-up question when you answer. You already, I've pointed into the stands. I've called my shot. There's nothing to worry about. Chris.
Babe Ruth over here.
If 1 billion people in the world believed it was, let me word it the exact way I gave it to the thing. If 1 billion people in the world believed that punching you in the nuts, if there were 1 billion people who believed it's a good thing to punch you in the nuts when they see you, would you potentially become an activist in defiance of that position? Unmuted, Chris, go. Did that actually work this time?
Yes.
Great. The follow-up question. Is it conceivable that an atheist, while not believing in God themselves, accepts that other people believe in God and believes that some of their gods and their positions about gods are so harmful that similar to the harm of a nut puncher, that they believe they should actively counter the position of theism because of the harm they believe it causes?
Yes, you have every right.
Not right, conceivable. So is it unreasonable if you legitimately believe something is harmful to become an activist against that thing, whether or not you believe the core claim itself?
Okay, you got your answer. Can we please move on?
Sometimes
I
gentle
do want to know,
parenting does
now that we've
work.
gotten there, then that you do concede the point. You understand now why an atheist would become an activist against religion, and that it is not irrational to be an activist against something you don't believe in.
Okay. May I ask a question?
Do you concede that point?
I do. I already agreed
Excellent.
to it.
Excellent. Okay, what is
Do
your
you want me to tell you 5 more times? Okay.
6, actually.
He's pretending he was clear about it.
Let me ask you this. What is it specifically about Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace, that you find that you don't believe in?
Most of his story.
Yeah,
most of his story. Yeah.
I barely even suspect that a man that is attributed his story ever existed, but all of the magic he did, the miracles and all that kind of stuff, I actively believe they did not happen, because I don't have any reason to believe a God exists, and magic doesn't exist either.
Yeah, I reject any claim of a human who dies for 3 days, comes back to life, but also ascends to heaven, who has all these magical gifts and all of the. I reject that like wholeheartedly. So that's what I wouldn't believe in.
Yeah, cures, brings somebody back from the dead who's fully dead and buried. Cures blindness with mud. I reject all of those. Those aren't possible things.
Okay. May I have 1 minute, please?
I will give you a 60-second timer.
Okay. Tell me when I should go.
It started. Go ahead.
Okay. So, the story of Jesus. Okay. He healed the sick. Okay. Blind to see, lame to walk, cured leprosy on the spot. Okay. He also turned some bread and fish, burned it to where it fed the masses of people. Okay? That's the story and how it goes. All right? So, you, and I assume you're off the religious topic, wasn't Jesus really kind of like the first socialist? Other than the fact that he didn't receive any tax money or was paid for it?
I'd like to answer this, Jimmy,
when
he's finished.
If I was a socialist, I would love Jesus Christ.
All right, may I respond to that?
Yeah, go for it.
So I absolutely think that there probably was a man who preached anti-state ideals, and that man, absolutely, that is a man who I'm like, that's a cool dude. I love anti-state ideals. I love ideals that are about wealth equality. I love all of that. That same man cannot also then demand obedience in the form of religion, because then that he's moving from let's stop supporting the state to let's support a deity. Like, right? It's just more authoritarianism. Just this authoritarianism is wrapped up in religious sham. I also have no reason to believe that man who was Jesus actually existed, preaching those messages, right? It's probable, or you know what? I won't say it's probable. It's plausible. It is plausible that someone existed back then doing that. We don't have any evidence that man was Jesus. So I refuse to believe in a man. I would much rather do, if I'm going to worship, and I won't even say worship, if I'm going to respect and admire a man who preached anti-state socialistic ideals, I'll go with Karl Marx, so I know for a fact wrote his book. Or Engels, so I know for a fact wrote his book.
Okay.
Real quick, before before you go on, let me ask. I want to do a number of questions based on what you just said. So we gave you 60 seconds.
Sure.
Give me up to 5 yes or no questions, and then you can respond. Okay.
Go ahead.
Chris, do you believe in the biblical Jesus Christ?
Yes.
Do you believe that the values he espoused were socialist, as you just put?
Socialistic, yes.
Do you consider yourself a Christian trying to embody the qualities that Jesus Christ, the virtues that Jesus Christ broadcasted?
Yes.
are you a socialist?
No.
Great. So my question for you then is, if you think we should be compelled, since that was your answer, you feel we should be compelled by Jesus because Jesus is one of ours and we're socialists, but you're a Christian. Your whole label takes on his fake name, because even if Jesus existed, no one called him Christ. His name wasn't Christ. That's a title. But anyway, you're a Christian named for Christianity, named for Christ. And you think we should be compelled because you're saying he's so socialist, but your belief in Jesus has not made you a socialist. So why should we be compelled to accept him as an ally when you reject that which you say embodies his values?
Well, that's my faith. We're talking about government. That's entirely two different things. Remember, you can't mix church and state. And by the way,
not believe, Chris? Hey, Chris, just to respond to what you just said, do you not believe that we should support governments? Wait. Do you not believe that we should support governments that also support our religious beliefs? Do you think that we shouldn't do that?
There should be no really, as far as the United States is concerned, because I assume you both live in it, correct?
Okay? I'm in Texas, baby. I'm in Florida. Real America.
We have the choice of religious freedom in this country, right? So,
but that's not what I'm asking. That's not what I asked. Though. I asked if shouldn't you be supporting governmental candidates? But wait. Shouldn't you be supporting governmental candidates and or governmental policies that map on cleanly and perfectly to your religious beliefs?
I don't care. I want my politician. I don't care his religious belief.
Let me try.
They are for the people, and listen. Let me finish.
You aren't understanding his question, but I might have a version of it you get.
People, I don't care what they believe in.
Chris,
their faith has
you aren't answering his question. I have a different version of it that isn't the same question, but it will technically answer for it.
Maybe
do you believe, since you invoked the separation of church and state, do you believe separation in church and state in the Constitution is an establishment for the government level or at the personal level?
Well, the Constitution is both government and personal.
No,
the
separation of church and state. The separation. No, I'm not going to let you finish because you're wrong. The separation of church and state in the Constitution is not about personal level at all. It is about government level. So you are fully, as a citizen of America, allowed to go and vote on the basis of your religion. So if you want to vote against gay marriage because your religion prohibits it, I'm not saying yours does, but because your religion prohibits it, you are allowed to do that. At the level of the government, when the government goes, hey, we now have an institution that is bigoted or that is discriminating against gay people on the basis of religion, the government then must overturn that to follow the Constitution. But you as an individual not only are permitted, but are encouraged to create your political views consistent with your personal views, which are religious for religious people. So your argument that you're not a socialist because of separation in church and state is nonsense. If your personal values are Christian, as the socialist Christ you just presented to us was, then your political values would necessarily also be socialist. It isn't that you respect separation of church and state. It is that you are a hypocrite, like every Christian before you.
That's your assumption. That's your assumption.
No,
you don't know
no. That is actually the thesis I am presenting. I don't need to know you. You already presented that you believe Jesus. You already presented that Jesus is socialist. And he's consistent with socialism, and that
I said he presented a form of socialism. I didn't say he was socialist. Yep. I said
a form of socialism. Fine. My God, you are trying to be pedantic about things that don't matter because it doesn't change. The words you changed it to does not change my argument one bit. presented a form of socialism. Those were his values. You said you try to live with your values consistent to his values, but politically you do not, because you respect separation of church and state. But church and state is not for personal values. It wouldn't make any fucking sense to be not for values.
Let me rephrase that then. Okay? I separate my religious beliefs differently than how I look at candidates that represent me.
That wasn't your question.
I don't involve that.
Chris, you are too drunk to fundamentally understand the conversation you're participating in.
Let me try this. Hey, Jimmy, would you vote for somebody who fundamentally thinks differently than the way you value your moral system or your moral code?
Fuck no.
Oh, okay. Well, that was easy.
Unless my only other option was even worse than them.
Why not?
Because I did do that. Come on.
I believe all gay people should get married.
Great, Chris.
Look,
Chris, dry out. No, I'm just going to mute you there. Dry out. Call back on a day you're sober. I'm not a cop. When you're accused of drinking, you don't have to lie to me. Just call back on a day you've dried out. There's even something recognized. The dude either is drunk or has, what is that condition, chat? You'll know. Isn't there a condition where you've been a drunk your whole life that even when you then sober up, intellectually, you're essentially, you don't have the buzz anymore, but you are as intellectually capable?
Isn't that just called alcoholism? Like you've killed your brain cells?
Well, alcoholism, I think, is more supposed to be the like genetic predisposition to be an alcoholic.
Or does he have that thing that every medical show has an episode of where somebody claims they're not a drunk, but they're always drunk because their body somehow makes them, like produces alcohol in their system?
It makes it themselves.
That's every single medical show has that episode. Every single one.
Guys, there's like a specific word for it's like a certain type of injury. It's like, a certain type of brain injury or something.
Is like how Mike Tyson basically fucking stupefied himself from getting punched in the head too much.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's like you've done so much that actually, I know it exists also for auto brewery syndrome. I guess no. Okay, that's the one you're talking about.
Auto brewery syndrome is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. But there's one. I know it exists for drug users even more. That there are certain drugs that you can get rid of the part of your brain that essentially drugs shut off certain parts of your brain and overactivate other parts, and people have ended up in permanent. Okay, this I just realized might be dare propaganda, but don't some people get in like permanent LSD or PSP? They like go in and they never come out.
I've never heard of this, but that sounds terrifying.
I think it's why I never tried PCP. PCP is one of the few drugs I never tried, and I think I was told that, and I was told if you do PCP,
I know that like
you can
acid
have
never
a
leaves your
second
system, right?
Isn't that a whole thing? You can have a second trip years later. Is that dare propaganda?
That sounds like dare propaganda, but I know like I think it's acid. Isn't LSD? Isn't it the case that LSD never leaves your system technically? Isn't that a whole thing? That like
is LSD even really in your system in that way?
If you do LSD, they can always tell that you've done LSD. Like you can always be tested, and it shows that you've done LSD.
It'll always be there. I hope so.
I've heard that, but again, that could be Dare. Although Dare had some sick merch. I might buy a Dare T-shirt for my retro. I've been buying a lot of retro tees. So I have like a Sesame Street one, a Reading Rainbow one. I have a Legends of the Hidden Temple one.
Dude, I swear,
like, I might have to add a Dare one to that.
I'm always jealous because you, as you've exploded as a creator, have leaned into the one. You're what I would have wanted to do. Instead, I was always like, I got to get more microphones, more cameras, get more people, get more. I gotta invest back in it. And you're just living your best fucking pinball. Oh, you don't even have pinball machines. Those are arcades.
No, but I'm really tempted to buy this claw machine I see on this guy has on Facebook. I've been talking to him and see if I can get him to lower the price. But it's like a working claw machine.
Yeah.
Oh, I want it. The other thing I want that chat has talked me out of, but I still want. Somebody's selling a life-sized Arkham Batman figure for $2,000. Obviously, that is a terrible spend of money. But like, imagine if right here, instead of that, it's just a life-size Batman.
Yeah, that'd be insane.
That would be sick.
That'd be bananas.
Because it's on my background, it's a tax write-off.
That'd be cool, but Spider-Man would be cooler.
Possibly, but I don't want Spider-Man just standing there. I'd want him doing a pose, which I feel like I don't have room for.
Can I say something
I have
controversial?
room if he's just standing there, I guess.
There's not
a little
enough
racist.
Unlimited planning. Spider-Man still takes it.
It depends on what Batman we're talking about, but mostly, yeah. I mean, Spider-Man fighting at full power could break Batman with one punch.
I would say but I'm saying give Batman unlimited prep, but not Spider-Man. He even gets to surprise Spider-Man. Spider-Man's taking it. I will say Apocalypse Batman, probably not. Because that was...
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Batman can beat anyone with prep time. I don't believe that. He can beat anyone. He can beat a lot of people who have very obvious weaknesses, right? Like the reason Batman can take Superman is Superman has like a really obvious weakness that Batman as a billionaire can exploit. Yeah. Batman, no kryptonite, is getting his shit rocked every time. True.
Also, Apocalypse Batman being able to fool Apocalypse and be subconsciously doing plans against, or not Apocalypse, Darkseid, and do plans against him. That's not a human. Like, let's just be so clear. There are so many versions of Batman, like, and he's just a normal guy who's rich, that are like, no, he's not. Even Iron Man, the number of G's that Tony sustains, and I'm just a normal guy in a suit, except for that I also have the superhuman ability to survive G forces that would turn your insides to soup.
Well, in the comics, the suit like prevents against it,
but there's a certain amount you can't. You know what I'm saying? Like if you are coming in at Mach 10 and then you superhero land.
Well, it's like how
there's no
it's like
amount
how
of pillows inside the suit.
I fucked up bad. It's like how Superman technically has another, like he's not just Superman, right? He has, oh my God, I wish I could remember what it's called. But he essentially has a force field that can like maintain, like when he picks up a building, the force field around Superman. This is fully real for anybody who's not a comics reader.
It holds the building together.
It keeps the building together. Like he has this. I think we should just call it like
Lois. You'll see bullets bouncing off of Lois.
Yeah, it's like it's essentially the Toon Force, but for superheroes. Most superheroes have the superhero force.
Yeah,
where they just, because they're superheroes, things just work differently. Or it's like how Spider-Man technically can stick to literally anything, not because he has spider powers. Like the movies were like, there's these little hairs.
That's only Toby.
But no, he just has this magic ability to stick to anything.
Well, I think they say it's electromagnetic. It's not surface tension like actual spiders.
Electromagnetic.
That's right.
Because it's magic.
I'd like to see his electromagina. You love it. Matt in Pennsylvania, also in Pennsylvania. Are you the son of Chris?
Son of Chris is
I'm not the son of Chris, but in relation to Chris, I also am drunk. So I am ready to have a vivacious conversation with Jimmy Smith.
Matt, before you do, we have a bit of a knowledge check for you. What is arguably the best Batman comic?
What is the best Batman comic?
No, it's tough.
No, it's not.
I got to tell you, I was more into sports. I never read the Batman comics. But
Matt, how did it go last time? What happened last time we found out you were drunk?
Things got a little out of control. I was rambling.
No. There was one. I'm trying to remember. There was one thing that happened. Oh, I remember what happened. I don't talk to drunk people. What waste of time would that be? If you're gonna call him drunk, at least lie and say you're not drunk.
It was crazy to just like be like, yes, I am drunk. Yes, I'm here to debate.
I'm not gonna debate. Like, what the fucking? What is the upside to debating a drunk person? Legends of the Dark Knight was good. I love the Killing Joke.
It's Killing Joke. Killing Joke's one of the correct answers.
Some people act like when you say that, they act like you just said Wolf of Wall Street, your favorite movie.
Pretentious people who are like, well, Killing Joke can't be that. Shut up. It's a staple for a reason.
Some people you could maybe that's say an incel choice.
You could say Year One. You could say Dark Knight Returns. That's a fair one. But I still think Killing Joke is better than Dark Knight Returns. Although, I will say, Absolute Batman bangs so hard. If you haven't started reading the Absolute series yet, pretty much Absolute.
They're doing Absolute cartoon.
Yeah,
they just announced it.
Oh, are they? Oh, fucking sick.
Yeah.
Basically, every Absolute is fucking. The only one that I really am not a big fan of is Absolute Superman. I think he kind of sucks. But Absolute Batman, Absolute Wonder Woman, Absolute Green Arrow is so fucking good. I'm not a big fan of the Robins now that they've introduced the Robins in Absolute Batman. Not a big fan of them. But like every other, Absolute Joker is a fucking menace.
Yeah. I feel
was that all our calls?
No. There's somebody screening now. Matt
heard.
tried to call back saying he's not actually drunk. It's 8:30. So when you say 5 beers on a Sunday, that's recently. That's not 5 beers since 10 a.m. That's 5 beers since 7. And by the way, I don't know how much your baseline is. And honestly, I wouldn't want to talk to somebody who's buzzed because you're still going to be loud. It takes 2 beers before, if I'm out, I don't like being around drunk people because they get like this. They're all up on your face and then, and let me tell you something, and let me tell you something. And you'd be all up on my face like that. I think that call is screening. I don't know what's going on with it. It's in the screening room, but
Isn't Absolute Green Arrow just a dude? No, Absolute Green Arrow is like a death demon. Like it's literally a demon. We actually don't even know if it's Oliver Queen. He's like legitimately a demon.
I pulled a little bit earlier. If you saw me playing with something in my hand, it's because I'm pretty sure I pulled a little rock out of the back of my head.
Oh,
it was like a little crystal rock. And it was in my head. It's like embedded. I think it was probably like a big keratin plug or something, but I'm not screaming anybody, babe. I don't know what's going on.
I got a Rubik's Cube recently, and I'm really happy about it. It's like the perfect fidget toy, and I don't know why I ever used something else.
I just want a Fiat Jet.
I like the comic book conversation.
Matt, stop calling in. I'm not doing here. I'm answering because if I don't answer, I can't hit the snooze thing.
Say the alphabet backwards.
I snoozed him for a day.
Oh, ZYXWVUT.
I'm not doing drunk. I'm not doing a little drunk. I'm not doing 5 beers. It's not getting better.
RQ.
Yark yar.
P.
Jabba
ONML. KJ.
I gotta pee. You got this?
IHG. FE.
What happened to that call, babe?
That's so funny.
Hi, I'm a guy.
Luthien, next time I request you put the 10-year-old through.
Hello, I'm a whole man. What'd you say about? I'm not putting a 10-year-old in.
I'm doing real good at this game right now. I say,
well, I gotta pee. Would you do real good at getting us some more call? I mean, we've been going for almost 5 hours, but I'm not ready to call it.
Hey guys, listen. Hey guys. Hey. Wait, well, Jovan isn't a drug user, I think, but the other guy definitely what? Huh? Hey guys, if you are interested, if you're an atheist, if you're a Christian, if you're a conservative, or not an atheist, don't call me if you're an atheist, shut up. If you're a Christian, if you're a conservative, if you're a capitalist, a capital C list, give us a call today. We want to talk to you. I want to know why you believe what you believe, and I want you to know that I think your beliefs are terrible, god-awful, dookie garbage beliefs. If you want to defend your terrible, god-awful, dookie garbage beliefs, now is the fucking time, dude. Oh, this is the worst part of the fucking game. This is honestly the worst fucking part of the game. I hate this part so fucking much. God damn, this shit is so garbage. Trying to get this to where the way I need it to be. Don't even understand. I think that's right. Call in, guys. That number, just so you have it, is 720-619-2288. Should I tell you it again? Do you want to hear it again? I think you should hear it one more time. 720-619-2288. Don't be afraid. Get a tattoo. Don't be afraid. Just call my phone. Call the phone. Don't be afraid. It's okay to feel sad. It's okay. It's okay to feel a little sad. We all float here. Isn't that the you'll float too? Something like that. I feel like I've biffed this so hard. But at the same time, I feel like I might have nailed it. I feel like I low-key might have nailed this. For those who don't know, I'm playing a game on my stream, so that's what you're hearing. I ain't finna hold you. You're hearing me play a game on my side of the stream. So if you're like, what the fuck is Jovan doing? Gaming. Gamer girls. Call in. Was that just a message from the screener? Hold on. I think we got a message from the screener. Let's see what that says.
That's the same 10-year-old.
Oh, hey, 10-year-old, stop calling.
I'm almost considering, should I leave you solo for like 20-ish minutes, drive to my wood shop, reappear from the wood shop, and give everybody a tour of the super messy wood shop? Because I have so much work to do there.
If that's what you want to do today.
I don't know, kind of.
Oh, how did I fuck this so hard?
What if we get like 5 calls because people are just so stoked that I'm not there?
Hey guys, if you're stoked to not have Jimmy Snow here, raise your hand. I can't see it, but I'm going to imagine what it's like.
Oh my God, wait, look at the notes. Look at the notes on that one. That kid was clearly arguing with his mom. Hi, my name is blank blank. I'm 19 and I'm talking about Israel. Yeah. What are you doing? I don't know. What? I don't know. Shut up. What are you doing down here? Calling one of these hotlines to debate them? No, please don't.
You don't have checked on record calls, do you? Record screening?
Oh my gosh. Oh, not the auto screener, just the regular screen.
Aw, Jimmy Snow.
That would have been fucking
Jimmy
epic.
Snow.
Luthian,
you need to turn that on.
Was the kid's mom in the background?
How the fuck do I do this?
Oh man. I remember this guy from earlier. Go ahead and if you'll get this caller queued up pretty quick here.
This is correct. Is this impossible to do solo? And did I just fuck it?
What game are you playing?
Chained Together, the game I keep asking you to play with me that you just fucking never do.
First of all, you've asked me one time and not since then. Yeah. I probably would have been excited to play that.
Yeah. Go download it right now. Go download it right now.
I will.
I'll start from the beginning again. I'll start from the beginning. Chained Together. I'm so good at it. I'm so far right now. Down. What?
Yeah, I don't have any internet.
Well, that's impossible, or else you wouldn't be here right now. That's like when I try to pretend that I'm frozen, but you can clearly see my arcade machines moving in the background.
Oh, man. Oh,
what
Steam's
the fuck
broken.
do I do here? This maybe?
Chained Together. All right, we'll do it. John in North Carolina. John, you're on the line with Jimmy and Jovan. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. Are you?
I'm fine. What's up?
Hey, couldn't be better.
That's not true.
So, in another episode, you said that Harris lost because she was like black, and I guess it would be hard for
a black woman. That is definitely a big part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I just think that she really lost because she was a bad politician.
Now, both are true.
Yeah, homie, I don't know. A lot of white men didn't vote for her. I mean, I don't think all these white men just magically were like. I think it's not just that she was a black woman. I think, that she was a woman in general. Because I mean, look at fucking Hillary, right? Hillary did dog shit too with the white male vote. But yeah, I think her being a black woman played a giant part of it.
I mean, which demographics didn't switch to Trump?
What was that?
Which demographics did not switch, go more for Trump than they had under Biden. Where you actually see a shift. In other words, a percentage swap where Trump made gains. I'm wording this poorly. Trump made gains in every single demographic except black women and college-educated women.
Yeah, I'm assuming
every
it's
other
white men.
demographic. Huh?
I'm assuming white men.
No, the only people Trump didn't make gains with were black women and college-educated women. Every other group he made gains in.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that it would be hard for, a black woman to win the presidency, but I feel like her being a bad politician played more of a part than her race.
But now you're just changing it to more of. I don't know which one was more. I know it was significant. I know there are other things that I hate that happened. I know I blamed the DNC and Kamala Harris the most for her loss. I would have accepted Kamala Harris as the nominee if even a show of a primary had happened. Even like a primary that I know wasn't really that legit, I would have accepted at least more.
I don't know. As a black man living in this country, as a black man living here, misogynoir is crazy, dog.
Right, literally.
Yeah, I understand that completely.
Even within, and it's not just, not to sound a little conservative myself, every black women, the only people who are viewed less favorably in America than black women are trans black women.
True.
Right.
Literally every other demographic treated more favorably.
Indigenous women too. Indigenous women are technically face worse disparities than black women do.
There you go.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't really disagree with you guys too much. I just really disagreed with that part of that Jimmy said.
How many votes How many votes did she lose by?
I don't really know. I don't remember the number.
Isn't it like 5 million?
Around there, 2 million or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I want to find out exactly, because it sounds like you're sitting here saying that you agree with the overall position. She got 75 million. He got 77 million. So when you say you want to put most of the blame on something else, that would mean to say you don't believe racism and sexism and the combination of the two of them accounted for the disparity of 2 million votes when it comes to the popular vote required to at least switch the popular vote. And so to say like you think it was mostly something else, maybe it was mostly something else that they didn't landslide win. But I think if you just removed, even from the people who don't generally call themselves Republican, just removed the bias against black women, specifically, I think you easily, in an election with 152 million people, would and the 77.3 voting for Trump, find 2 million people who would have switched from Trump to Harris were she just in a package that is otherwise the same, but that they were pretty sure had a wiener inside the pants. Or a white wiener if you really want to do better.
And I just want to reiterate, like, I don't think Harris was the strongest candidate by far.
Yeah,
I don't think she ran a great campaign. Whether that's her fault or the campaign's fault is a mixed bag. I mean, I've read parts of her book. It seems like she was pretty pigeonholed by DNC Munti, if you know what I'm saying. That being said, I think it's perfectly reasonable to recognize that, like, I mean, I talked with so many people before the election, and so many of them said I wouldn't vote for a woman, and I can just extrapolate off of that the ones that wouldn't vote for black women.
Do you know what the bigger one, honestly, for me, that is the Q, like that one's obvious, but those people who are probably voting for Trump against, somebody gay or somebody black, or like those people are the outwardly bigoted. You know, the one that is the obvious red flag dog whistle, like, yeah, I get it, you're a racist. well, I was never going to vote for Harris. Okay, what policy? What was the problem with Harris? You know, her demeanor, the way she laughed, the way she spoke. Okay, but which one of the policies did you disagree with? You know, I don't know. I don't really know what her policies were, but just like her overall demeanor, when people say demeanor and
so
laugh
obvious,
and speech, you're saying she's a black woman, and that was my problem with her.
You want to know the other one? One? These are all real quick. Last one. These are all the same people that call Michelle Obama a man.
Yeah,
like it's very clear they're racist.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that, but I mean, I think she didn't really do enough to.
Yeah, that's true too.
To overcome that. Was that?
Yes, but it is funny that wait, to overcome that, like the racism thing. So, are we blaming her for not overcoming what a white man wouldn't have had to overcome?
No, like for example, like Mamdani, he won in New York, even though this is post 9/11, and you know there's a lot of people that don't like Muslims in New York.
Right.
But
New York is so progressive, dude. Right. New York is so progressive.
New York is very progressive, but Mamdani is still a man who is attractive, charming in his speech, white passing vocally. Yeah. If you hear his voice, you can't tell he's not white. He sounds white. Like you're literally comparing him against someone who had a populist movement and a tremendous amount of privilege. What do you say, Jovan?
I was going to say, I think Mamdani and Harris both code switch a lot. Because I've heard Harris sound like a auntie.
Harris,
not only used to rap, Mamdani used to rap before Disney.
Harris, I feel like, you're right. She code switches and but I don't feel like I've ever heard her in a way where I was like, yeah, if you close your eyes, you could just put these sound clips up for Fox News viewers because they won't be able to tell she's black. I feel like I still have that Southern racist white twang where I'm like, with my eyes closed, I can tell 90% of the time who's black. You know what I mean?
I mean, she was trying to.
Yeah.
She was trying to lean in more towards the Republican vote, and I think that's kind of what did her in more because she was trying to outdo Trump.
I think the campaign didn't go for the independent vote. They tried to go for the conservative vote. I agree that was a fault of the campaign.
It was stupid for the campaign to go. She is a black woman and is going to lose even amongst black men. All men, men period, are going to not want her. And so with that being the case, we're not going to emphasize, we have so much working against us because of all of the racism. And we're not going to work against that by going more populist, by going further left. We're going to try what we think is a safe strategy. No primary, not putting policy first as far as like what you're presenting, and kind of like trying to, it reminds me of that famous video. You see it on Reddit every so often. There's these two kids and they're racing, and one of the kid, as he's about to win, turns and tries to go like, or like sticks his tongue out and give the peace sign of like, haha, I beat you. And the dude fucking eats it because he threw himself off balance doing it. So the other kid won. That's what I feel like they did to Trump. They were like, I'm not Trump. I'm winning. Look at how good I'm winning. This is going to be easy. And then
I think that was the fault of literally. So here's the thing. Biden was able to basically do that. Right. I don't think Biden was great on the campaign trail when he won.
COVID was so bad.
But we were coming off of such shit but every other campaign thought they could do that too. Hillary thought she could do that. Hillary smoked Trump in their debate, like smoked him. Like legit. It was such an embarrassment.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter. Hillary was a woman, and all Trump had to do was say Benghazi, 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 and he fucking won. He couldn't do that with Biden because
he won the Electoral College. He lost by 5 million votes.
Yes, but he wasn't able to do that with Biden because, personally, Biden was a white man. Trump has a hard time beating other white men. He has a much easier time beating minority groups. Sorry, unfortunately to say, but it's the truth.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't really disagree too much with you guys. That this is really
then what's the point of your call? Because it seems like you take exception to the fact that we address America is sexist and racist, and that played a part in Kamala Harris's loss. While on these channels, it's not like you aren't hearing us also say Kamala Harris was a shitty person and a shitty candidate. Were she to successfully be elected, at the end of her term, I'd be talking about how she also needs to go to prison, just like Biden and Obama, for crimes against humanity, for fucking
You heard it
war
here
crimes.
first, chap. Jimmy wants a black man to go to jail.
And woman. I don't know that she's not responsible enough to go now with Biden for their presidency. But I mean, fucking war crimes all around. Fucking Christ. And then
War
obviously
crime
Trump
city,
and
baby.
Trump and Bush but it's not important if you don't call it out on your own side and make exceptions. Not that I consider Obama on my side. Democrats aren't on my side. And he's the most Democrat-y of Democrats.
I just feel like it is possible for somebody to overcome that level of racism in America, and she didn't really attempt that.
I think if you're a man, you can overcome that level right now. I don't know that I've not seen how we're going to overcome the misogynoir. Not that it's not possible. I want to be very clear about that. I don't think it's impossible. I think you would need a much better candidate with a longer campaign. You can't overcome that in 4 months.
Also, you're
That's
wrong.
not a 4 month
But John, you're fundamentally wrong that she didn't attempt it. She didn't succeed. You're mad at a black woman who definitely did attempt it in ways I disagree with her attempting. In ways it should be obvious, attempting to overcome racism by holding hands with Liz Cheney and Meghan McCain are dumb ways to try and overcome it.
Yeah, she didn't
attempt. Trying to out racist Trump didn't really.
She tried to embrace the whites, and so but you're fundamentally wrong that you're mad at her not. If you're saying because she didn't try to get past that, she could have done more. No, she could have done different. She was trying. You don't know what strategy would work, John. She tried. She tried poorly in ways I wouldn't have done.
And she might try again.
Oh my God, don't say that shit. Don't say that shit. Ambassador to
4 more years. 4 more years.
I mean, I like you guys' show, so I don't really have too much else to say, so I guess I'll leave you with that.
All right.
4 more years. Stop the steal.
Right,
Did somebody say 4 more? It's just weird to have people calling in who are on our side and don't agree and then be like, I didn't like what you said about racism being part of why Kamala Harris didn't win. Like,
I'll be honest, the only people, first of all, and I'm going to be so honest with you, chat. If you call me to critique me on a position I have about racism, you better be black. Because I ain't going to listen to a single white person tell me how to talk about racism. I tell you what.
So no Asian people can call you if you say some anti-Asian shit. That's really racist of you.
That's not what I said.
Yes, you did. You said if you want to call me
on the way I address racism. Obviously, what I'm saying is the way that I address
racism.
Sure, but I mean a position about the racism that affects me, not the racism that affects Asian people.
I just feel like that's what you would have said.
Jim Snow.
This person who's made a living being so specific and careful with his language, suddenly, I don't know.
Jamie Snow.
I feel like that's only the second time I feel like I successfully got you a little bit.
Motherfucker.
This first time was pretty
good. I'm playing so dangerously right now.
Just so y'all know, I got Jovan to seem kind of racist on June.
Oh, I'm definitely racist.
No. Like,
what did I do? Oh,
you remember?
I guess, but whatever.
He was taking money for shout outs. When I was like, okay, so will you also do it if they give a donation to black non-believers and send you a receipt of that? And he went, you fucking asshole. Yes. I think I won that one.
Did Forrest send you that text of how somebody Icemanned him with like a study?
No.
Bro, it was so funny. Somebody, I guess he was debating, so they were gonna like email him a study, and they just emailed him the lyrics to Iceman by Drake. And I said, that is fucking so golden.
He's only ever done that to me once. I think so. When the accusations come, he can go, no, I've sent it to Jimmy too.
He is really obsessed with that. With ice manning people.
Never gonna give you up. We got a call screening. We'll see what happens here. I don't even know if you guys said anything about wanting to see the fucking messy ass wood shop.
No, they'd rather you play Chain Together with me.
Well, not on stream.
Oh, well, then that's boring.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm saying we do it while we debate. That's
I'm
what
not
I'm saying.
broadcasting it to the line.
We do it while we debate.
Maybe.
You don't even have to broadcast. Just join my game. My chat can see my game.
Can we talk about how fucked we are as creators with this fucking hard drive? How the cost of
shortage.
Gigabytes?
I'm lucky in that I think I have mine is 12 gig hard drive, and I'm nowhere near half full of it, so I still have some time.
How? Those bit rates must be embarrassing.
Actually, let me go check how much is on there right now. Let's see.
I'm blowing through a
my
NAS
drive.
Right now. And so I'm like, shit. Okay, I'm gonna do a bunch of stuff, delete stuff I wouldn't have usually deleted to save space and stuff. But I'm gonna have to buy new regular ass scratch discs. And these 12 terabyte scratch discs that I usually use, I think I was getting them for like $100, maybe 100, maybe 200 before, and they're in the like hundreds, like $600-700.
Yeah, storage is a bitch. Storage is a bitch.
What happened with that call?
This hard drive is local disk.
Oh, they're calling back.
Oh, here. Oh no, I lied. I only have 1.3 terabytes free. Oh shit, I gotta get a new hard drive. This one's almost cooked. Like really almost cooked.
You say 3 terabytes free?
No, 1.3.
You got a backup to it too, right? You're running dual on RAID 1. Then what's even the point of an archive? What are you're supposed
I don't know
every time you buy a hard drive, especially for a NAS, which I assume you're using. Okay. Anytime you buy a hard drive for this kind of stuff, you buy 2. And you have it cloned. That way you always have backup in case of a disk failure, especially on a scratch disk.
Oh, wait, I have another hard drive. I bought another one because I thought I broke this one once.
But
so
that
I bought
one needs
another
to be
12
the clone
gig.
that's always running.
Mm-hmm.
They run at the same time. They're always...
To be fair, if this hard drive breaks, I just lose all the videos that are mostly already uploaded.
Yeah, I just feel like one day, I don't know why, I have this I have this conspiracy in my head that at some point I'm going to need those source files for like a court case or some shit. Like, no, I can prove behind the scenes. Here's the rest of the footage. Do. Yeah, I don't know. I'm fucking.
No, I feel like I'm doing okay. Maybe, possibly, potentially. Who knows?
Yeah. Good. We got calls screening, guys. We'll jump on it. If you have a RAID as a backup, you don't have a backup. If you have a RAID as a backup, you don't have a backup. Why do you say that? If you have 2 hard drives, because you're saying if it's like a power surge specifically, if it's going to fry the one, it'll fry the other. Yeah, that's probably true. So my current setup is a double NAS, but the typical setup is to have a NAS with 2 drives. So if you have 6 bays, you have 3 pools, all doubled up. My current setup that I'm actually now updating is 2 separate NAS, but because they're on the same, like a lightning strike could still kill them both because they're in the same house. That won't be true soon though. I'm going to take one of the NASs to
I want to get a pair of Meta glasses.
The ones with the display in them, or the...
Yeah.
Because I already have the ones without the display. That's what these ones are. I love these.
Yeah. I want to try them.
Well, you have to demo them before you can buy them. They only are available at certain Best Buys, and you have to go in and do a demo.
I can literally get them. I can literally get them online because I have. What are you talking about?
If you were talking about the Meta Ray-Ban with the displays in them, no, you can't. You can get the Meta Ray-Bans Gen 2 that have no display in them online.
Oh. But then but I need prescriptions.
That you have to order when you order them, or you can take them to a place that does lenses.
Oh.
So when you go into the Best Buy,
not doing that.
When you go into the Best Buy, they probably aren't even going to give you the glasses there after your demo. they're going to tell you like, okay, now that you've done the demo and we've shown you how it works, you are now eligible to purchase with this special link.
You know what's annoying?
I only want the wristband, and I want the wristband to do way more stuff. That fucking wristband. You control it with, so instead of doing like a camera tracked, it can tell every movement your hand is doing by just having sensors on your wrist. It knows the exact position your fingers are in. It can even, so when you want to type with the glasses, you just put your hand on a surface like you're holding a pen and you literally write the words. And it knows each letter and the amount of precision it has. Dude, no, it's awesome. They're going to build that shit into smartwatches, and it's going to be how you control everything in the future.
You know what's so annoying? Also, I'm like halfway up this fucking game. Thank God. The fact that I need to wear glasses when I wear a VR headset pisses me off.
What's your solution to AI? The only solution to everything that there is. We must transition to a socialist economy. Under a socialist framework, AI is fine. AI is good even under socialism. What was the last thing you just said, Jovan? I feel like I
said I'm mad that I need to wear prescription lenses to use VR.
They do make pop-in lenses, or you can wear contacts.
I have them. I have a set of lenses for I don't have a VR headset anymore. I gave it to some kid for his birthday. Yeah. But when I still have the lens though. It's right here. One of them.
You can also just wear contacts. That's what I do.
I hate contacts. I'd rather use the lenses. I hate contacts.
Why?
But autism, I don't know what to tell you. But
dude, so I do the night and days. I change them once a month.
They're
literally set for 30 days. You can barely tell they're there.
Not a fan. But what was I going to say? I just feel like on a VR headset, I shouldn't have to wear lenses, but I understand the science behind why I do, right? That your eyes still see it like it is, far away, but I don't like it. It seems
in theory,
like I shouldn't have to.
In the future, they have, if they are going to do certain VR lenses where they do multiplanar focus, so they can actually, you're not just seeing a 3D image. The 3D image actually is layered. Technically, those planar things should be able to do up to a certain amount of prescription. There are a few headsets that already have built-in things that can do up to some level. It's mostly for like drones. You have drones that if your prescription's under like a -2, I think, or -1.5, or +1.5, you can get it that way. But what is your prescription?
I don't remember.
Well, mine is a -6.75. I'm blind as fuck without my glasses.
I'm very blind without these glasses. Like I can't even see my computer monitor, and it's like less than 2 feet from my face.
I'm going to be honest. These calls are weak.
You know who else is weak?
We've got another one now. Guys, we're not. Fucking Christ.
Is this going to just turn into a podcast episode? Like, y'all just want to hear me and Jimmy talk instead of calling in to debate us
I don't want
any of the things?
I'd rather leave early. Legitimately.
I'm ready for bed. Say the word.
Something is happening weird with these. Okay, I fixed that one. Okay, we'll do these fast.
No!
Matthew in Kentucky, you're on the line with Jimmy and Jovan. You think we should be voting for third parties as socialists? I agree during the primaries when appropriate.
That's not third party voting.
Of course it is. During primaries?
Matthew, are you white?
Unfortunately. No, actually. Unfortunately, because I get all the privilege.
Okay, please don't tell me how to keep my people alive. Thanks.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so what exactly is done by voting for a capitalist party when you don't need to in a safe state?
Less of my people. No, I do. No, I don't give a shit what you do in a safe state. I'm going to be so honest, and I say this all the time. I don't care how if you live in New York, I don't give two shits how you vote in the presidential election. I do not care. Your state is always voting blue. I don't give a fuck. On the flip side of that, less of my people die when Democrats are in charge. And right now, all we have is Democrats and Republicans. If you get if y'all band together and actually get a third party on the ballot that has a chance, I'll vote for them 100 times over. But right now, that's not happening when most of the country is full of Democrats and Republicans. So all I can do is continue to try to educate people into a leftist framework so that we can eventually hit that point. We're not at that point yet. So I'm not going to throw my people's lives away for a pipe dream that's not there yet, because people, and quite frankly, it's white people, because black people shouldn't have to do it, haven't organized enough yet to get a socialist candidate on the ballot who stands a chance.
I will say the thing I disagree with Jovan on, I do care about the New York people who vote otherwise, because generally the staples of those vote third party, don't vote blue communities. Can we kill the background noise? I know this isn't your first phone call because you called a couple of weeks ago. Is this your second?
I mean, that was like 2 months ago, but yeah,
Tight.
I'm sorry. I'm just, I'm on a porch right now, and there's just some dude yelling. But yeah,
Okay.
Anyway,
No, I wasn't done. I wasn't done. I was only interrupting to say kill the background. The staples of those movements are often people from California and New York, and they generally, as a movement of people, are participating in discouraging people from not safe vote spaces from voting. So generally, I do care about those people in the other because of what that usually indicates they are otherwise participating in. And also because you have the whole worry about and I won the popular vote. So I have that's a lesser worry. The greater thing, the greater worry being the community building that is done amongst people who are not voting for harm reduction, doing community building from a state like New York with people from states like, say, Colorado. I wish Jovan had listened to that, because I think he might have found that a compelling argument.
I heard what you said. I was listening. I don't think it changes my mind, but I don't necessarily disagree with you.
Well, then you're gay. All right. Anyway, go ahead, caller. Matthew, by the way, I have to tell you, I remember this from last time too. I thought the same thing in the first 90 seconds. Try and neutralize your tone a little bit, Matthew, because I almost gave you so much shit again for how condescending your voice immediately sounded.
Okay, my apologies if that came across that way. I mean, I'd like to address what Jovan said first.
Then you're gay.
Jovan's still sent.
So fucking stupid.
It was pretty funny.
Go ahead, Matthew.
But no, and this is something that Hassan has said is like that. You know, people like, I mean, I know that you want to avoid the label, but the vote blue no matter who attitude that a lot of socialists have is like to wait until the third party is viable. It's like, okay, but you're not helping like make that happen by continuously like.
Matthew, do you watch my content a lot? Do you watch my content a lot?
Only when you're on the line.
Okay. A key thing about me that you should know is that I only think you should vote blue no matter who for 3 things: the presidency, Congress, and the Senate.
Federal seats.
Now, if you want to offer me up a DSA candidate for mayor, for even some congressional seats, if you offer me up a DSA candidate for a congressional seat who's anti-capitalist and all this, and they're running the primaries, I'm going to vote for them all day. But if they don't get primaried, I'm going to vote who does get primaried so my people don't die.
I think too,
less of my people die under. I fucking hate Obama. I think Obama was a war criminal. I think I think fucking Biden was a war criminal. I think every president has been a war criminal. I still recognize that under Obama, less of my people died than under Trump.
I think too, Matthew, if a black man tells you, when I hear this from a white guy, essentially I'm hearing a person who does not prioritize my community as a person from and in that community. I think if your response is then, but Hassan, a white guy, also says this, I mean, that's not great. That's not great.
Oh my God.
I'm just saying that I've heard the same thing. I could have been anyone.
From
It didn't
another
have
white
to be
guy.
Hassan.
If you're going
Okay,
to bring it to a black guy, at least I can name at least one black candidate, DSA, who thinks a little bit more like you. Though they did just,
Andre
I think,
Easton.
run as a Democrat. So there is some irony. And when they win, we are now, as DSA, going to say to the Democrats, hey, they won your primary fair and square. So you need to support them now the way we supported you. It sounds like, Matthew, you'd also like to cede that, not ever be able to use that again. Because if we did that largely as leftists and said, nope, we're done supporting Democrats, and we let them lose and everything, and then we start getting positions and we say, great, we fell in line, so now you do. They go, no. You destroyed our party by no longer falling in line. Rather than presenting it better, rather than doing better, rather than competing better, you just took your ball and went home. So we're taking our ball and going home too. And we'll be fine because we're capitalists.
Yeah, I mean, when they say it, they're disingenuous. So, like, of course they're going to do that. But, yeah, no, I think it's great that DSA members, won in New York and all that. I don't, I'm not against that. I just think
they did it within the democratic system.
Yeah, and that's the issue. Like, they're going to end up like AOC and move to the Democratic Party is going to move them to the right once they get into power. Like, AOC has just deteriorated as she has capitulated to her leadership.
I love how these things come up. AOC, wait. Being a Democrat in Congress, has moved to the right. You're going to talk about how AOC has also pulled the Overton window and people running publicly to the left, or are we only associating with what AOC has done to maintain her career? That's the only thing we're going to assign to her. Anything I want to know what specific things. Many people she pulled to the left.
I want to know what specific of AOC's positions that you are like, oh, this is so terrible. I can't believe we let this happen.
I mean, she literally just said like she's going to support Hakeem Jeffries for speaker, like even before the debate has even started. Really,
that's nothing about her like policy positions or how she's voted or the things she's tried to push into. Like, what about that? I'm not going to hold every politician to every small little thing. Like, what? Come on, dude. Politics has to be so much more nuanced than this.
Also, who is Hakeem's viable opponent that she is rejecting?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, the debate hasn't even started and she's already capitulating. And she could have offered up anyone, like even slightly
the debate's
to the
already
left
done. They already know. They already know. You're assuming that there's not more going on than what you're publicly aware of. They already know. They know who the challenges are, and she is pragmatically aligning herself with Hakeem Jeffries. I may or may not disagree with that decision, but you just assume so fucking much, Matthew. And again, all you want to talk about is what has AOC's candidacy and successful career in Congress pulled members of Congress and a large contingent of voters to the left?
I mean, I think that's a hard thing to measure.
And yet you'll just say she went to the right. No, it isn't. Just you are so dishonest, Matthew. Of course it has. And of course she has. Okay.
I mean, I think that the people who were initially polled left have like gradually moved right from that initial like 2018 energy.
I don't think AOC saying she'd support Hakeem Jeffries is her now pulling right. I disagree with that framing like so hard.
I mean, okay, there was also like the amendments where she abandoned Rashid Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. The amendment that cut out the Israel funding, MTG spearheaded it, but you had Al Green, Ilhan Omar, Rashid Tlaib on there, and she just made
she said the reason she denied it. I'm trying to remember like the specific thing. There was something in it that she didn't support. And had the bill come back with that thing out of it, she said she would have voted for it. She would have put in for it.
Also, I legitimately, if Marjorie Taylor Greene's name is at the top of it, I don't care. If you know it's going to fail, and you know that the reason you and Marjorie Taylor Greene are on the same side is because you're an anti-Zionist and she's an anti-Semite, I am fine with anybody rejecting that. If there was a chance of the bill succeeding, we'd be talking about something else. But literally, Marjorie Taylor Greene is an anti-Semite, and I am not going to reject anybody deciding not to sign on to a Marjorie Taylor Greene bill whose motivation is anti-Semitism.
Wait. No, but here it is right now. AOC said the reason she denied it is because what Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment did is it cut funding for the Iron Dome, but it left in funding for offensive military assistance. And she said she did not support that because that offensive capacity was still allowing bombs to, she said, and I quote, Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment does nothing to cut offensive aid to Israel nor end the flow of U.S. munitions being used in Gaza. What it does do is cut off defensive Iron Dome capacities while allowing the actual bombs killing Palestinians to continue. How is that moving right? That is left as fuck. She said, I will not support this if it still funds Israel getting money. What I think is happening, Matthew, and whether you agree or disagree with this is whatever, I think a lot of people in your position don't fully read up on what these politicians are actually saying and why they are supporting what they're supporting. I agree with her. If the bill still funds Israel getting weapons, don't vote for it.
Okay, so if I was in her position and my calculus was, hey, if I sign on with Hakeem Jeffries now,
100%.
I can bring Hakeem Jeffries. He is going to win. I sign on now. I have a much better chance of pulling him to the left on a substantial number of issues. I would take that chance. I don't know if that was her reason. Again, whatever her reasoning is, I might actually disagree with.
She said the reason for supporting Hakeem Jeffries.
Assuming it is.
Her reasoning for supporting Hakeem Jeffries is because he's prioritizing housing in New York City, which is one of her biggest pushes in New York is fair housing policies.
Oh, that right-wing policy. Goodness sakes.
How is she deprioritizing Palestine when she refused to vote for a bill that funds bombs? No, but her. I don't care about him.
I'm saying, I mean, you said that he's prioritizing that housing thing, and I'm saying, and he's deprioritizing Palestine. Like, she can put all this lipstick she wants on the pig, but it's not going to make him a leftist. Like, that's not going to happen. Like,
she's never claimed he was. This is making a claim she's not made. She's never claimed Hakeem Jeffries was a leftist.
Matthew, I've just realized we've fallen for something. Well done. Clever job. I'm muting you now. Your call's over.
What's up?
Because you've made like 6 points we countered, and instead of responding, you went to the next one, and we followed you. Well done. But you were just given a set of points about her positions and everything, and now you have us talking about Hakeem Jeffries deprioritizing Palestine, and you haven't actually conceded. The way you jumped from each one would only be appropriate with a concession about the previous one. But you kind of just like, all right, well, next point, this thing, and never conceding to those. So you're like 6-0 right now, and yet we're chasing you and getting 0 concessions. We're like 6-0 right now, and we're chasing you and getting 0 concessions. So call back when you can. I was already bothered by the dishonest way you were engaging, and then I realized it's been a long show. Right? We're 5.5 hours in. Jovan may not be willing to admit to a little bit of an L, but Jesus Christ, we just fell for that shit. We let you jump topics without conceding the other topic. Thus that we are 6 deep, and you haven't once accepted that you were wrong about the previous one. We just jumped to the next one. What'd you say?
I said I wouldn't say I took a L.
I think after 5.5 hours, we just argued real sloppy. I'll blame myself more than you. But because you were making the good counters, for the record. It's not like you took a full-on L. You took the 6 points. You put the 6 points up there. But we went from playing soccer to playing fucking whatever to them, whatever. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, this guy argues so poorly and loses point after point, but we're chasing his tail? What the fuck? Oh, anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. When I felt like I thought that had just happened, I was like, fucking Christ, did we really?
I just think so often leftists who criticize like they do are just they are, in my opinion, almost as politically uneducated as MAGA. They don't research anything. And it makes me go like, am I the asshole for doing as much research as I do? Am I the dick?
I'm going to call it a minor L because we got the major W's. I agree. I still think you put the best ones. Of the 6 points, I think you're probably responsible for most of them. I'm going to put in the chat, do we let the last caller skip to the next topic without conceding? In parentheses, giving us a minor L. I want to see if chat was feeling that way too. Did I, or in reality, am I just overreacting because we're 5.5 hours in?
5.5 hours. What are we trying to do? 6?
Yeah, I think the show usually ends at 10. MAGA, theist, this is your last chance to call in. And you can't pretend it's
MAGA theists.
So personal.
MAGA-theists?
Hell yeah. MAGA-theists. MAGA-theists are, I'm going to note that appropriately timed to saying you're gay really works for you. That really tickles you. Matt has funny. A similar button.
Really good.
Cleverly timed, well-word age jokes always make Matt laugh.
It helps that I was watching the Escape Pod earlier, which is, I don't know why I like these two little nerdy white boys talking about comic books, but it tickles me every time.
Wait, but is that the one with the guy with no chin?
Hat guy, yeah.
You know, first of all, that guy is insufferable. Have you seen the clip, though, where he freaked out because he thought he might have accidentally just said the N-word on air, clearly establishing he says it a lot off air?
No, I have not seen that clip.
Dude, he's like, oh, wait, did I just, I thought I just, he's like thinking about the last words and he's like, did I just, and he's clarifying, trying to find out whether or not he had accidentally slipped the N-word. And just the way he's presenting it, it's clearly like he was worried because he does it a lot that he might have forgotten not to say it. That dude definitely is dropping N-words like crazy.
I think those kids are funny to watch. I think Hat Guy has some of the worst superhero takes I've ever heard in my life, but they're low. They do this game. They do this agree and disagree game. And he was like, you spend $50,000, but you get to spend 24 hours with Starfire. And then Spider-Man Sweatshirt Kid was like, no, I'm not taking it. And they were like arguing about it for like 5 minutes again. And he's like, yeah, I just don't think it's worth it. And that guy just was full straight face like, oh, you're gay. Okay. And it fucking got me. It tickled me. Tickled me pink. Wanda Sykes would be very disappointed in me, but I found it funny.
I mean, at least someone was saying it was very disappointing that you let that one pass by. At least I acknowledged it, right? Do I get points for not really?
I felt like I kept trying to bring it back to AOC not being this fucking right-wing grift like people say she is.
I feel like there are multiple calls during this show where I was like, no, you don't get a jump. We're on this topic. And I'm sure I let people jump topics all the time, but not serially. Not like fucking cry. When I realized, I was like, weren't we only 4 minutes ago talking about like 6 topics ago? Did we jump that fast?
Yeah, we might just be tired, homie. We've been doing this for a while. Yeah.
And that's fine. We're allowed to make mistakes and stuff, but I more wanted to make a big days. I just want to make a big show of hanging up on them when I realized we were falling for. You know what it was? I bet because I was so off put by his condescending tone at the beginning, I was on guard to be ready to call him out for condescending things he was saying. It was like the other day, I tried to trick a person who I thought was using fake pronouns into using he pronouns to describe himself. And I thought he didn't fall for it. I was like, well, good for you. I just tried to trick you and you didn't fall for it. And then other people in the thing were like, yes, he did. He literally said his 2 times, but I was only listening for he. So I missed his twice. I basically was like, hey, what would you want your gravestone to say? Like, I'd want mine to say he cared about the truth and nothing but the truth. And what would you want yours to say? And he would keep using his name at the beginning. And I was like, he knows what I'm doing. But apparently, anyway, it was a whole thing.
No, I'm not picking up what you're putting down. I'm hearing you.
Thanks. I feel heard. What is the name of that podcast again? I want to make sure we're talking about the same one before I throw out
the Escape. If you're talking about the kid who has no chin, yeah, that's Hat Guy. I don't know his real name. I call him Hat Guy like the rest of the internet.
But what is it called? The Escape what?
The Escape Pod.
The Escape Pod. I feel very confident that he uses the N-word more than you do.
I'm gonna say I've said this before and I'll say it again. I assume every white person I come into contact with uses the word in private. I just make that assumption.
Like still actively uses it in private or just in the past?
still actively uses it.
Dang, why am I bothering not doing it then?
I believe every white person uses it in songs when nobody's around.
Okay, that's happened by accident. And every time I do it, it reminds me of when I was a kid and I was Mormon. Anytime you'd accidentally say, "Oh my God," I'd get this feeling like, and then I'd like say a little prayer. And I'd be like, "I'm so sorry, God. I didn't mean to use your Lord's name, the Lord's name in vain, blah, blah, blah." And I would just feel devastated. And now probably once a year, I'm singing along to a song and that happens. And I say a little prayer to Jesse James. And just so you know,
I didn't know where you were going with that one.
Spending the last 20 seconds picking a black guy while telling the rest of the story. I was like, where the
fuck is this going right now?
But no, that part's true.
Oh,
now
shit.
I will be singing a song, and if I accidentally, while singing the song, like in the shower, if I slip it, I have that exact same pit of my stomach feeling I had back in the day.
I'm gonna say something kind of controversial. I don't give a fuck if white people say the N-word in their homes. I have no, like, what the fuck? There's no way for me to combat that. There's no way to, like, enforce that. I don't care. I have bigger racist fish to fry than a white person who says the N-word while rapping along to a Tupac song.
I'd like to debate this point with you, a black guy. No, I don't know, man. It's easiest at home. Things that I shouldn't do. Let's say if I accepted what you just said and was like, yeah.
Then again,
now
that I think about it, I don't just drop the F word in private. So maybe I should hold white people to a fucking bigger standard.
That's kind of, I was going to say, like, don't you not do that at home? Because even if you thought it was harmless in private or at home, what you do at home is eventually how, maybe this is the autism. Neurotypical people are keeping track of so many falsities about themselves. They are lying so much. They have characteristics they don't believe in. They're living in cognitive dissonance, and all they're doing all the time is trying to remember which lie, because there's apparently these social norms that we're lying about who we are and what our positions are and everything else like that. And I'm just like, fucking Christ, I do not have the capacity to keep track of all of that bullshit. And I don't want to. But it rubs people the wrong way, because it's like this social thing of like, hey, I won't call you on your lies, you don't call me on mine. But I'm like, no, fuck no. I'm going to call you on your lies, no matter how small they are, no matter how dumb they are, and I'm not going to be fun at parties, and I'm okay with that. Anyway, how you...
Yeah, I'm sitting here, but again, the F slur wasn't as normalized as like the N word was. But even when I listen to I'll listen to like Childish Gambino, he's dropped the F slur in his music, and I don't say it when I'm singing that song. He drops the R word in his music, and I don't even say that. Even though I could, like, in some people's mind, I have a pass for that word. So I guess I should hold white people to a higher standard now that I'm thinking about it.
I think you should.
I guess I'm just so jaded on racism that I'm just like, I can't fight every battle.
Bro, did they take that video down? That's smart. They had a short. I was trying to find the one where he's talking about, like, I thought I was freaking out because I thought I just said the N-word.
Yeah, I've never seen this short, but
white privilege. The first white privilege is the lowest of expectations.
Dude, I'm so high in this game. Holy shit.
Dang, I felt like what I said was pretty good. I was looking for G vamping off.
Sorry,
of it.
say it one more time. Say it one more time. The exact same inflection.
The number one privilege that is white privilege is the low expectations.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
That's yeah. That's a true statement.
Expectations so high.
Maybe the reason I don't use the N-word are the F slurs, because I did used to use it a lot. So maybe that's part of why I don't use it.
I wouldn't
even call it guilt. I would just say it's like I've realized like how shitty the word is. So I'm just like, well, I'm not going to use it.
It also feels like, so like with me growing up in Wyoming, playing video games and being one of those dumb libertarians, I was like, it's important we use the N-word a lot because we need to take the power out of it. I feel like there's that being from such formative years of like ages 16 to 23. There's some part of me too that's like, even if I started giving myself exceptions, I'd probably start making more exceptions and more exceptions. And then I've hate crimed my co-host because it became so normal that one day, I don't know, I got mad at you. And like, I don't need to normalize myself to now I've pulled a Michael Richards.
That's crazy.
You know? Bro, that guy, who was it? Jeff was on last week. He's like, the thing I liked about the Michael Richards thing was that was rehearsed. That was not the first time he had said it. That was a man who was comfortable rolling that off the tongue. And that is
fucking Kramer.
Yeah. All right. We'll try this. But otherwise, theists, MAGAs, conservatives, whatever. Last chance to call. Drazark, which is very similar to the name of a Pokemon, I'm pretty sure. Drazark, you're on the line. I thought we did this call with you the other day. Did we not take it? I thought we did this.
No, it's Drazark, and you bungled the whole stream when I was about to get on.
Oh, you were on the other day. I didn't bungle it. The thing like
Lux
force
was
crashed.
about to get me.
Gotcha. So you just don't suspect straight people really exist?
Nah. Well, I mean, I get where there's a utility to say you're straight or to say you're, you know.
Do you think gay people truly exist?
Yes, certainly. Okay, the real thing is I think everyone's basically bi. Everyone's bi.
But what I'm asking is, if you say everyone's bi, do you believe gay people are actually bi?
Oh, see, that sounds bad, doesn't it?
I also think that sexual orientation is multifaceted. So I feel like what you're maybe trying to describe is in a perfect world where you just make it to age with no additional cultural stressors or personal life stressors, everyone would be bisexual. But I don't think a person whose sexual orientation is influenced by trauma they went through has a less. So if somebody is straight, or let's say somebody is gay, lesbians, this is not uncommon amongst lesbians. There are lesbians who are super staunch lesbians, and part of why they aren't just not into men, they're repulsed by men. And some of that repulsion becomes from the fact that there is an unfortunately high number. Any group of people that men are attracted to, there's going to be a higher number of sexual assaults in. And so their sexual orientation, while being influenced and affected by the fact that they may have been sexually assaulted by a man, and so it has been completely cut off, that influence has affected their sexual orientation. I don't find their identification as less valid because it was in some way culturally or by trauma or something else influenced. And so similarly, there are some people who are straight and so repulsed by the concept of gay stuff that merely doing something gay would be traumatic to them. And that may be for dog shit reasons, but that is still the brain state of attraction that they are living in. And so I'm not going to reject to them that just because they have a shitty reason for living in that brain state of attraction, that it's now illegitimate and they're actually bi and just go try some dicks. They're yummy.
Okay, so what if you have like the internal, like your sexuality is an internal, like, you know, attraction thing that you're going through. So I'm attracted to everything feminine and femininity, right? But I also accept that identity of sexual, of your gender, like expression, sorry, not sexual, but of your gender expression is internal to the other person. So if some person who I find to be in all ways woman, that I associate with woman, but they are assigned female at birth and then they're all of a sudden, you know, they are he, well, what do we do then? Because then I'm attracted to a male.
Who cares?
I'm gay as fuck.
I just hate this shit. I hate it when it's literally like, here's the basic set of rules. People are people. Nobody has to be rigidly held to rules. Nobody has to be for sure gay or straight. Why do we have to come up with like, okay, but what about this, this? Drazark, if in that moment you feel like you have a good understanding of what it means to be gay, a good understanding of what it means to be bi, pan, straight, or whatever, and you go, you know what? This feels gay, then you're fucking gay, okay? And if it doesn't feel gay, then you're not gay. Frankly, at this point, if there's a straight couple, I'm in a straight relationship. Sometimes it makes me feel gay, and I don't even let her near my butt, okay? Sometimes my straight relationship's pretty fucking gay. So at this point, what I'd rather get past is the stigmatization of others rather than police or tell other people what experience they may or may not be having. Everybody's gay, everybody's straight, everybody's bi, or they're not. I don't care.
Well, that's why I said that I wasn't ever going to say that they're not gay or they are, you know, they're whatever.
No, I'm
just saying
I'm telling
that,
you,
like,
you're gay.
Okay. I'll do some
I just don't like
later.
penis, so I'm whatever is a person that doesn't like penises.
Yeah, only girl penis.
How do you know? You haven't tried them all.
True.
I'm reversing.
Like I said,
I'm
each
reversing.
person has their own thing.
Jovan, that eye roll you just felt was your first exposure to what I'm pretty sure. Lesbians in the chat. Lesbians in the chat. Drop a W. Or no, not W. That'd be the worst one. Drop a P if a man ever asked you how you know you're not straight if you didn't like try more than one penis to make sure that there wasn't a right penis out there for you. I know those P's are coming in the chat. Let me make it simpler. If you're a lesbian, drop a P in the chat. If at some point a man suggested it wasn't that you don't like penises, just that you hadn't met the right penis. I wish we had a poll where we could go like people have marked that they are a lesbian and that this happened so we know the percentages. Because I feel confident if you're a lesbian over the age of 16 at least, if you're a lesbian over the age of 16 and that's never happened to you, drop a V in the chat. I suspect we're about to see zero Vs, but maybe I'm wrong, except for people who are only pretending to be lesbians. Anyway, that was just a point. Anyway, Jovan, you're now a lesbian.
Oh, okay.
You've now had the lesbian experience.
That's how that works.
All right.
Well, thanks for answering. I know it was a kind of a pedantry sort of a thing, but you know.
Don't worry about it, Drazark. It's just not a big deal. You're gay, okay?
Sure.
You're just gay. All right, cool. Bye, Drazark.
I'm a gay straight man.
Sure. Hey, I'm an atheist Mormon. Who am I to judge? See,
I was a Mormon, but I would never.
Did you get excommunicated, or are you still a member or no?
I scream at them whenever I can, but I'm still a member. They won't take me off.
Think about it and consider taking the label back. I just choked on nothing.
I should say I'm a Mormon and I hate Mormons.
No. You and I, were you raised Mormon?
No.
Yeah.
No. Fuck
Jesus, Jovan.
me.
Were you raised Mormon, Drazark?
Me.
Yes, I was born in it, yeah.
You will find that you and I, especially if you had staunch family, have an upbringing that it is easier to relate even with progressive Mormons than it is with people who have never grown up. Mormonism is such a unique way to be raised, and there's a thing you have in common with all Mormons, even FLDS people, that is hard to ever communicate to other people. And to me, that's what I'm calling Mormon now, and it's something they can't take away from me. They want to sequester my core. There is a core part of my personality that is shaped by first my being raised in and then my rejection of Mormonism. And I now am against, especially now that they're trying to fucking sue John over Mormon stories and stuff. That's just made me louder. They cannot take that label away from me. You cannot raise me in Mormonism and tell me that word doesn't belong to me anymore. That's how I feel.
Hey, that's fair, I guess. All right. Well, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it.
Cool. See ya. Matthew, you're calling back. Go ahead and say what you said to the screener.
Yeah, I'm willing to concede any points that you're willing to circle back to, as long as I'm actually convinced by them, of course. But I think that the conversation was actually just flowing naturally.
Do you concede that the points that you jumped from when you topic swapped without establishing the end of the conversation, that those were methods of avoiding concession and you actually had lost on those points?
Sure.
Okay, I'm not taking a sure. That's dumb. And by the way, did you also tell the screener that hanging up on you was cowardly?
I mean, somewhat, but...
Do you know what's going to happen next?
But...
I mean, what else could have possibly happened? All right.
Is there any other callers? Are we good?
Yeah, no, this one's big. I'm guessing you'll be into this one. I don't know.
Oh.
Why does it say Kentucky?
Oh, this motherfucker. He's called me before.
Oh, he has?
Yeah.
Well, I will say, okay, that's good. I will say this is my favorite name that exists, and truly I wish it was my name. Xavier, or Xavier if you're nasty, from New York is calling in. You're on the line with Jimmy and Jovan.
Good evening. Hope you guys
So do you
well.
go by Xavier or Xavier?
Xavier.
Hell yeah. All right, what's up?
Well, first of all, you guys have to have some manners and some class, because not you, is your teammate, your coworker, whoever is the other call me the mofo. I talked to this mofo before.
You called you a motherfucker?
I don't want to say the whole thing because
now were you being a motherfucker?
No,
Obviously
no
was.
class, no class.
What were you doing to be a motherfucker?
I don't know why. I never.
Have you ever had sex with a mother?
Oh, sure. Let me pull up the.
Have you only had sex with people who have? Well, first, Xavier, have you ever had sex?
No.
Of course I did.
And were any of those people you had sex with mothers?
One or two.
So you are, in fact, factually, objectively, it is a rule of the universe that you, Xavier, are a motherfucker.
No, I wouldn't say that. I'm a lover.
So you've never fucked a mother?
I'm a mother loving.
I'm a motherfucker. You're a motherfucker. We should fuck each other's mothers. Fucking each other's moms.
So you fucked a woman? You?
Yeah,
yourself?
hell yeah.
You fucked a mother?
What are you talking about? Yeah.
Oh, you did?
I fucked moms.
Okay, how about your boy?
I have not fucked.
The one
who is my boy? Are you asking if I fucked Jovan?
Can't even make a sentence.
Did you just say I was stuttering?
If you fucked a woman, a mother,
that's funny.
A real woman.
Are you asking if Jovan has fucked a mother?
Both of you.
Yes, we've both fucked moms.
Yeah.
How do you know? By your voice.
How do I know? How do I know that Jovan has fucked a mother? There is some pretty compelling evidence out there, but it's not mine to share.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But next Mother's Day, do you feel like you and I could make our Mother's Day a little more memorable?
No, Mother's Day is every day.
Because I'm a motherfucker, you're a motherfucker. We should fuck each other's mothers, fuck each other's moms.
No, I would never do that. I don't know.
Why?
I would never disrespect you or anybody.
Oh, dude, I don't care if you fuck my mom. If she's into it, bless her. That would lighten her up fucking much. She's British. Do you like British ladies?
All people are beautiful. All people are beautiful.
Not true.
Doesn't matter what country you're from, what color, what shades, your height. Doesn't matter to me. Your weight.
100% not true.
Doesn't matter. That's
very
me.
progressive.
I'm talking about myself. If you're shallow
also,
guy, then that's you. I'm not shallow.
Also, if any of your friends are like sick or something, that's fine.
What do you mean sick?
Always Sunny. Nothing. Nothing.
Anyway.
What are you calling about? Xavier, what is this? What's this call?
Okay, the reason, because you're the one that started all this stuff, and your boy say, "Oh, the mofo is calling." I talked to this mofo before. I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Like, have some class, you know?"
Xavier, please stop throwing a mantrum. Can you stop throwing a mantrum, please? God damn.
It's a truthum.
If you can't stop the truth. He said, "No, I can't stop throwing a mantrum." That's crazy.
No.
You threw a mantrum the last time you called me, and you're throwing a mantrum today.
Bro, you going through menopause? You feeling hormonal?
Hormonal is so fucking funny.
What are you talking?
You feeling some hormones right now?
You're throwing everything off the base. That's what you're going off the base.
When I'm in your mother, I'll never wear a rubber. Oh, every Mother's Day is a mother's night.
See?
Are you going to get to your topic, or are you going to keep complaining about being a motherfucker?
I'm not complaining. It's your boy. I didn't even get on the call yet. He was talking. He was saying motherfucker. He already said like 3 or 4 times.
I mean, to be fair, you've proven to us that you are indeed a motherfucker.
How about you?
Motherfucker.
Look at yourself in the mirror, my friend. Look at yourself in the mirror and say,
I'm okay
motherfucker.
fucking moms.
See how you smile, you grin at yourself.
I'm chill fucking
you like
moms,
yourself,
bro.
right? You're chill, yeah.
I feel like moms are a lot more appreciative. You know, they feel like they needed it to get out of the
I feel that you don't like
stress.
yourself, my friend.
You feel I don't like myself. What's your evidence of that?
Facts don't care about your feelings, Xavier.
Because you really cursed at me before I even got on the call. Disrespectful, no class, no manners.
Homie, you are a
and you hate your parents
baby.
probably. I don't know.
God damn, you're a fucking baby. Holy
Holy
shit, bro.
This guy's got to be having hormones because he's never made a hormone.
Oh shit.
Hey.
That was cheesy.
Would you ever date somebody who had an OnlyFans?
Were you Italian? Hey.
Would you ever date anybody who has an OnlyFans?
Hell no.
Xavier, what's your body
so your
count
whole
limit?
I love everybody. Everybody's beautiful, no matter how fat, no matter how tall, no matter their race.
OnlyFans,
but if they got an OnlyFans, hell no.
I mean,
what's your body count limit, Xavier?
But I would never like date nobody.
Xavier, how much?
OnlyFans.
Xavier, how many bodies? How many bodies does a woman have to have before you're like, nah, I don't want it?
I don't think he's turning down
4 to 5.
Anybody.
4 to 5.
For me, I wouldn't stop at 45.
I take it back. You're not a motherfucker.
No,
You've never touched a vagina.
45.
Gross.
You'll be surprised.
No, he said how many, not what age.
Oh shit.
No,
that was a pedo
4 to
joke.
5.
Okay, motherfucker. What's up, Xavier? What's your actual point you were calling in?
The quantity, I said 4 to 5, not the age.
Do you think you'd still have so many problems with people if you were taller than 6 feet?
Well, at least you could go up the cabinets. You don't need a ladder. You could change a light bulb and shit like that without a little
How tall
ladder.
are you, Xavier?
5'2" is the magic number.
No.
How tall did you say?
6 at the dot. 6
Which
feet.
always means 5'10" and a quarter, so everybody knows. Anyone who says 6 on the dot is 5'10" and a quarter.
Barefoot.
You know what? I think I disagree with Matt. I think I disagree with Matt on this. Hey, you were Xavier. Tell the truth. Were you a C-section baby?
No.
I don't believe you. I don't think you've ever touched a vagina, even your mom's.
No, he's never touched vagina.
You were
somebody
who and you hated to be
somebody who
inside
touches somebody who
Why
touches
did you hate
vagina.
To be inside your mom's vagina?
Would,
that's the best place in the world. That's the best
I was never
place in the
born.
universe.
I was never born. I'm a timeless entity.
You were there, snuggled in, smiling.
Did he?
Xavier,
smiling,
I was never born.
Inside your mama's
Why
womb.
does he?
Huh?
Do you ever notice,
don't say
Jimmy? Do
nothing.
you ever notice that? Shut up, Xavier.
Are we
Do you ever
gonna get
notice,
to
Jimmy?
his point that he called in on? I know
I muted him real quick
participating,
because I wanted to. I muted him real quick because I wanted to ask you something. Do you ever notice that like the callers are so unoriginal with jokes that they have to just sort of repeat the jokes we do?
We say
because their jokes are not funny.
Yeah.
So they're just like, what if I'm just unoriginal?
Yeah.
And I just repeat these guys' jokes.
Oh man.
What is there a word for that?
Wait, Matt. Did he say that? Did this guy say your mom's vagina is the best place in the one's own mom's vagina? He did just say that. Oh my God, Xavier, tell your mom to call me. I gotta find out what you mean.
Damn, sorry, Luthien.
She understands. Best in the universe?
She understands.
She wouldn't deny.
She understands. It's crazy.
He said best in the universe. She'd be fucking getting in line. Xavier, what'd you call about, dude? What did you fucking call about? And by the way, I was never born. I'm a timeless entity. I'm Jimmy Snow. Jimmy Snow never melts. Okay.
Born.
Here we go. That beep was
So you're never born?
I was never born.
You were never born, but you were
I existed before time, and after time ends, I will remain.
Oh my God! Get to the fucking point,
Christ.
Dude.
Jesus wishes. I kicked
What the fuck
Jesus'
is your problem?
ass.
Nobody's talking to you.
The problem is you are annoying.
You're talking to him.
The problem is you're annoying. Fucking
Xavier,
shit,
what's
dude.
the actual point you called in on? I don't want to keep talking about you fucking moms or me fucking your mom.
You're
You kind of
the
want to
guy
keep talking
that's
about you
talking
fucking
about
his
it.
mom.
What is your point?
You're the guys that was inside your mother's
Bro,
womb.
how many
You
fucking
said your
callers
mother
are we
has
gonna
the
talk
best
to
vagina in the universe.
You're
So
fucking
let's
drunk,
not
Colin.
talk
What the fuck
about.
are you talking about?
Bro, Xavier,
Anybody.
what is your
Anywho,
point?
Fucking tossed,
let
bro.
me
What are you
just tell you
talking
this.
about?
Let me just tell you this.
Okay.
I'm gonna go straight to the topic. Shut up. You be quiet. The one that says motherfucker before any
We
caller
literally got quiet because he said he was going to go to the topic, and he said,
Go ahead,
"Shut
Xavier.
up."
Get to the point.
No,
Go ahead. Get
let
to
me
the
go
point.
straight to the topic.
Go ahead.
Okay, be quiet.
Go ahead.
Have you
Get to
ever
the
had
point.
consensual sex?
Understand
Hold on,
this.
Jimmy. Hold on, Jimmy.
Everybody,
Hold on, Jimmy.
everybody in the chat.
No, shut the fuck up. Thanks for listening to the show today, guys. It has been a dream one. Jimmy, how do you feel about today's show?
When people tell us to shut up, like, what do you think? We literally have the power. We got the power.
What do you think? I'll send you Xavier's call. I have it. It's literally. I think the video is dropping literally tomorrow at 8 a.m. Xavier's call.
Luthien, I just want you to know, I don't want to bang his mom. Like, she created him.
Oh my god, I keep fucking this up.
We need somebody to do a little welfare check.
I'm just kidding. I don't want to fuck your mom.
Oh, man.
That was fucking funny.
By the way, did somebody let me know if there was a single V in chat earlier? Or did we get a literal monopoly of peas?
Nope. I keep fucking up. Why do I keep doing that? God damn.
I wanted to know.
God damn.
I'm curious if there's a single lesbian out there like being like, why hasn't anyone even tried that on me yet? What's wrong with me? Like, you're like, wait, every lesbian's had this experience but me? That's kind of fucked up. Then you get insecure. Like, what's wrong?
All right.
Why didn't they think their penis was magic to me? No V's. Just like in Xavier's love life. Hey! Oh, there was one.
Let's wrap this shit up, bro.
You're ready to go. I want to. Okay,
yeah,
wait.
It's been 6 hours. I'm cooked. I'm tossed.
But I found one V. I've gone back. I found. Oh, there's actually two. Well, congratulations to the true of you, because I assume that means you've never had to meet a man ever in your life. At some point, if it's not happened to you, there's some cosmic force that it compels a man to do it. It's this patriarchal ether. All right, well. Now I have to talk. Matt said we should stop talking now, and now I feel compelled to talk more.
Holy shit,
I'm very
can we end?
insecure that people think I take orders from you, Matt. That's not going to work.
I'm just going to leave.
You just got to go?
Dude, it's been 6 hours.
And now the musical stylings of Jovan Bradley.
Oh my god.
We are Charlie Kirk. Okay, bye.
Luthien end the show.